locked away. Trying to play this out quietly.
And I feel like you're going to see, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 really try to hammer the B site here with their controller sort of setup that they have. With that Viper Harbor combo, they have a lot more ability to control wider space than GE does. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this be kind of the MO for 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋, even as we go into rifle v rifle rounds. Of course, in this round, feeling with the Vandals here that you've got a pretty good range advantage as well, maybe able to take advantage of that. But Texture, no slouch with snipers. We've seen it time and time again that this guy can absolutely start to pop.
I mean, I'm concerned for his ammo at this point. He's got about 9 rounds left.
That's enough. There's only 5 players.
I mean,
easy.
Sure. As long as you're hitting those headshots, which it's Texture, so, seems likely. But after a long little excursion over towards A, they decide to finally push into B, and he does go down, but 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 managed to find a kill. Also gets that dink out onto 𝐷eeP, and with 𝘆 dead, there's no healing to be found here to top that jet back up. Playing hard entry going to prove to be that much more difficult, even with the weapon advantages that Zeta find themselves with. Tap on the spike for now. Go for the opt-in on the plant. The Panther and 𝐵AZZY finishes the job. Finds one point blank. Texture gets the headshot on a Crow. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 will find 2 more. Bringing this back into a winnable position. What with the spike planted? 38 HP on him, however. 10 left standing. Playing back, but 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 finds the kill. The swing out. Texture gets the headshot, and it is just clean play. As Global, the 2 players will go ahead, upgrade their weapons, get the defuse, and convert the bonus.
Oh, this is the opposite of the start we wanted to see for Zeta now. Dropping the bonus 3 in a row, potentially 4 in a row coming through here if they can't find some thrifty magic. But this is a great setup here. I mean, all this time fought by the side of Texture, and the supreme patience here from 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 just sort of conditioned Zeta to think that nobody's going to be around this corner. They don't even check it. And even after 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 gets a kill, they still kind of aren't paying attention to it initially. Like, that's a little bit messy there from Zeta. If they don't lose that first player and then half damage onto 𝐷eeP right behind him, maybe this is a different round and maybe Zeta can squeeze it through. That being said, I mean, we were talking about it. Texture starts hitting heads with those sniper rifles and forget about it.
Well, not an op in hand yet, despite having plenty of cash for it. Texture's still just going to be rocking a fancy going into round number 4. Even the half armor buys from Zeta, they're doing it yet again. They get themselves pretty much full rifles, a bulldog in the mix there for 10. Still a good amount of power to work with. The Seeker's online. We'll see if that comes into play now.
Yeah, 10 has some space to work with here. A lot of the utility is at the A entrance here for Global Esports. So Aaron calling for a heavy defense towards the A side. The B side hit was the last eco attempt from the side of Zeta, so trying to guess here in the high tide. Going to give them some info.
Agent to same hai dono
coming through. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 to lead the way. Site cleared of most of the KJ utility except for the alarm bot. Let's see if Zeta can get in here, maybe get a plant down.
Their way forward. Haunt destroyed. Nothing scouted. Aaron now just existing behind this wall, tucked back towards Secret. The plant coming in. Back over into dugout. Another tide pushed up right into his face. He's trying to go for the spray, hoping the Crow's looking to exit, but he's just sat here on default plant. Pushing 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋, however, starts the flank. Coming in through Art, finds 10, cuts him down. 𝘆𝑍𝐼𝑋 right up into the front. Crow fallen. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 dead as well. They have the Cosmic Divide set up to cut them off. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 gets another one before 𝐷eeP will take him down.
GG. Nice round.
Here the updraft. They'll look for the push. 𝐷eeP drops, dashes over to the side. Some nice movement to find 4 kills, but crucially, he cannot hold on to the rifle.
Well,
I mean, that's all Global cared about at the end.
It's nice damage done, and maybe in a way here that, for a second, I think you might think that Global investing the Cosmic Divide in that round maybe a little bit overcooking things, but with the way 𝐷eeP just popped with that, I mean, maybe it was for the best. I don't mind it, though, because if 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 can play like he did against DRX, then he needs to be cycling those ults as fast as possible. I'm totally fine with it. Make sure you get those wins, because a lot of economic damage just got done.
I mean, it has, but look at the economy balance right now on the side of Zeta. I mean, pretty much everybody is down in the dumps as far as money's concerned, but they still have looked to scrape together this fairly weak buy. What with the Guardian and the Bulldogs, granted, you can do significant damage with this, especially with the Bladestorm in the mix, but already 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 lurks himself all the way forward, finds 10. 𝐷eeP has managed to get 1, picks up the weapon to recover. That could be another upgrade as well as they go ahead and scoop up 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋's gun. Reckoning going to be invested. Crow now setting up the walls. rotations will start coming through. Texture still a world away back over on the A site. Fazzy is going to have to cut through Link. But they're still, the reckoning's expired. They're still not on the site.
This is a
Viper
problem
wall
for
be down
Zeta.
on
They're
that.
really taking their time to think about it. I mean, trying to pre-fire once a toxic screen came down, hoping that maybe someone was
जल्दी
holding
क्या यार
the
वाइपर
GE.
वॉल ऑन कर दो तभी करता बस
Case there for Zeta. But the full defenses of GE are here, and I mean, you see 𝐵ADZ starting to check. You know, we've seen already alert from Monyet.
A risky dash forward.
30 seconds left.
Line of sight not given, so can't get
Looking
punished
good.
much more than he already
Yes,
had.
Aditya.
Little shot into the shoulder there for Texture. But so much time bought. I mean, 20 seconds. The flank is coming through at the moment here from
आ
Laz.
गया क्या? Nice easy.
And I don't believe that Aaron's actually in range, so the alarm bot not gonna matter. Doesn't read, but Texture playing forward, so finds
Nice.
one. The push out
Nice.
from Hall. Aaron guns down two.
Link
Laz
last
is the last man standing. This flank means absolutely nothing. Gets one more kill.
Let's go.
But it's a 5th round victory for Global.
Stop.
I mean, these
All
just
good.
take too long for Zeta. They really, you know, try
Watch
to
party
think
नहीं जा
about
पाया
things,
रे.
maybe
View
overthink
party नहीं जा
things,
पाया पुणे.
try to come through
तो हम घर से ही
around the
कर रहे
flank, and it just isn't going to happen. I mean, a good start here for 𝐵ADZ. He's had some good moments. Good to see him fired up, but, you know, able to hold that angle cleanly is Texture. Aaron able to come free through the toxic screen, catch them off guard, and yeah, sure, Laz goes on the lurk, but like you said, it's just too late.
Yes,
I think
please.
Zeta, I would have
Yes,
liked to have
all
seen
good.
a timeout already, to be frank.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up.
And I mean, now look at their buys again. They're all over the place. I mean, you know, they've got
कर
money
लिया था रे.
sort
एक
of
HP है.
behind this, but
The Bladestorm just got used, and Depp is buying down to 700. I mean, a great headshot from 10. Still does take quite a bit of damage, so needs to go team back up with Laz. Gets those heals.
ये round
right
थोड़ा
now. As Aaron is looking to hold people off, stop them from advancing through the double door.
खतरनाक
Might
लग
not
रहा
have
है.
too much interest in it though. Flash goes out over towards Art. They're drifting away.
𝐵ADZ grabbed the op this
There.
time. His Texture it fell and able to push that angle. At least a ton of information
Find you.
garnered here in terms of,
Gun ले लेना.
well, they're not a main. They could be Art. That's checked for. Now the footsteps. Not the footsteps, but the angle towards B being taken by Zeta once again. Again, they're going to want to hammer this site. This is where they
round.
can really try to utilize those walls that they can create, but so
दिल्ली में
far
होगी तो
GE's
हम
been
भी
really
यार.
reading the timings very well. I think
होगा
Zeta
होगा
needs to
दिल्ली
hold
में
on to
होने
their
वाला है.
utility
लेकिन
a
डेट
little
अभी
bit
पता
longer
नहीं.
after they get the plant down.
Okay, well,
कौन सा मैच होगा वो.
lockdown
लेकिन होगा
goes
देखते
in. They need to get this
30
plant
seconds
off, and they need to get the hell out of here. How deep this is, because it's placed in Link. It's about to go off. Two players going to get detained here. They get tucked in behind the pillar, which starts coming through. 𝐾𝐾 down, instantly dealt with. Aaron somehow survives, and it's 𝘆𝐼𝐋𝐿 who trades one back. The fight from 𝘎𝐿𝐼𝐋𝐿 instantly does claim him, though. Aaron now dead. The push up,
Last
𝘎𝐿𝐼𝐋𝐿
player standing.
narrowly
बोला ना
avoids
ये
getting
round.
seen by Monyet. Finds one, the push out on the flank. A
बोला
great
ना
timing from
नहीं करना था
𝘎𝐿𝐼𝐋𝐿
उसको.
as Zeta seemingly
इको किल
steal
के
a round
पीछे
away.
किधर जा रहा है.
Yeah, I mean, the buys have been all over the place for Zeta, but this time, a little more patience here. They get, you know, this is a good adjustment from Zeta. They decide to, you know, take it a little bit faster, get that plant down,
हाउरेट
and
गिरी
then
नहीं करने का इसके
play
लिए.
post plant deep. Even, you know, even though you have to let two players get detained, that's all part of the plan there for them. They're okay with it. They're able to weather it. Immediately, a toxic screen once again coming down towards B. See the 𝐼𝑘 angling in that direction as well, but that's a good change. 𝐵ADZ's going to grab the op here. Half armors for most of Zeta, so it seems like Zeta's
Careful.
trying some kind of new econ management strategy today.
Jet
It is
क्या
a little
कोई
bit
नहीं है.
unusual.
साउंड कर दिया.
Again, this time it's Texture going
साउंड
for the
कर
push
दिया
up.
यार.
Dash at the ready. You can see, I mean, Zeta anticipating this. A nice flash out, but 𝘎𝐿 swung out wide. Ends up getting taken down.
फिर भी क्यों पिक कर रहा हो
And
शुगर
that's the
ज़ीरो.
lion's share of your smokes. Now it's all just on 𝐾𝐾 to try to get you into a sight.
क्या चल रहा है भाई?
A great pick. Just no real chance for a counter swing. No one else playing forward to try to get that chase and find the punish on the Texture.
Monyet again has his
उसको
cosmic
bait बना
divide.
दिया
He's got
शुगर ज़ीरो.
𝘆𝐼𝑋𝐿𝐼𝑋𝐿 ult here. No
और
command
उसका
zone.
ट्रेड भी नहीं
Got a
लिया.
lot of retake utility for GE. Zeta continuing to really take their time. That might have caught at least one player.
Pings are coming down on A.
Yeah,
They're saying,
Laz
okay.
got caught in that, yeah.
Yeah, we got to try to rotate over towards this side. Prowler doesn't go deep enough to
क्या पता कैसे
find
मिला.
anybody here. But it seems like they still
क्या
have a pretty
सामान
decent
लगाया है
idea, and
main
the
पे.
KJ setup is still looking fairly brutal to deal with.
एमएन
Hopefully
चेक
Zeta
करेगा.
can
एमएन
read
कोई
this.
नहीं है.
It's a pretty similar setup to what
I'm
we've
out of
seen
stuff.
before here on the A with a lot of that utility in the
30
front. They're going to check
seconds
𝘆𝐼𝑋𝐿. Oh no,
Doesn't-
it got
doesn't
stuck in the
clear.
wall.
That doesn't clear at all. The Haunt now comes out. I mean, they should have suspicions that 𝐼𝐼𝑋's going to be in this position. Nano will force him back, puts a bit of damage down onto him. Dash out, though, as both Nano Swarms get popped. Dep suddenly down to 28 HP. Op still in hand, can play at a range. Plant coming through. 0 point destroyed, but now they go ahead, they look to cut off the off. Divide comes in, but instantly 2 kills going to be found. Bazzi and 𝐼𝐼REN going to be taken down. Manyan pushing forward, finds 2 more. Dep tucked away just on the side of the wall. Push out Texture. You're in the smoke, doesn't see him.
Oh, nice.
In the night. Oh, the jump back across, and as he enters the opposite side of the barrier, the right click will do the job. 3 members left standing. As the defuse comes in, Global stops Zeta from stringing together a second round.
This is good awareness here from GE. I think if you've watched Dep before, when there's a Cosmic Divide, he loves to play on both sides. He loves to try to use that up, pull off some highlight reel plays. They're pretty ready for it. And like you mentioned, that's a real painful loss early for the side of Zeta to have 𝐼𝑍𝑜 go down there to Texture. And then you can hear they're ready for it. They know he's coming. Laz was identified. Texture there, good for the finish. And the GE fans looking for their first win here in Pacific. And you know, it's hard to like think about it because you feel like GE's already gotten a win because they played pretty darn well so far.
I mean, both of their series, I mean, you know, feeling like they went to 3 maps. The DRX one obviously didn't, but it gave us one of the only overtimes that we've had, and it was a fairly deep OT as well. And then, you know, a 3-mapper versus T1 on our opening day. So it does feel like they have wins, and we've been talking about it on the desk where their placement at the moment, you know, down in what, 8th place, doesn't really tell the real story of how they've been performing. They are not the 8th place team in this region at the moment, and they're very much looking to prove that across these last 2 series.
Zeta का अब तक तो straight approach रहा है, मतलब 8 जा रहे हैं, उधर ही walk कर रहे हैं, तो उधर से ही जाने वाले हैं.
I mean, I think this is. You have to come in today riding a ton of confidence for GE. You can see it after the match.
अगर B जा रहे तो B ही
really,
जा
really
रहे.
confident. You know, afterwards, even though they lost, like they knew they just took the best team in our league and pushed them to the limit.
घुमा फिरा के नहीं चल रहा है. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या किया है लोग ने? MM पे control लेने के लिए आए, mid control लिया और बाद में B पे चले गए.
being invited over to somebody's house.
Oh, was it a marriage proposal?
I could be incorrect in what I was saying.
यहाँ कुछ ले नहीं रहे control.
I saw Hante and then I saw Chip something and then I was just like,
maybe a restaurant though?
House is involved.
Yeah, or maybe a restaurant sometimes.
Sometimes you get both fans. We have had fan sign proposals many times in the past.
That's a common thing. That's like a meme in Korea. It's like to come to the studio and like make your fan side say, "Will you marry me?" You know, X player that you're a fan of. That's actually just a meme.
Yeah, that's how I met my wife. She didn't make a sign for me, but I was just like, "Will I do?"
Is this okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Is this acceptable? I know it needs some work.
You
but
should run.
I'm gonna bite my tongue.
1.5 years sticks.
This lockdown should force out the couple members here that
कहाँ जा रहा है?
are
कहाँ जा रहा है Ronski?
Okay, but looks like now barely made it out. Got rerouted a couple different times there. 10 now inching forward, looks clear. First Nano will still get popped. Holds him at bay for a little bit longer, and it's gonna be Crow taken down. Cove now taken care of. Dep looks to push in from Art. 𝐼𝐼REN once again.
Shield गया, spike drop
dug out. Dashes out.
30
now they need to retake the site yet again. Texture just eating the flash. Didn't need to do that, but push out. Ronski trying to line him up. Puts in a little bit of damage, but otherwise not much to be found by him. It's traded. Texture finds 10. Man advantage still very much there from the side of GE, but they get the plant down, and Dep finds one, but then instantly is traded out. Pit gonna be invested, and it's a little bit whiffy, but Texture manages to stabilize the aim, and just as quickly as it came up, the pit goes down. GE will once again retain the operator, keep multiple players alive, and they deny a round victory right after the timeout. Zeta.
It's tough. I mean, Zeta gets in here real slow, and they're not clearing this Killjoy utility fast enough to kind of get something done. They're really taking their time. 10 there took some damage. Crow gets stuck out way ahead of the rest of the team, gets killed.
Nice.
And then GE just swarming from a lot of different angles. Munyet on the lurk, didn't matter, they didn't even need him. It's just, right now GE is all over the place. They're reading Zeta. Zeta needs some trickery. They need to start poking and prodding the map and trying to bait GE out.
भैया कुछ तो लेके आया आज map
web. Invest some utility early.
Print out निकाल के.
Right now, GE is the one tearing them apart.
So far, it just feels like they don't have really any interest in fanning out. We saw that one, you know, slow drift where it was what, Laz and 10 creeping over towards A, but inevitably they just came back over to B. Like, I'm watching holy moly again, Korean challengers. Just go B every single round. The push out Texture again allowed to play ever so boldly. Swings out, finds 10, depth entering. Will find one yet. Good target to deal with. You don't have those grabs, and ooh, the whiff. So close though was Texture. Trying to get that flick, but just a hair off. However, Bazzi Aaron still plenty of firepower to offer up. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾 going to be taken down. 𝑠ugars0 just find one, brings them now into a 2v2. Ronsky and Aaron try to bring them back across the line. Great timing. 𝑠ugars0 pushes out, finds one. It's a hell of a lot of damage. Aaron would love to deny the plant. Drops down. Ooh, a little bit scattered. Cannot find Laz. A bloody back and forth, but Zeta finally get a second round on the board, and they need every single round they can get from here on out. I mean,
you know, the couple of the players on Zeta aren't having bad halves. A lot of them are at even score, 9-9-7-7, Death being one of them. But again, Texture here just kind of unfettered on these entries, allowed to harass Zeta, get these big kills, opening picks. This time around, Zeta able to play off each other's utility there. Well, now the Zeta fans have something to cheer about.
कितना स्क्रीन से भाई, कितना स्क्रीन से? सब जगह ऐसा करके खड़े हैं. Zeta वाले, Zeta fans.
Breaks. Feels like certainly for the first time. This map, Step with the Blade Storm. No other ults to speak of. Floating around, one away from the Reckoning for Crow. But this is a good round to use your Blade Storm. Know it's gonna like potentially be an eco. I'm actually kind of curious that GE saved here, but maybe they're playing for the really long game. If you look at their credits, they probably had enough to buy, but...
Yeah, I mean, even Texture could have invested in a little bit more, but obviously once they go for the Operator, Aaron as well, right. 3,000, could have afforded to spend, you know, another 1,000 or so, and been relatively safe. But I don't mind this from GE. They're saying we have at the moment. We don't need to overcommit and potentially offset.
And let's make sure we have enough for the last two rounds.
Yeah. Bank up as much as we can.
I think a lot of teams might just buy
you.
all
be fresh. Yeah. Close clear.
But it's always nice to see some teams show restraint when it comes down to the economy.
True.
You don't see that too often these
days. That's kind of why I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah. All right. Reckoning in. Again, they're really slow to try to take the site after the use of the last one. Can they get in this time? Yeah, taking decent bit of damage here in the back, though, is Texture. The Sheriff shot connects. That's going to be taken out, but still needs a bit more. Dashes away. Expecting the Blade Storm there from Depp. Texture, however, finding another one. The kills continue to be found. Depp pushes in with a shorty, finds one, but Texture gets the third. And suddenly, Depp, the last man standing.
वो रेकनिंग के साथ अंदर क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं?
We don't even need the full buy. We don't need the rifles. They just clean them up. Shut them down. I mean, look at that. 31 seconds remaining on the plant. Such a swift retake from them. And now the best Zeta can hope for is an 8-4.5. And this is on a map where the attacking win percentage has been, what, 56% compared to 44 on the defending side.
This is concerning.
Zeta.
They look really out of sorts. They're not really responding. It seems like the protocols are a little off here for Zeta as well. Like, nobody's covering certain angles. It seems like every time GE is able to find one free pick on these B entries. And that's unacceptable. It's happened with, you know, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿 or Leon. This time they've just got somebody in back sight in the back alley just chilling, and they come out and get a sheriff shot.
दूसरी बार किया वो same mistake reckoning के साथ.
He wasn't even looking there. It might have been 10, but whoever it was didn't even look. It wasn't being covered.
Guess where we're going.
Here, Dave. We investigated around
A little bit. Yeah. Let's go to B.
I told you, man. I told you it's going to be heavy. It's just the nature of these things when you have this controller advantage in a way with the long walls. You're like, well, certainly we can win B, right? We could control so much more space.
Yeah.
But that time, like, they played so close quarters that it played right into GE's hands with all that close-range weaponry that you're fielding on an eco. And you can see that they know that with these cascades, you know, there's going to be some kind of push bind, especially when they're stomping their feet like that.
I think the funniest thing about this is that Global still haven't rotated yet. They haven't quite read that.
Zeta will just तभी क्यों नहीं लिया?
Eco
था इसके लिए.
Right, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing.
He's actually kind of setting up a one-way against himself there in that moment. Does take a bit of damage. And 𝐵 will gain control of the back hall. Lockdown not going to be used. Doesn't fully flush them out of the site. Not that far back, but yeah, now the Cosmic Divide as well. Just go ahead, cut off that vision, make them have to try to regress. Lad's going to be able to trade one before getting detained and dealt with up over the top. But you can see they're reading this. They realize this is going to be a good spot for the Jet and Moneyette. Oh, right up between the legs and straight into his head. 𝐵 dealt with. Cosmic Divide now getting ready to expire. Up on top as well is Texture. Let's get traded. 𝐵 now has to try to hold this. The push in. Ten's got it. 𝐿𝐴 will barely manage to make that round work. But the weapons not going to be held on to.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, it's good they got to win.
Eraser बोल रहा हूँ.
Painful it has to come like that. You do have a Viper's Pit, one away from Laz's Seeker. So you're going to have some good ults to get on the site, get the plant down, get a good post-plant setup for 𝐿𝐴. But yeah, I mean, you can see this is read really well by GE. With the crossfires here strong enough. Ten goes barreling in, knowing he's got to get in there, make sure it was already down to half. So they're able to do it, but it's so costly.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, enough just barely to go ahead and scrape together
half
buys overall.
Yeah, the Bulldog.
Flash out. Moneyette tucks away. Doesn't get found by that. Goes for the gravity well.
Crawler west.
Just go ahead and pull back.
अपने gravity में.
Wants to check around, make sure no one's wrapping from Art. 𝐵 just clears the Prowler, gets the top back up to 100, and everybody's going to start drifting into B.
Surprise! It kind of, even though I understand last round why GE played like less aggressive off of this information contact at the B long area, because they had the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide, they were playing for retake. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see them maybe this round be a little bit more proactive, assuming 𝐿𝐴 commits to this fully. The Cascade has been a pretty good indicator often, and I could see them already starting to drift in this direction. 𝘼𝐿𝐼𝐋𝐾 and 𝐿𝐴. You got 𝐵 coming in through Link. They're ready for this one. Let's see.
Okay, 0.2. Make their way forward. Texture just storming his way through the smokes. Push up, gets the head. Laz gonna be taken down, up over the top. 𝐿𝐴 will snipe him out of the sky, but 𝐵 finds two.
Nice
like
trigger.
that 10.
Nice
the last man standing. And yeah, Nightfall, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him just for good measure. And in the end, it's gonna be a 9-3 half. Global way out in the lead.
It was just a tough half for 𝐿𝐴. Again, there's not much trickery in what they do. It's pretty easy to read where they're gonna go. I mean, obviously with their agent comp, they're gonna want to go B, but they have to at least push and pull the map a little bit more. Flirt with A. You don't have to full commit to it, but clear Art a little bit more. Clear A main a little bit more.
Last round मोने उसके लिए bait बना texture के लिए.
Read the map and read you, and
texture bait
other than a couple of rounds,
nice.
You know, where 𝐿𝐴 just fought a little bit better. It was GE
outstarting
them almost at every turn.
Yeah. Did get word from our part-time desk host and full-time
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ ना bait किया
translator
last round texture ने मोनेट को किया था अभी बज़ी ने texture को किया nice लेकिन kill में ले इस बार
the keys and the contract to my apartment.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, that
I'd give everything away
to me. That sounds pretty similar to what you said.
Basically. Isn't that what marriage is after all?
Oh God, I knew those guys.
Hello.
It's Cullen and his brother.
My knowledgeable person.
Anyway.
Well, plenty to talk about during this halftime for the side of 𝐿𝐴.
Yay, an audience.
Pressure's certainly going to be mounting. I mean, granted, yes, this is Global's map pick on Pearl.
Yes, bro. G winning.
We have seen it from both of these teams, but this is still not nearly as strong of a showing as you want.
Fight to last game में किया था DRX के against.
Even on their opponent's map.
No, and this is a map that 𝐿𝐴 played very well at Lockdown, right? They pushed. They pushed on this map. It was an 11-13, so.
शर्मा की रो है मॉम को नहीं बताया क्या?
Predictable from 𝐿𝐴. They need to
Tournament
start
देखने जा रही हूँ.
diversifying their playbook. It's so reliant on just
शक्ल
getting the plant down and then playing after that on whatever site they're choosing. And again, I understand why they want to go B, but you have to at least force GE to respect that other things can happen when they start making their way towards a site.
Yeah.
and I just didn't see any of that. Now on the defender side, maybe 𝐿𝐼𝐹 can start to string something together, but very important pistol round going to be coming through. So far, Depp with the Ghost, Crow with the Frenzy, Classics in half armor for 𝐼𝑲10. Laz just going to stick with full utility here, investing in the heal. So, a bit of a heavier weapon out for the side of GE. 2 Frenzies, 2 Ghosts. They are putting a lot of attention here. So they throw the 0 point.
I mean, 4 members stacked up.
Right.
The wall, scored the dog port. Let's get the stun. Word should come across, but oh man, instantly the damage from Aaron is massive. The flash doesn't go off either. And now, around the back, Global, they get the pinch. They're looking to clear him out.
Bhai, 4 log hai bhai.
Off the decay, the push comes in from Texture. However, have they overstepped? It looks like the answer is yes.
Spike down A.
Massive kills coming through from 𝐿𝐼𝐹. As Global is getting a bit too far ahead of themselves. Aaron tucks into the corner, but now the spike is stranded right at the entrance of A. Global have no other options but to try to fight this out.
I mean, great awareness here from 𝐿𝐼𝐹. The first half was a little bit shaky in that department, but this round, you know, knowing that they're hard committing towards Aaron, the way that Aaron is playing really sort of keep away with his utility. Good flash, catches 𝐿𝐼𝐹, unable to find any damage. Their cascade, slow things up and allow an orb to be grabbed.
Orb just get grabbed. Nebula covering.
30 seconds left.
They all go ahead, they back away. They exit this forward position. Just look to defend the spike from the side itself.
Here.
So they don't, not yet. Pushes out, finds one. Gets tagged down to 70, swaps out Classics. Some extra ammo, but time is running thin. They need to kill 4 people in the next 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Push starts coming, and there you go. The cleanup comes through. And Global, well, at long last, it seems like, dropping another pistol, bringing the overall score to 13-5, giving 𝐿𝐼𝐹 a way back into this.
Yeah, Global pistol sports for sure. I mean, they have been really, really good on these. But this time around, I mean, I like that 𝐿𝐼𝐹 gets aggressive, and I like the awareness that somebody might be coming behind them. I think Laz even got a flash out there to check initially, and then it's a good response from the side of 𝐿𝐼𝐹. That wins them the round. Spike is down there, and that's all it took. So I don't mind the idea from GE at all. I think that's kind of cute what they tried.
Next wala
was read just in time by 𝐿𝐼𝐹. It looked like for a moment there they were going to get just completely backstabbed.
Next match ka.
Maybe they had underestimated just how many people from 𝐿𝐼𝐹 were pushed up into that position. Maybe expecting that it was going to be 2 or 3 rather than 4 of them. Either way. Just cost him that pistol. And another loss to the record. As 𝐼𝐼𝐹 pushing up, finds 2. Great timing and a nice lineup. Easy work of them. Rogan pushing the wall. Seems like maybe not necessarily aware that they've moved into this forward position. Instantly gets the thing onto 1. Tries to stabilize. Get a second. Just puts a bit of damage down on 𝐼𝐹. Cannot find that kill. Knife now going out. Dog chasing forward. Laz does get suppressed. Just look to back away, move out of this position, but the crunch is coming in. 10 gets himself right up behind them in mid. Now they'll try to cut through, and 𝐼𝐼𝐹, Slaz is going to be good for the final few. Okay, anti-eco.
This is important round.
Just a single player loss.
GE.
About as good as you could hope here for 𝐿𝐼𝐹. Now they're just 4 rounds away from tying this up.
Yeah, this is great for 𝐿𝐼𝐹. Really don't lose much out of this. Great read here by 𝐼𝐼𝐹 using that smoke against GE. And even though they lose Crow, you know, Crow kind of out on an island. Like you said, he got kind of, you know, snuck up on. But he's still able to react great. Like that snap he had down instantly hit ahead. And then they just, you know, close the gaps. Don't give him any exits. Finish the job. So.
Yep.
Good round by 𝐿𝐼𝐹. Let's see if they can get some damage done here. Still some Bulldogs, still a Vandal floating around for them.
I mean, the triple push here over at B main. 𝘼𝐼𝐹 going to be good for 1, but now 𝘆𝐼𝐹 going to be taken down as Crow finds himself a double. Instantly gets traded back and equalized though. 𝐵𝐼𝐹 brings it back to a 3v3.
Viper wall hai lekin inke paas.
There's no utility for this.
Smoke nahi apne paas.
You just got to get in here. You know, you have texture smokes, but that's it.
2 cloud bursts.
Chief sees
that and a seize.
Cloud burst mein cross karna difficult hai thoda.
Back up. 𝐼𝐼𝐹 just looking to stop them from even thinking about advancing into this position. Try to get that lob in nano swarm. Nothing found. Step swings around into hall.
Usko le rahe link wale ko le maza aa jayega.
Just a wall barely
Texture.
separating he and 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙎, but
Enemy remaining.
doesn't get the read on
Spike
𝘆𝑝.
down.
Kills come in. 𝐼𝑟ON, good for one. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔𝙎 can clutch this out. Spike now down. He's aware that 𝘆𝑝 is going to be in Hall, but the timing is coming through here in a moment as Ten gets himself up into that heaven position.
Got the spike.
Breaks line of sight. Continues to creep. There's the jiggle peek. 𝘆𝑝 spotting him. Ten
30
backs away, and we're just
seconds
playing ring around the rosy at this point. There's the swing out.
remaining.
𝐼𝑟ON, good for one.
मार
Wants
दिया
him up on the high
𝐼𝑟ON,
ground.
मार
Puts a
देगा.
bit of damage down on him.
Oh!
So very close, but Ten will be able to drag them across the finish line in the end.
That's a huge win for 𝘍𝑒𝐿, taking the bonus just
Dono
like
team ne
GE
bonus
did in the
जीता.
first half. Now we've got a map on our hands. Now we've got a game on our hands. Oh, this is so exciting. I was so worried that 𝘍𝑒𝐿, it just was going to have kind of one of those floppy games where they just can't seem to find their rhythm. But Crow here.
ये kill.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, thanks.
Floppy game.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they're just, unfortunately, not what you want to see out of 𝘍𝑒𝐿. I mean, the hopes are so high for 𝘍𝑒𝐿. We've seen what they can do at their best. We know what they're capable of at their best. We just don't see it enough. And it's frustrating because after 𝐿𝐼𝑋𝐿 last year, I was all in on this team. I thought these guys are nuts, and well, here you go.
I mean, they inspired a hell of a lot of people, but that's inspiring.
Oh,
𝘆𝑝. Okay.
well.
Faking the tailwind a bit, pushes into the smoke, finds a fourth, and was on for the ace, but can't quite make it happen. 𝐼𝑟ON will shut down that dream. But still, only 2 members lost. Money still very good. And 𝘍𝑒𝐿 now just 2 rounds away from tying things up, and the timeout gets forced out by Global.
क्या
I
लिखना
mean,
चाहते हो
𝘆𝑝's
भाई
having
तू?
a really solid map. On some of those attacker sides, he was able to get some good work done on the entries here. He's just pushing W, hitting heads. Great transfer there, and then like you said, a little bit of a fake tailwind baits him in. The shorty can't quite find the ace, but that'll do. And this is huge now. Globally, this is a good time to take a timeout. 4 rounds in a row here for 𝘍𝑒𝐿 to start their defender side. Want to make sure that they don't
मार
get
लो
that
भैया Ransky.
if possible, just like we saw themselves. You know, GE got a 5th before finally 𝘍𝑒𝐿 was able to find their 6th. Yeah, definitely some GE fans, some 𝘍𝑒𝐿 fans floating around out there. A Texture fan.
Yep.
His name is Nada, so they really are. A lot of Texture fans out there. Is
एक मिनट है दोस्तों.
Damwon, now D+ player.
I mean, he's been in the scene for quite some time, so yeah, still obviously a good amount of Korean fans going to be cheering for them. 𝘆𝑝 as well on this roster, somebody who's been competing in Korea since 2018 when his competitive FPS career had begun. It's good to see those fans still following these players as they move deeper and deeper now in Valorant. But timeout over. Let's see what that's done for Global.
𝐿𝐼𝑋𝐿 for Global. 𝘆𝑒𝐿 left alone on the other side for now as an anchor. See how GE wants to do this. They're going to maybe try to prod their way through, see if they can get some mid control here. Again, you're going to leave 𝐼𝑟ON and 𝘆𝑒𝐿 on the flanks to cover this push. 𝘆𝑎z crept in behind the box. Flash in hand. Oh boy, is he going to have the timing on this?
They scout this. Okay, plays contact off of the turret. Texture will be able to instantly trade it back, so not as much damage as could have been dealt, but still. Very nice cheeky lurk paying off as 𝐼𝑋𝐿 going to get spammed down. 𝘆𝑒𝐿 is able to trade him through the mid door.
And this is what makes 𝘆𝑒𝐿 so scary.
Careful.
He's so aware of what's going on in the extremities of the map. You saw this on Split against DRX, right? He sees, which is a little easier of a map to read the extremities, but still, like, he's just doing a great job, and that's why he's cycling these cosmic divides like crazy. That's his 4th cosmic divide in this game, and he's having yet another really strong performance. Turret contact. 𝐼𝑟ON tries to see if anybody's pushing off of it. Not going to happen.
Just going to go for this push, though. Making their way forward. Okay, Ten wins out that first contact battle. 𝘆𝑒𝐿 and Texture will go ahead, finish the job, and now 𝘆𝑝. Storm up in hand. Realistically, try for anything here. In all likelihood, it's just going to be tuck away somewhere. Yep, right here in shops. Get situated. Just wait for that spike to go off. The timeout working here for the side of Global. Still, a couple weapons lost, but if you look at the money for Ransky as well as 𝐼𝑟ON, they've got plenty.
Oh yeah, this is Not bad at all. I don't mind what 𝐿𝐼𝙗 did in this round. I think they had a pretty okay read on what was going to happen potentially with that trap play set. You know, if Laz is maybe able to guess a little bit better on which side of the box to peek from, he might get 2 instead of 1. Maybe they can crunch that a little bit better, but it's a good reaction from G to get out of there. Again, 𝘆𝑉𝑇 covering the flanks very nicely. See if they can suss 𝐿𝑉𝑇 out here in the final seconds. They're close. No, they're not going to push.
I like the last second, you know, just awareness of like, okay, just in case he is going for a ninja defuse, let me throw this grab out.
Yeah, oh yeah, just in case.
All right, well this now is where G can really start to put a finish to this. 10 rounds locked in. 𝐿𝐼𝙗 need to make sure this gap doesn't get spread any wider.
One enemy.
So many ults to try to utilize here. See how they put them to use.
Keep up.
If I'm correct, yeah, they've got 4. Everything other than the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's half armors for 𝐿𝐼𝙗. So we've been talking about it on the desk, you know, wondering if somebody was going to try the Fnatic sort of half armor buys that had worked so well for them at lock-in.
Like info देना यार, कहाँ जा रहे players?
You know, put that into practice at some point.
Yep.
And it, you know, helps you keep that operator. You know, if you need to rebuy the operator, helps you keep your economy a little bit stronger for that. And so far, I mean, 𝐿𝐼𝙗, the attacker side didn't go so hot. I thought it was a little bit wonky with their buys, but
I mean, if you think about how many buys they were able to get,
yeah,
mid touch कर लिया.
You know, there's a couple ones where it's just like,
Seekers गए, dog गए,
the most part,
गया.
playing the half armor game, it's been working out. Fnatic,
gather up होके चले जाओ.
They did the math.
Side पे.
Yeah, no, I mean
Bunch
that's
of nerds.
Yeah, nerds. No, and that's, I mean, that's what you got to do.
You have a chemistry degree or physics degree.
Physics degree. I have a
B split करने वाला.
I am part of that nerd clan. All right, I was one of those math kids.
भाई texture मार दे भाई ये
No,
round.
I'm not. I gave up. I quit math.
मस्त time मिलेगा तेरे को. ये second time कर रहा है? इसके पहले वाले game में भी किया है ये.
Push through this and try to avoid the stuns. Ronski first to enter, finds one, 𝘆𝑉𝑇.
चल
Getting
चलो
Crow
भाई
as well,
texture
pushing
भैया.
on the back and
Nice.
𝐿𝐼𝙗 just perfectly unaware. Gets taken down and again just depth left standing. Will find one, a nice close shot, but he dashes right into Texture's lap. Says, hey,
nice.
thank you very much.
No charges left. Win.
Yeah, it's just,
Show me where to go.
it's not particularly poorly read by 𝐿𝐼𝙗. It's just
दो
Laz
choose
gets
किया ना.
caught off guard there by Ronski. And that's just like breaking the side open. Then they've got 2 stuck in link. Ronski and 𝘆𝑉𝑇 very aware here. Able to use this Cosmic Divide very nicely to cover their entry. Really cut 𝐿𝐼𝙗's forces in half. Another good attack.
Nice.
Makes things very dire here for 𝐿𝐼𝙗 division. Enough for another buy. See how they want to adjust off of this. It's tougher with global because they're a lot trickier with how they maneuver around the map. They take their time. Sure. They try to bait you out into the open. And we've seen it work where 𝐿𝐼𝙗 tries to push, you know, towards Aaron's angles, and Aaron's really good about reading tendencies of teams. Like you saw it in the pistol round, right? They tried to push him down. They tried to force his isolated position out, and it did end up working for 𝐿𝐼𝙗. But this time around, you know, or not this time, but previous rounds, we've seen where he's able to get the reinforcements there, and they kind of catch 𝐿𝐼𝙗 off guard.
Rossi from next match,
hey, क्या? And 𝐿𝐼𝙗 ends up, you know, falling short in the
Madhu.
exchange.
Yeah, I was watching the
नहीं
most
पता
recent
है.
episode
अभी
of
डाइस
Chat,
ही
and
है.
I think one of the things that they had
टीम
mentioned,
क्या
that
practice करना start होगा. मतलब
that was
कर रहा
really
था.
good to point out, so I want to reiterate
अभी
it,
तक तो
is that
वीजा पासपोर्ट
Aaron
का
being
सीधा
able to
इसके
get
लिए
reads on DRX
बाकी 5 खेल रहे हैं.
basically tells you everything you need.
ये लोग
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
So very impressive.
अभी पता नहीं क्या
In
होगा
addition
वहाँ
to that, we've been seeing an improvement in his attack side calling. Granted,
Yes.
still is not flawless. If you take a look at their attack win percentages on every map aside from Haven, it's pretty weak, but it's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, no, this is,
Right
you know,
there.
they're absolutely right, and it's why
शीरे के लिए स्पॉट हो जाना चाहिए था.
key to the game
तोड़
for them
देते
today
लोग
was
अभी सेटअप.
the adaptation and
अभी
the
थोड़ा
plays that we were
जाएंगे
seeing
close
from them,
अगर
the
smoke
ability
early
to
कर
push
लिया,
and pull the map.
तो
like
टाइम
they
बाय
did
हो जाएगा
against
किल जाएगा
DRX.
यूटिल से.
Read the teams really well.
तब तक
Has
4
been
लोग आ
shooting
जाएंगे.
them very nicely. Lockdown.
वही होने वाला है.
Gonna
अभी
be
तक नहीं पता
invested.
किल
They're gonna
जाएगा
take their
यूटिल
time
है.
with this. 𝐿𝐼𝙗's just gonna
वही होगा. सिर्फ टेक्सचर
immediately
क्रॉस
abandon
होगा.
I
बाकी
mean,
लोग
they
डैमेज
remember last time
खाएंगे.
Laz overstaying to try to get those kills. So Wise waited out just a little bit. Aaron taking a decent chunk of damage there. So
Pillar
be
plant.
vulnerable, but goes to the plant right here. The base of the pillar at hell.
Nice.
And they have it planted. It's going to be a full 5v5. Attempted the retake here for Zeta to try and deny this map point away. They have a pit. See if they want to try to invest in here, but first, Private goes out, cutting off the reinforcements, cutting off the push. Tag goes across. They identify where 𝐵 is at. Drop down. First one to fall. Pro. Now 𝐼𝑲𝑔𝑚 and 10. All dead. The texture. The push comes in. Might as well finally put an end to it. 𝘆𝐼𝑋 will swing the corner. 2 members lost, but 12 locked in. Global, they take it to map point.
Match point.
That's a really interesting plant spot, especially with the Viper's pit available. I feel like the Viper's pit, there's a lot of angles to get it to come through.
Out of heaven, have it drop down.
That's literally what I was thinking. I was like, can't you just put the Viper's pit from heaven and it'll just drop to the ground like a curtain and cover it? But it doesn't seem to enter Zeta's mind. And again, adaptations are difficult for Zeta. They're a very structured team. So if you can kind of get them into positions where things are unorthodox, sometimes they do have a tough time adjusting to that with their utility. Certainly we know they're very good.
Push कर रहे क्या? हाँ, Viper के पास push कर रहे.
Play well. We saw last week with 10 playing out of his mind, but we need more here from Zeta as they're on the precipice of dropping this first map.
It is now down. So GE widely still drifting towards an 8 attack position, but as I say that, 𝐴𝑟𝑜N looks to rejoin in with them.
𝘏𝐻 को मार दो.
Start cutting back across where
मजा आ जाएगा.
Ready and waiting. Blades in hand. Set behind right as that star gets placed on the ground. Suspecting that the push is going to come in. TLN now at the ready. Swings out, puts one in the texture's shoulder.
अकेला fight मत लेना
Not enough
बस.
for the kill.
अकेला नहीं लेना.
Forward, finds
nice.
one, but that's as good as it's going to get.
Trade.
Texture trades it back.
Blocking sight.
Push coming across here into lane. 𝑘𝑟OW with the jiggle peek. Does manage to spot him. Throws up the wall to try to slow their advance. Push out. Great timing. Catches one yet. And now 𝐴𝑟𝑜N completely surrounded. Can't win out the first fight. 𝐼𝑍𝑜 cuts him down. Texture, Vronsky, the last 2 standing. They're rotating over to A. Zeta still 4 members strong. Should be good for the retake, but they will not be able to fight to deny this plant.
Still the null command sitting in Vronsky's back pocket here to make this retake potentially more difficult. Not a ton of utility left for Zeta.
Turret तोड़ दो ना, please.
𝐼𝑍𝑜, Flash.
Free में info मत दो.
Still, that option is there here.
उसके नीचे बैठ के मारेगा क्या?
They have nothing to kind of deny angles or eliminate potential lurk spots.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Texture, he's seen the other one as well. Just 2 people, not noted, now found. They know exactly where they're at. 𝐼𝑍𝑜 low, manages to win it out somehow. 8 HP remaining. What a play from 𝐼𝑍𝑜 to keep them in this game. 8 rounds now, 4 more to go for OT.
This is a good round here, though, from Zeta. They get pretty aggressive early off of this contact from 𝐵. 𝐵 gets a great, look, a great peek at what's going on. Even finding a kill there is totally fine because he's alone on B side at that point. Like, no one else from Zeta is on B at that moment. And then they get aggressive. They start pushing into mid. 10 gets in there, and they start taking space. That's what Zeta needs to be doing. They need to be making it difficult for GE to work the map the way they want to. So that's a good adaptation from Zeta. See if we can get more of it. A lot of pings coming down from GE towards A. 4-man stack. The lot of Zeta awaiting behind this wall. Turret out, though. Looks like they're going to take a little bit more time to think about this after that flash.
He's looking to lead the dog again because figure, okay, if we get a tag, try to rush here, 𝐵 with the tailwind in, try to get that kill for free. Back away, Prowler going to identify 1. And it's, I mean, a 4-man stack right now in Heart.
Walk in.
Fairly unorthodox, but they're expecting this flank to be coming through. Nothing to be found. Instead, GE just gonna cut sound.
Viper रोक देगा रे.
Back here in spawn.
Nice.
Null command. Will go out. Will be pulsing wide enough to hit everybody over from Art. But yet now, swinging around. There's the push, and 𝐵 wins out on the fight. But yet dead. 𝐵 as well taken down. Texture tries to aggro swing into the Nebula. 𝐼𝑍𝑜 finds that kill. Push out from 𝐴𝑟𝑜N. Good for 1. Can't steady the aim for the other. And again, another triple kill in the round for 𝐼𝑍𝑜 as Zeta keep the hopes and dreams alive.
Yeah, 𝐼𝑍𝑜 having a really strong map here. for the side of Zeta. Depth winning a crucial fight on the back end of this. I like what GE is thinking here. I like what Aaron's thinking. He's like, they got aggressive after we make contact in the last round. Let's make contact. Let's cut sound. Let's hold our lines. Let's wait and see if Zeta gets a little bit aggressive on the map. But then Zeta takes just long enough to the point where GE has to make their hit that they're able to then find some of those timings, catch them on the angles. You know, Depp wins his battle with Mun yet.
Yep.
So it's good play from both sides here that comes Zeta's way.
Tell you what, this goes to overtime. Those fans at the Zeta watch party are going to be wishing that they had some chairs. Because we learned anything about GE, they don't play short OTs.
Well, yes.
Sample size 1.
Yeah.
Majja texture.
10, obviously perfectly aware of this. The flash, nice.
He dodged him.
Doesn't notice it.
He dodged him.
How does he not spot him? Oh. 10 gets away with murder. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑍 again, finding Monyet, shuts him down. They lose 2 players. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑍 trying to back away, cannot.
Nice.
The one to bring them back into this. Find parity.
Doggy.
In a 3v3. 53 seconds remaining. They can just go ahead and cut over towards A. Bronski jiggling out. Not sure how many players he spotted, but still lingering around here at B.
Great awareness for GE to push.
Oh, right here on the corner. Bronski has it. They spot Crow. They know that he's low. Aaron going on the hunt. To push through this wall. He'll slow him up. Plant now coming down. Laz not in a position to punish. The Cove comes up.
Left hold.
See what he decides to do. Another wall goes in, but Aaron's right here, so close.
1 enemy remaining.
Bazzi finds it.
Nice.
Gets the finish.
Attackers win.
A messy round, but the heroics from Bazzi bring them back into it, and they manage to close from there. 13-9 in the end. A great run back, good perseverance from the side of Zeta once they got onto the defending half, but in the end, it is Global picking up the win here on their map pick of Pearl.
This is a great round here at the end from GE, recognizing the ult situation, knowing that with 10 killing Texture up in heaven, he has his lockdown. So they don't have any way to deal with that lockdown, and they're really committed to the B side at that point, and they do, and they find 2 big kills that lets them get to the end of this. I'm happy Zeta made this a map, but I'm concerned that it started the way it did. Because it keeps happening to Zeta. Every single game, they come out slow. They come out basic. They come out readable. We need to see them quicker to be tricky. We need to see them really start, you know, coming with a full deck of cards instead of playing with a half deck.
I mean, prioritizing some more widespread map control would be great.
Yes.
So many times on that attack, we saw them really only sticking to shop, sticking to be named, and then, you know, never really flirting with the idea of going over and checking out A. Granted, we didn't see too many deep pushes for map control as well from Global.
They never,
They also never really
नहीं करते तो can't हो जाता
था. Even if they had to give up the site more often than not, they were able to win the retakes fairly cleanly. So a nice win here from the side of Global, but I'm right there with you. I'm glad to see Zeta being able to fight back, make this a map that was close, that had contention in it. That gives me hope.
Okay, if Texture gets a clutch, then he should bury me. Or let's get buried, basically, is what that one says. See, I told you, the meme.
Well, there you go, Texture.
क्या बोलना चाहता है भाई?
Big fan.
Coach big time, showing some support here. Fans in the audience. I see those earbuds. They're listening to our beautiful voices.
That's right. That's right. I know them. They're friends of mine. So. Coaches, so yeah, they're big fans. But like, look, it's like you said. You got to spread the map here more, Zeta. Like I'm talking about. You got to get some push and pull going. You got to make GE think. You got to make Aaron think, because once he's got you dialed in, once he's got you read, then it seems like it's game over. And yeah, they had a great start to their second half, but it still isn't enough to cross the line when you have such a tremendously unsuccessful first half.
Yeah, well, that fight back at least gives me hope for Ascent on their map pick. We'll see how they fare on that. First, the desk is going to break things down. That's right after this commercial break. ball, bro.
Oh, 13. What the? Teleport! Your brain age. Oh, 17. What? 해보면 안다고 했는데. 뭐야? 왼손으로. 왜? 이 손으로. 1. 이걸 못한다고. One more. I want to. 아니 해봐라 그냥.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just watched map 1 between 𝐼𝐿 and GE. Of course, Global Esports taking that win. We also watched Texture try to play with his left hand during the break. And let me tell you, I'm actually kind of feeling good about maybe challenging him if he's playing with his left hand. Right? That's what I'm thinking.
I was kind of expecting him to just hit him all and like, this is going to be such a cool segment. And it's like, oh yeah, that's not your dominant hand. You can't hit anything.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I mean, he definitely was playing with his dominant hand, the right hand in this one, because they win 13-9. I mean, the scoreline, 𝐼𝐿 tries to bring it back in the second half.
Little bit, you know, the first half just wasn't really their thing. I think maybe they were kind of pushed just because on the attack, G had so much presence and Aaron read them so well. They were prepared for a lot of those B-side hits. 𝐼𝐿 on the second half, though, this time they were a little bit more prepared. I think GE just needed to find some of those cracks in their defense.
You know, it looked like GE came in so strong that I think 𝐼𝐿 actually had a pretty good performance overall, especially in the second half. We were talking as we were watching the first half of this that it might be just you know, a wipe by GE, but yeah, I think they definitely started 𝐼𝐿 did deliver here at the end.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, at the core of that, 𝐼𝐿 kind of putting up a performance that a lot of us have been wishing for, right, from this guy who performed so well during 𝐼𝐿's kind of miracle runs last year, and then he kind of fell off. But again, it just was not enough. And we talked about this before the match started as well. I mean, Zeta, kind of everyone has to fire up. They want to go up against Global Esports today. Now, even in the first half, as we got near the end, Zeta, they started to show some life.
They did. There was a really interesting round. I hope we can
थोड़ा जल्दी close out कर सकते थे.
This was the 11th round, so right in the twilight of the first half here. And you can see they came in here. They're exploring around the map. Eventually, they do push into B-Long here. We see that GES, once they manage to finally get in, they get a great setup here with a lockdown combined with the cosmic divide. A lot of obfuscation as far as win for Zeta. And then we see GES coming here for the retake, try to reclaim it. Yeah, there's that lockdown, the cosmic divide I was talking about. I got a little ahead of myself, excuse me. Yeah, and it was overall a pretty interesting interaction here. It was really kind of showing how scary GES won, but this is the moment we thought, because I was worried this might become a pretty one-sided series, that Zeta wouldn't be able to deliver, but this was definitely a clutch, moment from them.
Yeah, playing off the Cosmic Divide. Monyet hurt the updraft, so they knew exactly when to peak, but when it falls, that's when Zeta starts to pop off because they were set up for it. They played this post plant to perfection, just making sure that G wouldn't be able to defuse the spike, and that's it.
And yeah, we saw that moment that 𝐵𝑆𝑗 was going to hold that down. For a second, I also thought, oh, this might be one of the coolest plays ever if they actually pull it off, but in the end, not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen some Matrix plays happen so far in VCT Pacific. That, unfortunately, was not one of them. Now, moving over actually right over to the next round as well, we actually see kind of some of the shakiness that we saw from Zeta Division in the first half.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can't have every round be a Matrix moment. You can't have every round be the same exact strat. It's like what Clinton was saying on this cast. Zeta needs to force Aaron to think. And this is one of those where Aaron has already got you dialed in. He knows it's going to be this execute the cascade first and then the wall of smokes to allow them to push into sight. But Texture was prepared for it. The flash might have gone through, but he knew exactly how to play off of it. Gets the frag onto 𝐿𝑎𝑍 and then updrafts upwards so that 𝐵𝑆𝑗 can actually strike them down with his Phantom. At that point, it's just easy for GES to clean up, and Zeta, that B site hit, they did it too many times, I think.
Yeah, and this is something we've touched upon in many of the matches so far, is about how do you just round to round, right? Everyone comes in with their own plan, but if the opponents have already downloaded it, you now have to kind of think outside the box and try to get ahead of your opponent sometimes.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't be doing the same strat over and over just because it worked or the same play on the same site over and over. It's important to have a way to randomize your approaches where the other team really is guessing on some level, even if they are probing and sending out utility and trying to figure out what's going on. If they're completely unsure from round to round, you're definitely doing something right.
Now, of course, the two replays we watched so far, kind of focusing on Zeta's side, right? A little bit of hope and then some of their weaknesses as well. Now moving over to Global Esports, they took the win, and part of it was, some of the neat set plays that they brought in against Zeta.
Yes, and I think this next highlight is one of those where we can actually see GE forcing Zeta to think more, forcing Zeta to rotate around so much because you have that mid presence, and then you have this Cosmic Divide. Very interesting one with a big gap that actually allows for Monyet to peek in and get Crow. And of course, they managed to get the spike down. It gives them so much space, and Texture with the flank for B-Link as well. The last player, of course, 𝐵𝑆𝑗 with an op. He was able to get one, but that is it, because this is that GE global map presence that really took them down. They actually played this round off of Coach Eraser's timeout, and I think this was one of the things that really gave them the momentum to finish off the map in style.
Yeah, because I mean the casters touched on it as well right as the map ended. It's okay, well in the second half Zeta started to kind of push back and G needed a little bit of extra time. Well, timeout was one of the ways to do it, right? You buy a little time for your players, regroup, touch upon what's not been working, and then they're able to fire right back and finish off map one.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny with the timeouts and what happens with them. For instance, yesterday we had a lot of timeouts that seemed to not have any help for the teams when they called for them. It didn't seem to change much at all. But absolutely, no, it's true. I mean, you take this break, and then the coach has to try to figure out, okay, what is going wrong? Is it a decision thing? Is it a communication thing? And they got to try to tweak those dials and get them back in there. And that was the moment I think we saw the proper adjustments.
Yeah, Zeta actually called their own timeout too, but it didn't really work out because you have a player like Texture on the other side, and he's able to really go in aggressively, find that space. He pushes up B, he pushes up different parts of the map, and sometimes with the blades even, and he's just that sharp still. And I think Zeta, they kind of get broken apart because of this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his numbers, this is it's on the very positive side of what you want from your star duelist, right? Everything kind of at the upper percentile in terms of ACS, KDA, kills per round, even damage, right? He's always good for one. And that's what you want in someone who's entering on the attacking side and oftentimes using that op on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, we've been casting, you and I at least, a Texture for a long time, and I mean, it is incredible what this guy is able to do. Obviously, he works great as a teammate, but there are so many individual moments where he's bending time and space to pull these plays off.
he's just on stage like, woo, working around Zeta Division.
I'm going to play my left hand. I'm going to play my right hand.
It's like swapping hands on his desk. Well, I mean, Texture, he was part of the core that helps kind of bring this map 1 victory to Global Esports. But let's also remember, this was GE's pick, right? Going over to Pearl. It seems like they were also trying to counter-strat against Zeta. It works out in their favor. Now Zeta, they want to take it to Ascent here on map 2.
They do, and this is where it could get kind of interesting because statistically we actually haven't seen Global Esports play this with this new roster at least.
Yeah.
They did play before, of course. I mean, with the Valorant India Invitational last year and whatnot, but this is the first time we're going to see Aaron and everyone else, Ronski, Monyet, to play with this roster on this map. But that's it. That's the thing. I think this is one of those maps where it's such a default that everyone kind of knows how to play it. Everyone has their own ideas, and Zeta has a lot of game tape on this map. It's so easy for Global to actually study how Zeta plays this, and they might be able to come up with an anti-strategy.
It's a really good point. I mean, this may be a comfort pick, where it's like this feels safe, and look, this may actually be their best map. That's a valid point, but I completely agree with you, Quack. I mean, the reality is, if you have this much data out there, unless you're really going to be mixing it up on Ascent and showing us stuff we haven't seen before, how exactly are they going to overcome Global Esports? But I also want to throw out, even though that first map started out pretty brutal, pretty one-sided, Zeta really did pull it back. It actually was a pretty decent overall map. I think they showed they can hang here with Global Esports. And I think if there's a map that Zeta could take in this series, I think it's going to be this one.
On stage we also just saw Monyet have the biggest yawn I've seen from any pro Valorant player. And listen, in a lot of other titles, we used to joke about how if you're yawning, that shows that you're so relaxed that that player usually wins the next game. So I don't know, Monyet, he's looking relaxed. He's not worried at all about this Ascent.
It's dangerous, and yawns are contagious, William.
Yawns are also
people all over the world are yawning right now. It's crazy.
Maybe that's the secret. They actually make their opponents yawn so much that they can't.
The mind games are there.
That's why Depp was covering his face up. He didn't want to catch that yawn. That might be it. But of course, Agent Selects, I think this is the thing that we can kind of see how Zeta plays. It's tried and true, and they have done this last week. I don't know what Global Esports has, though, because it looks like the exact same agent composition.
It's going to be mirror comps. I mean, this is kind of a very tried and true composition on Ascent.
And DRX has played this before as well. We have the flash and dash up on mid. It's something that Zeta tried to exploit a little bit of as well, but that's where I think it's up to us to see how Global really comes up and experiments with new strats, anti-strats to break away Zeta's structure.
All right, well, this is going to be a mirror matchup between GE and Zeta Division. GE Global Esports currently leading 1-0 as we go into Ascent. It's a battle of tape versus no tape between these two rosters. 𝐼𝑽𝑘 and Paperthin take us into game 2.
Alrighty, here we go. Well, that's just from memory. It feels like no tape has often been doing a bit better when it comes down to performance. Obviously, having things out there, this is the same composition as well from the side of Zeta, so no compositional changes. Feels like we've been seeing a lot of teams be able to do a great job of studying their opponents and really figuring out how they are going to approach the map. But we still have to wait and see. Global in a nice position, looking for a 2-0. And again, just given the losses that they've suffered, they want as clean of a win as they could possibly get here today. Zeta, however, won that second victory under their belt. Let's see if Ascent can be the catalyst to guide us into a map 3. Let's also see who's going to be walking away with a pistol. Because right now, 6-6
yes.
is the record for Zeta in Pacific. So they're perfectly balanced.
As all things should be, I suppose. But, I mean, I think Zeta fans would disagree with me there. I think they want to see Zeta come through here and do another reverse sweep, get another 2-1 victory under their belts. And it's huge for the region. I mean, you think about, you know, DFM is struggling, and we thought for a hot moment, that maybe DFM was going to figure it out. They looked crazy good there for a couple maps, and then
until it didn't.
Until it didn't. Yeah, looked good until it didn't. But now this is a heavy stack here from Zeta. It's 10 leading the way here, just checking for information. Turrets hanging out across from each other. Smokes start to come down here for Zeta. Both at Market and Alley. There is the dash. Just able to avoid that 0 point.
Oh, good nano forces Aaron out. Still will get one, but eventually ends up falling to the nano swarm. Nice quick placement there by 10. I mean, this was where 10 was, started just crushing in their previous series. Spotted. Figures they're trying to go aggro and clear out Market, but puts a smattering of damage down. As we'll get Ronski, but Munyet gets Laz. Fighting Bazzi. Down to a 2v2. 2 players tagged up on either side. Jump up, swing around the corner. Munyet with a quick finish. Finds the shots with a gun. He'll get the wall bang headshot as well. Munyet again. Kicking things off beautifully. 3K under his belt. And Global with yet another pistol.
Whatever they have been feeding Munyet the last couple weeks, just keep it up. Whatever he's ordering off of
I don't care if you get sick of it, Munyet. You got a match today, you're going to eat it again.
Yeah, I don't care if he's eating bulgogi every day. Just let the man cook. I mean, whatever he's ordering off 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿, it's great. Just keep it up. I mean, he's been absolutely insane. This is just great. I mean, but it's individual peaks here from Zeta. They're trying to take these fights
Coca-Cola Fanta.
It's like Coca-Cola, so I guess that's the secret.
Yeah, that's the trick. Okay, got it. That's.
I don't know.
Everyone at home.
For me, it's Red Bull.
That's right.
It gives me wings. Open up with the Aries, and Bazzi's just instantly going to take Depp down quite low, and Depp is playing a dangerous game going for that turret because the triple burst does 18 damage, so and just enough HP to get fully killed by it.
It's close. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, so not the end of the world there. Texture there, what a shot!
Oh my god! Texture so low, but still comes away with the kill. And what parity between the Jets? Both of them at 18 health. Funny
you
how
were
that
talking
works
about
out.
how things are balanced. You definitely got your Thanos glove on today. You got the Infinity Gauntlet. I know you hate those movies. So.
Yeah. Let's talk about better IPs. Ronski gonna go pushing forward. Does find one. Lands in the classic. Gonna be trading him out. Texture finds a second, and then Texture will find a third. Ronski, the only member to die. If I'm remembering correctly, this is how Pearl started as well.
Esports.
Maybe they lost one more person in that anti-ego. Either way, it's fairly damn clean here for the side of Global Esports. And you can see Munyet now, he's looking to do unspeakable things as he has a bucket. Okay, no. Sells it. He's going to be an honest gamer. Has a ghost in hand instead.
Here.
I mean, the Marshall in Texture's hands today has been absolutely on fire. See if he can find some more damage. Take another bonus away from Zeta. It is the half armors today for Zeta, so that seems to be the game plan here. Allows them to get a few extra buys in there. It worked better on their defender side, I'll say that. Texture looking for an angle here on 10. I think Depp's gonna shoot the utility. I thought he could just dodge it. Thought he might try to cut ahead of the utility.
Oh.
Good hold here from 10.
Okay. It's a headshot. Texture now taken down. Some Marshall out of play.
Mid flash pick. लेकिन कोई आएगा ही
Clean
नहीं.
and necessary start for Zeta. We saw Global converting that bonus on the defending side there on Pearl. Shots across 10 again, finding another. Headshots looking clean. Ronski dead, tucked into the corner and hope, spotting him. Munyet not ready for Depp to be in that position. A-site now completely open as Aaron and Bazzi will try to rotate around. See if they can deal any additional damage, but for now Zeta very much on for a flawless.
दो गन गिरा दो, दो गन.
Spike planted.
तीन गिराओगे तो मजा ही आ जाएगा.
Can't deny the plant, can't get the kill. Crow just going to be down to 52.
Yeah, knew he had heard the updraft there. Aaron knows there's something going on behind him, wants to try to clear it first. Batsy here with the Aries, just looking for these lurks, just looking for these flanks. But Zeta holding tight.
14-5 total, I guess.
Any room maneuver here for GE.
This much time left.
गिरा रहे.
It's just going to be the spike sacrifice in the end. I know Bazzi's still going to be situated there in heaven. Sprays out, tries to find a couple kills, but yeah, in the end, seems like GE making the decision not to give anything over. They don't want to give any extra ult charge or cash, so they'll just go ahead and die to the spike. That Spectre and Aries on the ground. Zeta getting themselves on the board nice and early this time around.
Yeah, and this is a great round for Zeta.
Successful round था Zeta का पूरा.
You're only investing half armors. So that's a lot of extra money that you're going to be able to bank up here for more buys on this attacker side. Texture is going to dig in, grab that operator with half armor himself.
ये जो alarm bot का जो play था ना, वो थोड़ा Ronsky थोड़ा जल्दी चाहिए था उधर. पता नहीं कहाँ था. देखा नहीं मैं actually. वो alarm bot पे अगर flash होता ना, 2 wicket थी इनकी उधर.
Into his hands here, a 5-stack at A. See if they can get this orb, get something going.
भाई बज़ी भाई spam करके मानेगा क्या?
Couple people getting caught by that one there. One yet now just going to be jiggling in hell. Thrown shot does come out, rush in, depth, trying to get on top of him. Takes a bit of damage here. Texture forced away. Off not going to be getting anything here, but the lurk in hell. One yet comes up with one, looks for a little bit more.
Nice.
Swing out from Texture, everything up is going to be left on the ground, but it was very much a meat grinder that 𝐿𝙊𝙉𝙍 just stepped into. Global ripped him to shreds. Off going to be recovered, and just like that, once more, they're stopping 𝐿𝙊𝙍 from being able to string 2 rounds together this early on.
Yeah, this is just a good hold from the side of GE. I think they get the info that 𝐿𝙊𝙍 off that 0 point, that 𝐿𝙍𝙍 is there, and that's, you know, pretty much a dead giveaway with the way 𝐿𝙊𝙍 plays, that's going to be the angle they're going for here. Some good spots. Give them all the information they need, and yes.
I mean, we need the lighters.
Yeah,
yeah. Maybe that might be a fire hazard.
Yeah, let's just use cell phones. That's what we do
Fire
these
marshal
days.
might get involved.
This is, and you say I'm the boomer. Like, that's what kids do these days. They use cell phones.
I mean, sure. I've done both.
Oh, fair.
I mean, they get the suppression onto Texture, and they're still pushing. You know that he's going to have that operator. It was recovered. They're looking for the repeat, and ooh, 𝐿𝙍𝙍. Lucky to avoid that. Ronsky swings out, will find 10. 𝐿𝙍𝙍 able to answer back for 1. Getting Crow back into this round, though, seems pretty much impossible. Texture. Sure that 𝐿𝙍𝙍 is in a forward position, but okay, now knows exactly which side he's on. Swings out, and 𝐿𝙍𝙍 gets that headshot.
अल्टी खोल दिया रे सोने उसके लिए पिज़्ज़ा वाले
on the lurk, spots him going in the market.
Timing.
Yeah, it's a bit too quick.
देख लिया है.
Get that shot. Had he nailed it, damn, would have been impressive. Now, sight set on B. A 3v3, but players.
घुसा window के अंदर घुसा.
As 𝐿𝙍𝙍 is drenched on the site, Odin in hand, swing into him. This could be catastrophic, but 𝐿𝙍𝙍, he gets the kill. Now it's one yet, looking for the clutch. 35 seconds remaining. The headshot comes across, and Laz brings him over the line. What a round! What a series of plays by 𝐿𝙍𝙍.
Yes, that is a great round from 𝐿𝙍𝙍, surviving that early kind of misstepped into mid with the op there. Like I said, even with the null command rolling, they're able to find a lot of value, but it's 𝐿𝙍𝙍 who's just hitting crazy good shots. 2 players there from 𝐿𝙊𝙍𝙍 were super weak, lined up right for 𝐿𝙍𝙍, but 𝐿𝙍𝙍's just too fast.
Yeah.
Insane.
Every time I try that peek,
I die.
Odin, it's immediate death. 𝐿𝙍𝙍. Nasty from him. Ooh, the updraft does spot Laz.
Wow.
Really aggressive here from Texture, just looking to up the pace. Look at this, he's about to run into a 4-man stack in their spawn. 10, spotting 1, throws the nano swarm. Texture gonna be dealt with. 10, holding the line, manages to find a second. Ronsky finally finds the kill, but still takes a significant chunk of damage. Down to 42 HP, grabs the rifle. Probably love to hand that off to 𝐿𝙍𝙍, but getting met up with him at this point seems pretty damn tough.
के बाद इतना क्यों फाइट ले रहा है?
Comes through. 4 members strong on the side.
हाँ शिखर, वो actually
this is them tying this up.
एरिन ऐसा mistake नहीं करता है कभी.
It's looking pretty good. A 0 point to check.
पता नहीं कर दिया
switch.
उसने.
Sugar Zero waiting. His paranoia in hell. Let's see here. Ping it out. They can get this clear, but they're going to get spotted by the 0 point themselves.
Sorry, bud. With the classic, I don't think that's going to happen.
It's a valiant attempt. But of course, probably would like to maybe save this gun.
Yeah, I mean, you could go for the single rifle save.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, just have Ronsky die, but okay. 𝐿𝙍𝙍 just sussing it out, gets the headshot through the wall. Spike will go off, and 𝐿𝙍𝙍 will just hold on to the Vandal as we get tied up at 3-3.
3-3.
Excellently done. I mean, 10 being able to win out as hard as he did, given a triple push into B lobby.
And he was late to react to that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he was distracted by, 𝐼𝑚.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, at 10, he's really good on this map. You think back to the LCQ, right? Remember, we cast him at the LCQ in 2021, and he was a monster on this map on 𝐿𝙍𝙍. So, absolutely has great presence of mind to be that lone player oftentimes. So they are going to start a little bit different this time. Spike in the back, a 3-2 setup for Zeta. Going to maybe get aggressive into mid here once again. Depp does have that Blade Storm in the back pocket. 10 has his lockdown as well. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐾𝐿 did get the no command after dying in the previous round. So a lot of big ults could be invested here. Money's a little bit sideways for GE, so this round pretty important for them, especially on their defender's half on Ascent. This is typically a very defender-sided map, so this round in particular, really have to get done, but no push-outs here from GE. So now, Zeta going to start making their way in towards mid.
Fun fact, right now in Pacific, it's 50-50
across
the board for Ascent.
That's awesome.
Just glanced at it, 50-50. Depp, again, punishing the off. Unscouted, though, is Aaron, but Depp is so quick to turn around as soon as 10 gets taken down. A great response. Two players now out on the site. Depp on the hunt, but it's going to be 0. Finding Ronski, and they say, oh yeah, we know you got that Odin in Boathouse. We're not even going to try to mess with it this time.
I love this.
And Laz is just waiting for the cutoff.
30 seconds
But, I mean, Bazzi and Moniette, there's no reason to even try. They know that the round is gone. They have to give the lead over.
You see how comfortable Zeta is on this map. I mean, they read this so well.
Can you just get this comfort on a couple
any other map? On a few other maps,
That'd be
please?
great.
Yeah.
It's like Zeta and Turkish teams on Ascent. They just go hand in hand. Moniette will find Laz. But given that he's got 4,400 banked before this spike even goes off, I don't think he's going to be sweating too hard about it.
Yeah, I mean, here at Zeta, you can afford to throw some players at this setup. I mean, if you could get that Odin dropped in particular.
Dude, Sugar Zero, go for it.
I would.
TP right in the Boathouse.
Why not? Do it. What if they do it? What if they do it here to set up Depp?
Crow double flash right as the ult is coming in.
All
right, well, this time Bazzi will be able to find it. Spike goes off.
वो लोग मिड ले रहे हैं अपने से शॉट पे नाइफ कर रहे हैं हम लोग शॉट पे भी नहीं कर रहे एमएन पे भी फाइट नहीं कर रहे बीमेन पे भी फाइट नहीं कर रहे ना मिड अलामबॉट के उधर फाइट करने के लिए रेडी है हम लोग पूरा स्पेस दे रहे हैं उनको उनका ड्रोन देख बीमेन के अंदर आके चेक कर रहा है कि बीमेन कोई नहीं खेल रहा है उधर ही स्टॉप होना चाहिए ना ड्रोन हम लोग कुछ स्पेस ही नहीं रख रहे इसके लिए राउंड आ रहे हैं हम लोग किधर तो फाइट करना पड़ेगा
before they start making their moves.
Mid shot.
Great moves. It's a great
on the fly
play call here. And again, it shows that comfort that Laz has on this map as the 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 to say.
इतना पैसिव खेलेंगे तो नहीं
know where that
होगा.
Odin is, like you said. Let's get out of here. Let's go over to A. That's going to be the safe spot. You know, at worst, there's maybe one there. They might have known both were there depending on the utility usage, but.
कुछ तो एरिया कंटेस्ट करो यार इतना पैसिव क्यों खेल रहे हो ओडिन लगा है तो मतलब बीमेन नहीं ले सकते क्या
able to recover here very nicely string 3 rounds together it's just it's frustrating to watch them in the early like half of every map on the first map they play so far it's because you know they're capable you know they're capable more that's a picture at Binbon isn't it
nice little Binbon drawing
that's cute
public lobbies में
कॉम
करके आपके पास क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास क्या साउंड है आप कैसे टीम को हेल्प कर सकते हो उनको पूछना चाहिए कि कहाँ पे फाइट करना है क्या अभी आ रहे देख मिड पे फाइट करने के लिए अभी दिमाग आया अभी ये स्पैम करने वाला है बस रिकॉन करके टाइल्स पे और ये लोग फ्लैश करने वाले हैं फ्लैश ये टालोन ने किया था ना वो प्ले करने वाले अभी
Well, I showed him the plays.
I know.
And he was just like, "Oh, I'll order these and bring them for lunch on one of the broadcast days."
लेकिन वो लोग अवेयर है क्योंकि तुम लोग ने ये प्ले टाइम आउट के बाद किया तो टाइम आउट जब भी होता है ना कौन सा भी टीम लेता है तो मोस्टली अवेयर हो जाते हैं सामने वाले कुछ तो प्ले होने वाला है इनका तो पैसिव खड़े रहते हैं और ये लोग पैसिव खड़े रहते हैं
now Zeta wary about what GE might have up their sleeve after the timeout like this just slow the pace see if they push out into you
कुछ तो प्ले होगा इसके लिए खेल रहे हैं पैसिव
that the economy is not quite as fully fleshed out as they would enjoy. Extra there with a Spectre.
Still, got that lockdown again from 10.
ना मेड रखा है.
In the last round, didn't get the opportunity.
ना अब ये स्मोक कर दे मोनेट ने उनको पता है कि शॉट पे कोई नहीं खेल रहा है.
To me, it looks like they're thinking about trying to cross over potentially, or again looking for these lurks. But the lurk is actually coming through A main for GE. You have Texture and Moniette pushing out. Now mid crunch. As well as a B main hit here. The smokes are coming out on both sides.
I mean, they're pushing around up through Gelato, but they're going to be too late to catch it.
ये hold करना पड़ेगा.
Managed to find one. Down 10 right as he was going to enter into market, and again the lockdown now going to be out of the equation. Aaron pushing out, finds one.
Chala.
Starting to try to encourage on his position. They managed to do so. 𝐼𝐿 still takes quite a bit of damage, but man, what shots from Ronski. As Global lose one, but close out the round. The timeout working a treat for them. They'll break the momentum in the win streak here from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑋 and tie us up at 4-4.
पता नहीं.
And all the information in the world
बहुत
here
कुछ कर
for
सकते.
GE.
Oh, no, no, it's blind. Never mind.
Oh no, he just went for it.
Like, oh, okay, it's off of 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑋.
But they had to have known at that point, right? With how far out Munyet and Texture were pushed out of A main, they know this is coming B.
Nice switch.
So they're really able to prepare for it. You know, start kind of pre-firing into those angles, start spraying.
I mean, I'd say
set up.
I'd say after the last map, they know it's coming B.
Everybody knows it's coming B.
We've seen him go A plenty of times so far.
Yes, on this map it has been a lot more A. And speaking of, looks like that might be the attempt here. They're going to try to play right off of this drone aggressive stab.
Players.
Oh boy.
More heavily stacked side. Ronski though.
Back
down to 52. There's the entry and 2 quick kills and Ronski snaps on
भाई
the
बस
head.
मस्त मार रहा है भाई Ronski
TP
अभी.
up from 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 does catch him off guard a bit.
सीधा
2
helmet.
kills.
और player soft.
Back into a winnable position. Lockdown, however, from Aaron available, and he's in position.
You should run.
It's going to be the attacking lockdown. Now matched. Drone. Identify 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿. Yes, still in fact in this spot. Look at this.
अरे तोड़ सकता है पता है ये lockdown.
A Hail Mary shock dart, but it just doesn't go deep enough. A little bit more.
बाहर लगाएगा क्योंकि थोड़ा.
Find it. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 in his own smoke. Now going to be detained, but it's detained on the opposite side as well. So 1 for 1. We go back to perfectly even standings aside from the HP bars.
It's amazing how that keeps working out.
Turret. Could be everything. Swing out and yeah, I mean 10.
चालू कर.
He's got to protect the spike. Razzy's got a note in, and he just doesn't give him the chance. Bloody on the A site, but Global will come away with another round win, take the lead once more.
This time, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 trying to force the issue with a coordinated attack. Lead the way with the drone, set up for the TP up onto the top right box. And it works decently well, but a lot of damage is done here as they're busy looking in towards switch, and that gives Ronski an opportunity just to lay down serious damage. Able to stabilize, but 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 clean with this Odin, ready for the repeat from 10. Already ADS there. Gets the easy kill. Now GE starting to stabilize, so
yeah.
I wouldn't have minded seeing potentially a timeout from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 there, but
Get out of my way.
just to see if they could maybe squeeze out a little bit more out of this half. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 is going to go for that Blade Storm. Shorty in the back pocket.
I think if we see GE pick up this round, that's probably when 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿 decides to call the timeout.
Sure.
Given the record so far on this map, you don't want GE to be able to get beyond that 6. That 6 and 6 half, still not super comfortable, a bit more of a coin flip, but
wait कर रहे क्या mid
not
पे.
really as bad as an
Rotation.
8-4 once again.
Yes.
On the alarm bot.
Hold करो, shot आने वाले.
Smoke comes across from Munyet, cutting off the main.
They're wary of another B hit, similar to what we saw a couple rounds ago.
The knife.
A really good knife. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿's like, oh man, my blade.
Not even waiting for any more noise, any contact. The fragment just goes out right off the rip. Now the flash through. Ronski, does he hit the door switch? No, he does not. Depth in the smoke, and he's just waiting this out patiently. Ronski finds one, hits the other, swings into tree, gets 3. Doing a damn good RB impression on that KO. Laz tagged. 5 HP remaining. Versus
क्या मारा है भाई?
At this point, it's just time to
मजा आ गया.
tail and run. Still does have a good amount of cash. Will be able to buy, but 10 down at 50. Somebody's going to have to spot him.
Turret से ही मर जाएगा crossing में.
Ping landed like right on Laz there towards 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿. They know exactly what's going on, and he's already watching the angle.
Turret से मर जाओ.
Gonna see him cross shortly. Yep, got the kill. That's easy.
And what a hold. Ronski. I mean,
Ronski.
we've talked about it before, and there's the timeout as anticipated. So now we have some extra time to talk about it. What a glow up compared to, you know, the initial introduction of Ronski onto the global stage. Wasn't it locked?
इसको क्या मारा रे? क्या control किया है?
Comes out here, has his debut versus T1, and obviously things are rough. Went through some tech issues with his
Must
audio,
control
caused
किया है
that
भाई.
long ass pause.
Yeah.
But ever since that third map, granted, even though they lost that third map versus T1, they dropped the series, he looked incredible, and then that's just been continuing onward versus DRX. Obviously, Moniette stealing the spotlight, but Ronski has continued to look better and better with every single map play.
Oh, he's been phenomenal on the KO. I mean, he does a great job setting up his teammates, setting up texture, setting up whoever it is. His utility is very well placed, and he's found, we've seen this a couple times now, where he finds these cheeky spots that Zeta isn't ready for, and that's good on him in some ways, and it's also concerning for Zeta because they're not, like, their protocols aren't quite in place where on these entries they're not covering every, like, somebody's missing their job on these entries, because, like, you have to, like basic, like, entry squad tactics, right? It's like first guy looks left, second guy looks right, you know, and that's how you kind of enter.
Yeah.
But sometimes that doesn't happen for Zeta. Sometimes they miss a corner, and that allows Ronski to come up there. And for all the credit in the world to Ronski, puts himself in a phenomenal position and capitalizes perfectly on his situation, hitting some amazing shots there too. But yeah, now he's got another no command to have that ult for 𝐿𝐵𝑇𝐻 as well. Laz sitting on his Hunter's Fury, so dueling Hunter's Furies available. Probably just going to send them when they find a good opportunity. Maybe off of a spot. The position that 𝐵𝑇𝐻's in, sometimes you can hit in towards tree if they push that position. Just play up the turret, try to go for some info in towards B main, use it there. So a lot of options for particularly GE's 𝐵𝑇𝐻 to get that Hunter's Furies out, do some damage. No reason to save it. It's almost impossible that 10 gets another lockdown unless 10 is an ace here.
Yep. I mean, it's good. Get a read here on the timing for 𝐵𝑇𝐻 sitting at that shot. Expecting that they're going to start making their way forward. Dep just updrafting, trying to scout out. Rushes forward, turns there. We'll be able to clear it. We'll be able to hit the switch.
There it is.
He's just going to get tucked away. And yep, Hunter's Fury comes across, answering Hunter's Fury now. Goes out, looking to flush him out of Boathouse, but seems like the tag's just not being found. Texture able to open, finds 10. The push up from Aaron there on ramp. We'll get Dep as well.
Usko dekh hi nahi rahe.
To the meat grinder once again. There's just Odin situated on the site.
Aaron ko spot bhi nahi kar rahe. Do log walk kar rahe lane. Odin ko.
Round 11 going the way of Global, who are yet again now looking to find themselves in a 4-half victory.
Yeah, now their defense is really
Sorry, it was 9-3 last time.
9-3 last time, yeah.
My bad.
That's okay.
A slightly worse half seed.
This is terrible.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, Sugar Zero is just, yeah, Sugar Zero is just funneled on boats there. I mean, again, you can see that Zeta sometimes just kind of forgets about angles. They kind of really want to try to clear out a point of interest that gets called out early in the round, and it's like all hands are watching that. They need to start working on whoever's coming in, you know, second or third behind the initial attack, whoever it may be, whether it's Dep or whoever, needs to be looking at the other angles, needs to be covering those on these entries for Zeta to try to alleviate some of these issues that they have from time to time. It's not all the time, but you see it from time to time, but Texture with that operator in mid, a smoke to cover that.
Nice recon, Ray.
See a crunch here, expecting a
कुछ गलत हुआ है क्या?
Zeta's so concerned about these lurks.
Bottom mid का था क्या?
The funny thing is GE's kind of trying them, but they haven't really mattered. Like, GE's just kind of holding the line.
Dep looking for the push. He's actually going to go towards Ronski, but again, doesn't check the angle. Ronski's spamming out, however. Doesn't get any kills, and that alerts Crow. They will be able to find the kill. Well,
blind था क्या?
Down one. Push out off heaven. Moniette dead. 2 players now left alive, but with all of the money in the world, seems like they're going to try to fight for this one. And 𝐵𝑇𝐻,
wow.
Again, I mean, I think he's an
Odin main.
He's been pretty pissed after that initial death to Dep. So this time he's been winning out every single fight versus him with this Odin hand. Push from Aaron, however, goes a bit sideways. Can't get the kill, and he'll get an upgrade. And 𝐵𝑇𝐻's just sat here waiting to try to catch anybody. There's just too many angles. 10 wraps around. Finds the punish. It's going to be 7-5 at the end of the half.
I mean, Zeta gets a little bit lucky in this round, I think, because Ronski, again, unnoted in that angle. And, you know, I think there's a dart that came through that drew his crosshair away just enough, but still, it went, you know, because of the great reactions individually from Zeta, it went okay, but they're not kind of doing their due diligence.
No, nahi hua tha blind.
It's another one of those moments where a little bit more discipline from Ronski would have been able to net him potentially 2 kills. And that round victory. But 7-5, again, strong defending side from Global, but attack on Pearl, that's where things started to get away from them. See how clean it's going to be on Ascent, whether or not they'll be able to get the pistol this time.
हाँ उसके ऊपर देखा तो उसको वो जेट का साउंड कैसे नहीं आया भाई भाग के गया
thing here for Zeta. They've been able to get one pistol out of the three.
Ollie भी पैर के नीचे डाला था उधर.
Find this defender side one, you know, set themselves up for a much better second half. If, as you say, if this is kind of now a 50-50 map here in Pacific, you know, you need that pistol start. Man, 𝐿 looks like he is having a rough day today, even though he started out this map super hot. I've seen his head in his hands a couple times today. It just seems like, you know, the pressure for Zeta is immense right now. I mean, this is them dropping down to near the bottom if they lose this. This is them and DFM being out of one of those top 6 teams that goes to the playoffs. Yep. You know, there's obviously with Masters being in Tokyo, we can talk about it all day, all night, and we will.
Because we can.
Because we can. But I don't know, the pressure is just so strong on Zeta's shoulders. And they have in the past, you know, one time, they rose to the occasion, but since then, it has been more difficult, if we're just being honest.
Yeah, fair. I mean, 𝐿, all things considered, you know, obviously, yes, quite a few deaths on Pearl. I'll have to take a glance back at his current statistics here on Ascent, but it's 5-1. Okay,
yes, yeah.
So oftentimes,
you know, hi Ankur, Sony, hi
opening
Ankur.
Kills, but
hi
he's being traded, so
single.
Hasn't been able to get in, get a pick, and then really be able to bail out. But he has been leading the way for Zeta in a lot of these round victories.
Yes, when they win rounds, a lot of times it's because 𝐿 is kicking the door in and doing a great job of it. Now Zeta, on their defenders half, 47.8%, so 48%.
Hello, Naman.
On their defenders side. The better side of the two, because on their attacker side, they're about 39% here on Ascent. So this certainly should go better for Zeta than their attacker side. So all things considered, I don't think that's a bad attacker side at all for Zeta. But again, when I watch Zeta, there's so much potential there, and I want to see those little things get cleaned up, those little problems that need to be addressed.
Both watching your stream, bro.
That I'm seeing
Thank
too
you,
much
bro.
crop up week over week.
Sure.
क्या लगता है पिस्टल किंग्स जीतेंगे पिस्टल?
Slow, no fast rush pistol round to be found here. Global creep up. Not aware yet that there's no 𝐿𝐽𝐿𝐼𝐿 placed here in mid. Should identify that now with how deeply they've been able to push. The wrap around and what a shot. Texture knocked down a 13. Great from Laz.
Jeez.
Yeah.
क्या चिपका है?
Nice little headshot through the wall.
What an angle. That's crazy good. That's huge now. Now you make that entry so much more difficult for GE.
30 seconds.
Or whatever site they end up going to. Now, drone here to check in towards tree as 3 members begin to push.
Great to कर दिया.
Aaron spotted, and that might have just sold the plot over.
Nice!
Oh, he swings out, perfect timing. We'll be able to still find some value. The tags across, Laz taking Ronski down low.
एक ड्रोन से बेट हो गए रे ज़ेटा वाले.
Needed to be planted, they get into position. 4 seconds to spare. They will get it down on the ground. 5v4, but
दो लो है.
HP bars not great for texture.
अभी भी equal ही है.
Here, so Monica with damage could take him down. There's the first one fallen. 10 pushing forward, finds it. Still damage across. Bazzi now at 22. Trying to get that spam through. Aaron, however, pushes up ramp once again. Finds 2 kills for his trouble.
Aaron both smart.
They'll close it out. Global just continue to win pistols, dropping 1 so far in this series.
Certainly, the pistol team of Pacific.
I mean, what do we call him now? Because we had 𝑘𝐾 was the pistol prince, but now there's a whole group of them.
I was trying to think of this.
Pistol Parliament.
Pistol Kings. Pistol Parliament's not too bad.
I like the alliteration aspect.
Yeah. No. I do actually like that. I do like that.
Most people don't like Parliament.
Well, yeah.
How are you? I'm good, bro. Pradeep.
We'll go like the Parliament, like the old band, I guess.
Team जीत रहा अपना. मजा आ रहा है.
I don't understand sometimes how I'm the boomer in this casting duo.
Because you just are older than me.
That's all it really is. Like, so you know stuff, like you come up with references that I don't even like think about, and I haven't heard the band name.
अरे game के बारे में बोल रहे हैं क्या?
Paramore, on the other hand. all about them.
Sure. Well. Zeta,
Right here.
barely any investments. For the most part, I should say. As is down to 950. So they have that full kit.
It's just really slow here from GE.
तेरा लैग हो रहा है
Really
मेरा तो
checking.
स्मूथली चल रहा है
For everything, but yeah, it's a gamble stack.
I mean,
almost.
they're shifting towards B, and look at it. It's
Wide
just
open.
10, and there's no util. He has nothing to place.
It's going to be a tough one for 10, no doubt about it. See if he gets something done with his frenzy, though. Maybe.
I mean, this is where he was able to find multi-kills in the previous game. Finds once, looking for the second, but not even a lick of damage there on a 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔 plant now going to be coming through. And at this point, if you're Zeta, you're thinking about maybe just gathering up somewhere safe. Die to the spike. Don't give anything else over. Opponent already in a really good spot.
This door makes it a little bit easier, too. You can just chill here and wait this out.
If Global get a read, they could break it.
Yeah, I would hope that Global does do that. That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, well, just break the door. They're probably there. Looks like they might push and wrap through, so knife to check.
Check close. Right up against it. The flash. No, they don't have a flash on the ready here, but there's a push in. Aaron will give his life, as does 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋. A few members going to be taken down.
Oh.
3 now. And suddenly, this is
my
pretty damn good value. As, Monyet trying to play around the timings, ends up getting it with the classic. But in the end,
महंगा round है भाई
they lose out on quite a minigun.
That works out really well for Zeta. I think GE there, not exactly sure.
30 seconds left.
Where Zeta could be, so they have to kind of individually start kind of checking these angles, and when they start blasting through the door,
महंगा round
great
है
response from Zeta, just all grouped up.
Yeah.
Mow them down, and that's, huge economic damage done.
I was thinking break the door at a distance.
Yes, me
and
too.
then kind of poke and prod your way around.
Yes.
rifles तो है
Just
सबके पास
break it and instantly swing.
Here.
You don't need to SWAT team that door. That one you
Yeah.
can just. Oh, that almost with that spray.
It's not Call of Duty. That you don't get slow-mo when you breach the doorway.
Max Payne, where you had that the bullet time
Yeah,
stuff?
I believe so. Haven't played one in a
I haven't played in
very
a long time. Yeah.
वही बोला तोड़ चिच्चा
Oh, Depp. Oh my God, this is so dangerous.
He's got to be the front line here. But Fragment's going to force him back, as does the smoke.
इसको तो टाइमर लगाया था मैंने
Hasn't spotted 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋. Either way, I think Paranoia disconnect off across on a couple people. Pro finding one, looks for Texture, can't get him. Texture somehow still alive in the fight. Suddenly 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 coming alive, finding 2 kills. The monstrous advantage now here for the side of Zeta. Spike down on the ground, 10. Spotted. Avoid the alarm bot. Narrowly breaks that line of sight. Texture now dead. Aaron only going to be good for 1 more. Zeta, the answer back.
Yeah, solid hold here. Good kind of reaction from Depp to at least get out of dodge. I kind of prefer on most rounds. I don't mind it here since you're, against the bonus. That maybe you have Pro or somebody else there with a little bit
बज्जी भाई क्या उड़ीन लेके
maybe slow that up a little bit. Slow that attack up from GE just a little bit more, but that's okay. Depp did a good job escaping there. He didn't really take much damage, just a little bit from that fragment. Oh, that poor alarm bot tried to get to Texture, but just couldn't quite get
50-50 कुछ ऐसा है ना T side city
alarm
side
bot that could, but quite. Oh my God! Well,
Yeah,
that's everybody.
That's just the full
Thank you,
5 minutes of
servers.
rest.
I was actually curious. I'm like, did that
इसको actually repair करना
It
चाहिए
did indeed. Smoke now. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, what can you say, Aaron? Just simply unlucky.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful timing there, as they're going to start trying to push up here. Top mid, but 10 also in position. Spotted.
timing
those
बोलते
jiggle peaks, and now they got to go the long way around where Laz. Oh, he's looking to do to them what was done to he and his team, what with the Odin.
Yeah, pre-firing that, expecting to put that corner, and it sets up Depp, but he's only able to get 1.
10 though. Swinging out, looks for the stability to take down 𝐵𝐼𝐹. Cannot, but still puts him on 20 HP. Monyet gets 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋. Suddenly the A site's open, but 𝐵𝐼𝐹 has the spike, so he's still got a very long way to go.
One enemy remaining.
And now Monyet's dead, so Good luck to you, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔, with just the frenzy. Hunter's Fury in hand, but don't think he'll want to pop that in the round.
Or again.
Dart goes out. Pro hidden, gets the shot. Zeta will go ahead, pick up 2 in a row here in the second half. Now we're just 2 away from tying us.
अच्छा round था लेकिन ये.
Yeah, this is a solid eco round from Global Esports, but the funny thing is because Zeta is cutting funds with these armor buys, it doesn't do as much damage as you would normally expect. You know, even though they dropped 3 guns out of the hands of Zeta,
one ले रहे हैं ना.
it's not as big of a deal as it normally would be. So Zeta's quite comfortable with this. They're doing a good job reading the map here. I like the little play that 𝐿𝑎𝑍 and 𝘆𝑒𝑝 set up. It didn't quite work. The aim was just a bit off for 𝘆𝑒𝑝, even though he's having a very solid map. The way they set that up was quite nice. 𝘆𝑒𝑝's going ham.
I mean, he's going for the rush. He is going to be suppressed here, but he gets the reveal!
Second smoke.
He's going to be taken down.
Nice रे.
What a deep
अच्छा idea था.
Like, typically, we see it on the first wall.
That was a recon dart from 𝐿𝑎𝑍. That was beautiful. The delay
nice
on
play.
that, so good.
नया सीखने को मिला कुछ.
Nasty. That's 𝘆𝑒𝑝 again, finding those first bloods. Lockdown, going to be burned over here at B. Go ahead, flush everybody out of the site. Picked up as well, Aaron. Going to get as close as he can. As Ken going to be darted. Spam coming across. Smoke now going out. 𝐼𝑚 tries to fake the TP forward. Oh. And has he seen him? Has he caught a look? Well, now they're perfectly well aware. We'll just go ahead and triple face. Texture, however, finding one. 𝐼𝑚 going to be taken down. And here's the 𝐼𝑚! 𝐵𝑎𝑍 gets 3. And suddenly it's 𝘆𝑒𝑝. Started things off with a kill. Now needs to finish it with 2 more. Jiggle peek on the corner. 𝐵𝑎𝑍 spotting him. Spike still in hand. Not planted. Needs money yet to arrive and try to save him with the paranoia. Does not connect. A couple shots through. Tags him up. The swing on the corner, and 𝐵𝑎𝑍 will get the 4th.
Nice round, Buzzy.
And good lord, Riot, please nerf this gun. I hate it
no.
so much.
क्या कड़क gun है.
I can see MxB smiling from wherever he is right now across the world. I mean, this is just nasty from 𝐵𝑎𝑍, but
yeah, well,
𝘆𝑒𝑝 had a brief moment there when he tapped the spike where he maybe could have got it, but the fake tap was the plan the whole time there for 𝐵𝑎𝑍, and he was ready for 𝘆𝑒𝑝 to push that corner. 𝘆𝑒𝑝 doing a great job, you know, anticipating the position of 𝘆𝑒𝑛, dodging that paranoia. Texture gonna dodge that 0 point. So the ult still going to be in hand. Looks like they're just gonna push through, potentially set up for a push across. I just see that Odin and I just start giggling because it's just so nasty in 𝐵𝑎𝑍's hands.
𝐿𝑎𝑍 as well, looking to just match it. See if he can. 𝐿-𝐾𝐿 going to be popped. Texture leading the charge, gets himself dashed in. 𝘆𝑒𝑛 finds 𝐼𝑚, and that's going to be hell cleared out. No weapon picked up for Texture.
𝐼𝑚, thank you.
No longer just with the blades. Land coming in.
अभी आ गया.
Very fast exec here from the side of Global. See if Zeta can pull off the retake. 𝐵𝑎𝑍 just spamming up through hell into heaven, trying to find some connections. And I mean, that is the entire team from Zeta, where they're coming from. Good damage out, 10 falling low. Really playing with fire, hovering in this position.
Oh my
God. Now the Hunter's Fury set up top, finds one, gets the tag onto the other, up into the air, goes 𝘆𝑒𝑝, but Texture snipes him out of the sky. 𝑘RO finding 2, finding a 3rd. He just needs a 4th. Finish off 𝘆𝑒𝑛. The drop down, and he's got it!
अच्छा bait
What
किया
a play from �RO!
Nice.
As Zeta retake
अच्छा
the
jump किया.
site.
लेकिन
that gets a
अपने
round
टीम ने
of
थोड़ा
applause, a well-deserved round of applause from the Zeta fans of the audience. I mean, �RO, you know, has been struggling a bit this year, but that's a huge play to keep Zeta in this. It looked like 𝐺𝑒, you know, 𝐵𝑎𝑍 doing a wonderful job down there with that Odin, spraying through, getting tons of damage, and then he pops the Hunter's Fury. He gets a kill, spots a second, and still 𝘆𝑒𝑟 is able to respond, start pushing, and mowing players down here. Unbelievable.
I mean, the fact that that's
unbelievable.
Not even really like a double face. It's just 𝘆𝑒𝑟.
No. It's just 𝘆𝑒𝑟.
Swinging out a little bit earlier than his teammate, but
वो मौली से मार दिया रे.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And from here, I mean, Zeta, they're calling a timeout. It'd be really fun if this is just 𝐿𝑘𝐿 and be like, hey, that was a really good round. Good job, guys.
What?
And it just says nothing else.
I guarantee he hit that timeout button like after 𝐵𝑎𝑍 got the kill with Hunter's Fury. He's like, no.
He's like, all right, we need a timeout. And he's like, wait, can I want to take it back.
Yeah, I could.
Please.
No do-overs in Valorant.
I'd like a refund for this. I don't have my receipt. Well, we'll see. Needs to give them a push here because now it's going to be out of his hands. If Global come back in, they win this next round. There's nothing that the coach can do to pump the brakes once again.
Right.
So it is a very risky gamble.
It's all on Laz now as the IGL to make sure that this team, the captain here, needs to keep this ship on course. They're going to be doing it against 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐾𝐿. So that round, now they're starting to squeeze some full armors in there behind it. Got Crow with his, Laz as well with the full 50. A lot of ults. 10 with his, Laz with his. So, 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐻𝐿 batsy pulling the trigger on that Hunter's Fury gives a little bit more opportunity here for Zeta to play retake, to kind of play a little bit safer. And I say that and I see 10 like trying to play aggressively off his turret. He loves to do that.
I kind of want to watch it back because it felt like it was so wild and oh, okay, great flag spray. Depth finding 3. What in the hell just happened? Looking for the 4th.
Hunter's Fury क्यों खुला भाई?
Should be able to hound this down.
Hello?
Aggressive does he want to go? Not very. 𝐵𝑎Zy turns his sights back across and does catch 10. Pushed out of B main.
Let's go.
I was going to say, I believe that 𝐵𝑎Zy may have fat-fingered the ult. But,
oh, in the previous round.
Yeah.
I thought it was an okay opportunity.
He looked panicked. I mean, he made the best of it. But I'm not sure if it was necessarily what he was intending. But I'd have to watch it back and see exactly how it all transpired again.
I liked the idea. They had a pretty good read that there's a lot of players up there. I mean,
क्या like the idea? Eco round के सामने क्यों चलेगा वो? वो भी 3 kill के बाद.
Yes, I agree. I mean, this is an eco, so it's not as critical that you need to use the lockdown. But
okay, Crow again. Closes it out. So there you go. A huge round win for Zeta. Granted, yes, against an eco, but once more, if they had lost that, they got thriftied. The coach would be helpless. Yeah, helpless to try to stop. Anything else to recover the players here. It's just great from 𝐵𝑎Zy, who's having a whale of a time in this map, mind you.
He's having a phenomenal map. This is the 𝐵𝑎Zy that we like to see for sure. 16 and 8 and 6. This is a wonderful. 𝘼𝐼𝙋𝐾𝐿 having a really good map, even though he's not on the positive side of the KD. A lot of impactful utility, as we've now come to expect from him on this KO. He's really, really effective on it. Now, Zeta falling back a bit. This time, Crow and 𝐸𝑝 playing together, potentially in short. Although it looks like maybe Crow will be drifting over towards mid. No
spot अच्छा है choke point पे,
kind of
लेकिन economy के हिसाब से नहीं करना चाहिए.
𝐸𝑝 is pretty good with the op.
ऐसा मुझे लगता है.
Yeah, I think. I mean, just given the way that he's been playing with the Phantom in hand, screw it.
जब play वैसा ही रहेगा, इसके लिए कर दिया
comment. They've been doing quite well so far on the defending side. Okay, Flash is going out. Do catch quite a bit of people as they turn away from them and swing out. Crow again, good for 1, puts some damage down to the Aaron. Texture, Sugar 0, but 𝐸𝑝 again answering back. Puts his weapon to good use and he just clean him up.
Crow.
Only 2 members down, but the coffer's very full. Zeta will tie it up at 10 to 10.
Yeah, now GE.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, whoa.
I mean, that's every time out now. Burned. GE going to be getting ready to go into this with a less than stellar purchase.
Yeah, 3-4, 3-5 after swap.
Crow really coming alive here. Like, really, he looked crisp, from his perspective. He's really starting to feel it. I don't know what's going on with 𝐸𝑝 today. I don't know if he's just maybe a little under the weather or something. Every time out, he's had his head in his hands. He's played pretty good. So, it's maybe stress today. The weather's nice, so I can't say it.
दोनों टीम्स को साइड रश काउंटर करने को आता है. दोनों टीम्स के ओमन वहीं पे खेल रहे थे. दोनों टीम के किलजॉयज वहीं पे खेल रहे थे.
Put his head down.
Same position, defense.
What the team is discussing.
I mean, there's a lot of people think closing your eyes allows you to really focus
same position पे खेल के ollie करके counter कर रहा है.
What you're listening to, and maybe you can internalize it a little bit better.
किस चीज का volume बढ़ाओ भाई?
10-10, and there's 10. See what I did there?
I mean, maybe this is the round that he just sends in.
It's time, yeah. We have
absolutely insane.
The 10-10 score line summons the 10.
I mean, we saw him in round 10. That's when he
started
picking up those triple kills.
True.
क्या करना चाहिए?
Maybe there's some kind of correlation. It's like a
default करके round बनाना चाहिए. डायरेक्ट साइड हिट करेंगे
Well,
बहुत डिफिकल्ट लगता है
Stinger,
मुझे
Wisely frenzies, one
What
share
are
of
they
every
doing?
texture. Oh my god, Texture's
What?
in the corner, finds Step, Pro, pushes out, however, on the opposite side, does manage
One
to find
enemy
two.
remaining.
Then 𝐼𝘍�0 getting involved as well, and that just leaves 𝐼𝘍𝑗𝐿 with a Stinger.
I love it.
At this point, probably wishing that he had maybe a sheriff to try to take these fights. Brandon, given the HP of 𝐼𝘍�0, can still win this out. Oh, spamming through it. Yeah, he's just about dead. Smoke not going to last for too much longer. Tries to take the fight close, gets that. That dink across, lands down to 29, but cannot find the kill. But this is going to be the round more so.
मेरा भी स्ट्रीम
Timeout
का
is
भी
4 from Global. To try to
कान
tie it
फट
up.
जाएंगे
Zeta
ज़्यादा हाई
in the
करूँगा
lead. 11 rounds now.
Let's go.
I love this. This is just, a coordinated play here. Send the recon in towards the bell tower, and everybody's crunching from every angle.
Yeah.
You know you've got him on the eco.
I saw this
Try
earlier
to,
in Americas.
Oh,
C9 versus Loud.
I don't know if that's where you want to be copying strats from. But.
Well, you know.
ऊपर शॉट पिक कर रहा है
It was actually surprisingly a very good game.
ये मॉली अगर तोड़ा नहीं तो सब
I
सामान
cheat,
खा जाएगा उसका
I only make fun of people I like.
That's fair.
गलत हुआ है क्या
A lot of B lobby crunches, and I mean kind of the original is it? It's DRX, the rush out of mid, the Bladestorm or the Phantom.
So you and I are in sync on that. I'm sorry.
It all
the
comes
flash
back.
and dash, yeah. The flash and dash into mid is DRX.
Name a strategy that DRX didn't invent.
Yeah, that's right. You
टेक्सचर किसका खाया
Oh man, Crow knows that they can push space, especially with that drone coming. See if they try to push off the back of that. They do get the spot onto him. They aren't going to use that. I mean, Texture is pretty beat up already. Not much damage.
10 का खाया क्या बुलेट
Noted.
Just a graze.
Just try to scare him off a little bit.
Yeah.
When there's a varmint in your yard, you don't want
भाई
to
एरिन ने तो भाई बी मेन पे आंग
make it get.
I like what
Here.
I like what they're doing here. You broke my train of thought. I like what they're doing, leaving Texture behind here. But there is a ping from Zeta. I think they're aware of it.
Okay, they're starting the rotations. Texture's making the call, saying, yeah, I've got some footsteps.
Oh, they're not aware. This is a double pump.
Yep, they're shifting their way back. Texture getting himself positioned. Typically, you're going to expect from market side, and he's going to hold it. The discipline's good. He spots one, goes for it, but no! The swing back, 10 manages to get the punish, but it's still
अरे यार उसको मार दिया
comes down 10 seconds, spare 10, however.
उठा दिया उसको
and suddenly we're back into a 3v3.
गलत बंदे को चिपकाया
Ronski, a big fight coming up around this corner, and he's going to get it.
Nice.
Oh, that's a big shutdown, just given how Crow has been playing. 10 still in the mix. He can win this initial fight. He does. Woo! Puts him in with a shout, but no. Now it's just Depp, and 𝐼𝘍𝑗𝐿 has the crossfire. Again, bloody back and forth. GE
Why
will be
texture
able to tie it up
chicha?
at 11-11, but look at the money. Enough to be purchased on both sides.
Now I think we got the op for depth.
I thought they were going to be in a rougher spot than they were, but they managed to get into a good spot, so we should have some fairly equal purchases.
Enemy remaining.
No, this is a great play call here. A great setup from
भाई
GE.
ये भी
Great
पंच पड़ गया था
timeout
140
to dig
वाला
into the
इसको
playbook. Get Texture buried deep there. Get a lot of information on
बहुत
the
अच्छा
movements
round
of Zeta.
खेले
I thought maybe he might just
double
backstab
fake
them,
करके
but because it's a double pump, he's able to readjust over to the other side, wait things out. I know he doesn't get a ton of, he gets one kill out of there, but still, that's enough. That's the information, and that gives, in the long run, GE the round. So really well played here. Yeah. From GE's side.
I think some people are going to be like, oh, Texture, why don't you kill the 𝐿𝐽𝑗? He reses the KO. I mean, he just had the confidence he was going to be able to get that swing.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just
fantastic
from 10 to be able to get that pivot and find the punish in the end.
I totally agree, yeah.
Oh, the push in, he's trying to play off the flash. 10 again. Spots him, takes him down. It's Johnny on the spot with it, and Depp over the top. 𝘆𝑗𝐿𝐼𝙔, a blade through the head. 2 members down. No one even taking damage yet on the side of Zeta. 𝘆𝑗𝐿𝐼𝙔 will be able to find one, but Depp finds his second kill with the blades.
Love the way he's playing with these smokes, Depp. With that shorty out, if anybody pushes through, tries to gain control, he's right there.
Oh, yes, he's got the read on this, but 10's got the shot. Suddenly, Ronski. 𝘆𝑗𝐿𝐼𝙔 trying to keep them in this, trying not to give the map point away, but 10 says no, he's had enough of this. A quick defuse. And Zeta now bring it to map point as they look to extend us into a third and final map.
All about it. It's been a great map so far. So back and forth. And a 10, just a great reaction here off that flash. Depthy up and over. Catches the
क्या मानना पड़ेगा राहुल?
Right click there, right into the shorty. Throws that smoke out for himself. I love the way Depth's playing that.
इसमें full pick करते हैं मतलब.
Done a great job there in tree. Again,
समझा नहीं
oftentimes that's
कौन से
the
situation के
initiator's
बारे में बोल
position.
रहे थे.
But that has been really solid.
Overtime. Overtime. अरे भाई डाल दे भाई बराबर डाल दे लाइन. छत पे गिर रहा है लाइन. वापस छत पे गिरा. खोल. अच्छा लगा.
Still 10 just sitting on a lockdown. So he's got that available.
मिड वाला तोड़ो. हमेशा उधर ही लगा रहा है अलार्म बॉट. शॉक डॉट वॉक डॉट मरवाओ भाई. मत जा यार. मारने वाले तेरे को.
He's still able to hang on to it and it's still fine. He still got it. It's okay. I don't think that drone saw texture. He's gonna try to push off of this. There's a spam
Bait कर दिया है. Bait कर.
Texture, but it's okay.
It doesn't matter because Depp is looking at pizza. Texture dead again, pretty much in the same exact spot. Lockdown, null command, everything pulsing through 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿. He's tucking away here in hell. Should have been spotted by that dart. Crow able to find Aaron. We'll go ahead and take out the enemy Omen. A 3v4, a Guardian in the hands of 𝐵AZZY. It's got to be the one to plant. Maybe back away and get ready for the Hunter's Fury. Ronski.
Nice, 3v3.
Kill. 10 going to be taken down.
Cool down, cool down.
The flash, swings out, staring towards window. Crow comes in, finds one. Yet.
Nice!
Gets two! But he cannot find that last kill. Laz left alive. 𝐵AZZY, 5 HP. Shock darts flying.
Fury.
The tap on it. He swings out and 𝐵AZZY wins it. We're going to overtime. This is not done yet. Global hang on by a thread.
Overtime.
Unbelievable. I thought 𝐵AZZY might play for the Hunter's Fury there.
Sure.
Why not? It's the last round one way or another. At least in that, until we go to overtime, but you're not getting that Hunter's Fury back for overtime, so you might as well use it potentially, but makes the call to try to push aggressively on the angle, catches 𝐵AZZY out, and you can hear GE losing their marbles.
अरे watch party का screen दिखा ना क्या कर रहा है ये?
Across both sides.
For good reason.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it looked like for a while there, 𝐿𝐴 was going to really run away with
𝐵AZZY.
Just at the last moment, some heroics from 𝐵AZZY was having a phenomenal Sova Ascent performance.
I think maybe doesn't want to go in for it because he's just too damn close. There's not that much time.
Yeah.
That, the spike has been ticking down. So you can play that out a bit more patiently as Laz. So knows that if he goes for the Hunter's Fury, he's likely to get rushed.
Yeah,
either
he has
way.
to get deeper if he's going to Hunter's Fury, yeah.
I mean, no matter what your thoughts on the matter, 𝐵AZZY played it to perfection. Being able to get that clutch at 5 is just insane.
He's had some huge plays for GE. Some huge ones, especially with that Odin. But yeah, that one right there, maybe the biggest one. And now 𝐿𝐴 trying to keep GE from getting their first win. Seeing if they can push us to a third map. This is what I was hoping for right here. When these two teams are squaring up. And I would love to see a third map, but GE may have other thoughts. 𝐵AZZY is going to grab that Odin right out the rip.
Thanks, 𝐷𝐼𝐿.
Otherwise, it's just Vandals and Phantoms across both sides. 𝐵AZZY just lets loose.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
That took some damage there.
He did. Knocked down at 89. Texture just looking to hold, pulled back. Shifts back over into the site. This is the drift now coming through towards B. Aaron cleaning up the turret. Back out of main.
Look how far out of A main GE is here. I mean, this is such good information for them. They can start pulling back. They got to check tree.
Door's already shut.
Yep. They're going to know it's B here.
Dart over the top and 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿. Looked like he was about to swing right into that. Definitely switch. The door broken. Dart goes across. Pings out on the 1. Aaron again. Just trying to hold on the ramp. Pushes up aggressively. There's 2 players there in the depth. He does it again. 𝐵AZZY in both steps, swings the corner, finds one. Ronski arrives. Fragment now down. It's going to be Crow swinging, finds one. One yet. and Texture, the last men standing. Texture comes in, finds 10, and now it's just 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔 and 𝑠ugr0. Spike planted, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔 at 51. 𝘆𝑒𝑛 spamming with the shorty, trying to see if he can fish for any damage. 𝑠ugr0 inches up the ramp, backs away right as the timing comes through. And he gets it! One after the other lights up the headshots, and Zeta will take the lead. Match point once again in their hands.
There we go, Zeta finding a great timing to get into this site. 𝘎𝑢𝑔r0 there at the end, playing that smoke so nicely. Right when it was going down, stepped back behind the wall, and then turned the corner and found no one facing him from the side of GE.
ओडिन चला था वो जंप करता था लेन पे तो किल मिलता था ये सोलो जंप कर रहा है इधर ये सोलो ओडिन लगा के बेटा क्या कर रहे हैं
but at that point they're already deep into mid, they're already re-aggressing towards A main. 10 has kind of only been the one spotted for a long time over on this side, which doesn't give you anything because 10's always here. He's always sitting in B main, making this a nuisance angle for GE to get out of. So now
ESP क्या है भाई?
Switch sides. Zeta, a great opportunity. With a great defenders half, thinking that this should be their moment.
Yeah,
that 66.66 repeating percent chance of what we saw in the first two sides of things for them to win here. There's my math. See, I still got it.
एक खाली छोड़ दिया.
I don't know if I got it right. I shouldn't be so confident in my statistics.
I'm too bad at math to tell you whether or not you are. So.
Yes. And I'm not going to look at chat later to see if I was wrong or right, because I have no desire to care.
Well, it's fine. You can tweet at him.
Drone करने वाले वापस. Drone bait करने वाले और मर गया अपना सुबह.
Oh, 10 just gets the timing. Here's the drone. Pushes out. There's no one else there. 𝐿𝐿𝐼, a quick headshot. A follow-up on the Aaron. He says, this site is shut. Bronski into the corner. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 still sensing that presence is here. Goes fishing for the shots. 𝘆𝑒𝑛 and Bronski have to do the nigh impossible. A 2v5. Pop flash out. Looks into the corner. They look to flush him out. They finally figure it out. They clear the spot. Down into the site. 𝘎𝑢𝑔r0 looks to hold it. 𝘆𝑒𝑛 gets one, but now he's got to go for the stick. Tries to bait somebody in. Dart goes across. The push is there. 10 swings in, but he's got to plan it now. Has he got the time? He might have just run out of it.
No!
And now he needs the kills, and they're just not going to give it to him. Zeta, they select descent. They get the win, but it's a hard-fought victory. 14-12, taking us to our second OT in Pacific, and now extending this into a map 3. Haven to decide it all. Does Zeta get a second win, or does Global find their first?
I mean, this is a tenacious performance from both teams, to say the least. Another overtime from GE. You love to see it. You love to see the fight out of both sides. And 𝘆𝑒𝑛, they're just not enough time to really work things through. And Zeta able to commit a lot of resources there to make sure that he cannot get that plant down. Again, I don't know if he had enough time either. It was like right at almost the 4-second mark when he started going for it. So I have no idea if he stuck it, if it had gotten through. But Zeta had it well timed either way. Even if he comes right off of it, they probably have him dead to rights. So really well played here on defender sides. And then Zeta able to find that crucial attacker side win out the rip on OT to get this win. But it's a phenomenal moments here from a lot of players. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔, great job across this. 𝘍 started to come alive on the defender side. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 had, I think, a really solid performance across both halves for Zeta. You know, was really instrumental in some of their attacker side wins.
And I think 𝘍, very deserving of a lot of praise from this match.
Yes.
Has been one of the players that's drawing a lot of ire from the fans, saying like it's just not performing up to snuff. This is not the level that he needs
I'll
to be
admit it,
at.
I'm one of them.
Sure, but this was a showing of that potential that is there that we just haven't been seeing from him and from the majority of the players ever since Reykjavik.
Yep.
So it's back once again. What a play, a set of plays from him to help get this victory. Still down to the wire, still very close, but it does mean that we have a map 3 now. So again, Haven will decide it all. You don't want to miss that because we've only seen it once from Zeta. And GE have been looking pretty damn good on the map.
Yes.
So we'll see what happens with this cataclysmic clash in a map 3. It's going to be coming up right after the commercial break, and after the desk, break down all of the crazy action from that overtime on Ascent. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
That's why 𝐿𝐿𝐼 was covering his face.
Right. Jump up, swing over, finish. Finds the shot with a ghost.
Texture there. What?
Him out. Texture finds the second. second. Dead. In the corner. Oh, Dep. Lucky to avoid that botting one. Throws the nano swarm. Texture going to be dealt with. 10. Oh, Marcus again the lockdown now to leave. So still takes quite a bit of damage, but man! Back down to 52. There's the entry. 2 quick kills and Rusty in the smoke. And he's just waiting this out patiently. Rusty finds one, gets the other, swings in the tree, gets 3. Doing it
shortly. Yep.
Dep as well. And now is this Odin situated. Trying to get that spam through. Aaron, however, push. Flash. No, they don't have a flash already here, but they're going to be taken down. Oh! Cross on a couple people. Pro find him. Picture somehow still alive in the fight. Did broke down one, finding one. They're going to be taken down. And here's the. And then, spray. Dep finding 3. It's good. He spots one, goes. Pro comes in, finds one. On yet, tucked away. Through.
Welcome back, VCT fans. We continue the night for Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. And guess what? We're not even done with the first match yet, because 𝐷𝐻 brings it back on Ascent, tying the series up 1-1. I mean, what an intense game between these two teams.
Like, they pushed it to overtime of all things. It's crazy how well they're performing this time, especially with 𝑘r0 and his assists. And not just that, he's actually stepping up with his fragging.
Yeah, I mean, 𝑘r0 definitely filling a kind of big gap that 𝐷𝐻 has had for a while, but also Dep popping off. And again, just the fact that they have the endurance to make sure they can close this map 2 out to go to a map 3.
And let's not forget how this started on map 2. It was Global Esports initially in the lead. When we were backstage together watching this, we were kind of saying, oh, it's too bad. We kind of wanted to go to a game 3. We're hoping that 𝐷𝐻 can really push through and deliver. And then they started to do it. They started to fight back, especially hard in that second half. Very cool to see.
Well, you guys were saying, oh, it's too bad I'm giving up already, but I predicted 𝐷𝐻 to win this match. So you know what? I think they still had a chance.
Mr. Willie here is like really happy about his predictions. It's still 1-1. Okay, we still got one more map to go.
Sure.
But that said, I mean, Nick is absolutely right. Tasteless, he was saying like the first half ended off 7-5 in favor of Global, but it's this really seesaw kind of map where you see a lot of rounds won and lost by both teams, and at the end of it, it just kind of looked like GE I don't know, maybe they ran out of steam or something.
Could be, yeah. I mean, we saw them starting to kind of lack the innovations and the calls that we saw from them because
some mistakes too.
Yeah, exactly. They start on the defensive side, and you know they looked pretty sturdy. They had some good reads on the situation coming out from Zeta Division.
Yeah, that's a lot of these plays from Global where they actually played it safe and kind of held back on the A short. This 1-0 point was really telling, and off of it he instantly knew it was going to be some kind of an A hit, and that's why he hit in this corner. And we saw some mistakes from Zeta. They didn't quite clear it. 𝐼𝑍𝑠ky was able to just take them down with that triple spray. His teammates there to back up because they had the right read.
Yeah, and 𝐼𝑍𝑠ky, I know the casters are talking about it as well. He took a little time to warm up when he first landed here in VCT Pacific, but ever since then his fragging's been on point, and he's made some good individual decisions as well. Now, if we have to talk about fragging, we got to talk about 𝘍𝑃. He's showing up once again, and with some cool new ideas from Zeta as well.
Yeah, we've got a really interesting clip I can't wait to unpack for this. We saw, actually even before the game started, we were talking about the fact this is a map that's been played a million times over. We need to see some new ideas. Well, here it is. It's the jump in with Jett, then dashing all the way in inside that Omen smoke, coming out and then comboing that with the Sova arrow to get the scan, get the kill, and then get back out.
Yeah.
And, you know, as we were saying, Ascent has been played so many times before here with Zeta. Are they going to do anything different? Well, the answer is yes, they are.
Yeah, I mean, just going that one extra step on that box, that kind of adds a small little twist, a little curveball, where, you know, GE's just not ready for it. And then 𝘍𝑃 just continues to kind of frag out to the end of the map.
I mean, that was like a 4-player play. 𝘍𝑃, first of all, definitely make some really heroic moments, but then just having 𝘍𝑃 to help him along inside of that as well. And then this one, you're just kind of seeing how Global's attacking side didn't quite fall through. A lot of times we would see Texture push down mid, but Zeta easily reads that. They already have counterplays for it, and 10 is able to anchor it down. As soon as everyone continues to push into the A site, 𝘍𝑃 had that updraft, he had the frag, everyone was prepared for this hit, they knew that B was entirely clear, so as soon as anyone who pushed in came through, Zeta was just ready to shoot them, whether it's from the back or from the front. This A site was under Zeta's control.
Yeah, I mean, they had it completely surrounded. Again, it's all coming together towards the end of Ascent here for Zeta Division. Not only are they starting to frag out, but they're working off of that. And we were talking about this, right? Starting to take that area a little bit quicker, a little bit more confidently all around the map.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see. I'm so glad we had such a close series, too. You know, we started this day off talking about how Zeta may, in fact, be the weaker team, and they still may lose here, but they are really making global esports work, and now we're going to get to go into this map 3.
Yeah, and the real winners here are the two watch parties, right? We've got watch parties in
it's the fans.
both countries. You know, they're getting their kind of time's worth, you know, to really celebrate with fellow fans. Now, if we had to pick out a player from this map, I mean, it's got to be 𝘍𝑃, right? He's just starting to pop off. What?
Wait, is that a dab?
Oh, it's a 𝘍𝑃.
It's a 𝘍𝑃.
I get it. It's hands. Okay, it's hands.
I thought it was mustard.
Yeah, I was like, was somebody eating a hot dog and they spilled mustard on 𝘍𝑃? I get it. 𝘍𝑃, kind of like
it's a 𝘍𝑃.
It's a 𝘍𝑃.
It's too bad they had to use like Simpsons arms for that. I didn't didn't quite notice right away.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but I mean, 𝘍𝑃 absolutely styling over global esports this time, putting up the numbers you often want to see on your main duelist, playing that Jett with a 302 ACS.
Yeah, a lot of innovative plays, a lot of aggressive plays where he's able to kind of catch GE by surprise, and times where he would actually just anticipate the pushes because GE got a little bit over aggressive, a little bit over eager. Times you would see him just holding up by A short. As soon as he hears footsteps, it's an easy way to just let it rip, spray through the smokes, get triple kills on top of triple kills, maybe even peeking out off sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see, and if he hadn't managed to pull those moves off, we probably would have seen a win there for GE. There were a lot of key moments. He came in there, got those picks, got those kills, and carried him to victory.
Okay, well, now we go to map 3. Both teams, they floated Haven all the way to the end. Now, let's not forget, so far in VCT Pacific, Global Esports, they play this map both weeks, right? Week 1 and 2, they played it against T1, dominantly with a win, and then they actually had a good map against DRX.
DRX, exactly.
Yeah, you're waiting for that.
Yeah, I just knew it's going to come to it because they went 11 to 13, and it's such an incredible performance. At times, like you need to be able to stand up to players like Foxy9, players, well, the entire DRX squad, really.
Yeah, I mean, we could list them all off.
Just take every member.
But they managed to do it, and that's the biggest thing. And when you're playing against Zeta, who actually didn't do as well, you know, they lost this map to RRQ. You had a lot of minor careless mistakes from whether it's 𝐿𝙊𝘆 or whoever it is. They had these plays, RRQ that is, where they would just anchor down the site. They would hide in these little corners that Zeta doesn't clear, whether it's because of site smokes that they deploy, just to cut off the site in half, and Zeta doesn't really know how to divide that. They don't really know how to break that apart. So this is a thing where the agent composition might be interesting, but also for global esports to find those little gaps to exploit Zeta's attack.
Yeah, because we were talking about this backstage as well. I mean, so many of Zeta's executes onto the site, they just don't clear every corner really meticulously, right? Yeah, they're kind of dashing and just assuming that the site is free, and then they'll kind of get taken out from behind. And these are things they need to clean up if they want to clear out the series with a W.
Yeah, I think so. It's funny because there were moments where they didn't clear certain sides, but still ended up taking the position anyway.
Yes,
that did happen.
But you know, I think it's important to note that we're already seeing some new play styles from them here over on Ascent, and I think maybe they can pull this off here as they go into map 3.
There is that chance.
Yeah, there is a chance. Now, one thing I want to note, you brought up Zeta's game against RRQ, right? They end up losing that 10-13, and this is even with 10 popping off. He has a 27-kill record as 𝐿𝐽𝐼 and still couldn't carry them to a victory. So the other players really need to step up on this Haven.
They really do have to, but that's the other thing. That's one of those difference makers, because in that match against RRQ, 𝐿𝙊𝘆 was kind of asleep.
Yes.
But what are we seeing today? He's so awake right now. He is so online to find a lot of those frags. He was the MVP of the map that we just saw. If he can do the same thing on Haven, along with 10 and everyone else chimes in, 𝑘r0 as well, who would play Breach, they might just be able to stand up to global esports and, well, basically upset all of our predictions.
Well, would you say if he can
Oh,
they might be able to win the match?
He was just waiting for that the whole time.
Yeah, that's all I can think about. I'm like, looking at Quack, I'm like, you keep going, man. I've got this lined up.
Just wanted to do it.
But yeah, if 𝐿𝙊𝘆 continues that performance, right, and even 𝑘r0, let's talk about 𝑘r0. We picked out 𝐿𝙊𝘆 as the MVP, but 𝑘r0, so many good assists and fragging out, as Quack mentioned. He's really starting to bring up kind of the average fragging power of Zeta Division.
Absolutely. A lot of times, and we said this earlier as well at the start of the show, but we spend a lot of time focusing on the actual best players, the ones that deliver the most, the ones that get the craziest plays off, the most kills. But it is important that the players who may have been a little bit weaker before, they can tighten that up, they can play well. And I think what we're seeing here from Zeta, especially in Game 2, especially in the latter half of Game 2, is that they were able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that exactly in that highlight that we picked out, the one with the 4-player, the one with that dashing onto A main, closer to 𝐿𝙊𝘆, but you have Laz shooting out that recon, which allowed 𝐿𝙊𝘆 to shoot through the smoke. You also have 𝑘r0, who was actually pushing alongside 𝐿𝙊𝘆, which wasn't really quite caught on camera, but you could see the flash, you could hear it going through, and 𝑘r0 peeking out alongside 𝐿𝙊𝘆. It's a lot of these team plays that might just be able to give Zeta the win that they are looking for.
Well, it is gonna go down to the wire, map number 3 between Global Esports and Zeta Division. Global Esports currently starving for a win in league play here for VCT Pacific. Meanwhile, Zeta Division, they did get that win against RRQ, but if they want to live up to the reputation of 2022, being the best team of Japan, the representatives of Japan, potentially trying to go to Masters Tokyo, they got to get this win as well.
Yeah, it's so important for them. So many Japanese fans watching right now, rooting for Zeta. Zeta had, I think, a game back there that if you weren't a fan of Zeta now, or before, excuse me, you are now. At the same time, if Global Esports does fall down here, they're going to be tied with Detonation, 0-3, as we, clean up week 3 here in Valorant, and it's going to be tough to recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, people are already trying to start crunching the numbers on what are the possibilities, which teams still have a good chance of making it to playoffs. After week 3, we're going to have a clearer picture. And if GE
next watch party
win,
it's going
to look a little tough now looking at the competitions. We're seeing the Breach coming out for Zeta versus, we're seeing Sky and 𝐾𝐘 on the other side, whereas Zeta going with Breach and Silva, much more of a traditional setup here.
That's right. This is exactly the same comps that they played last week. A little bit traditional on both sides, but also a little bit interesting that you have Ronski still on the KO, and you have the Sky coming out for Global. So slight differences, but this is Haven after all. And this is where I think we really need to see Zeta, if they really are looking to find that win, they need to make this comp work.
Absolutely. Global Esports looking for a little bit more of the flashes going into the sites, going for those duels, trying to just win over with firepower. Meanwhile, Zeta looking for a little bit more intel with that Silva and then supporting with the breach. We'll see how these comps work out. We're going to map 3 between Global Esports and Zeta Division.
Control. Breach turn nahi hai aur
indeed we are, and it all comes down to
Astra
this
pool
now.
bhi nahi hai.
I mean, the desk setting it up perfectly there. Zeta trying to get that second win. Global desperately
Mumbai hoga to haan milte na bro.
First, want to be separated from from the bottom of the pack.
Lekin lagta nahi Mumbai mein hoga next.
That same score line as that nation, because just from what we've seen from them, they're not.
Hoga to zarur milenge.
They're unworthy of that.
Yeah.
You know, they have shown us incredible performances. They pushed DRX to the limit, but now this is the final hurdle in the series. It's going to be the first time they're starting on the attack.
Yes.
Need to see how many rounds they can rack up. Widely, they look good on this. And as they were mentioning, Zeta, it's a map that they did drop to RQ.
Yeah, and Zeta's been struggling on their attacker side. So for them to come here on the defender side, hopefully they can kind of set the tempo, set the pace, come through with a strong side. If they can find another pistol win, that'd be huge, I think. I mean, like, every pistol win, it feels like
last map,
so crucial against GE because these matches are so close. And for GE, man, like, if they drop this map, I don't think that's the likely result. I think they are, right now, from what we've seen, potentially the better Haven team, but it would be so heartbreaking because they've been so close so many times. And to have this one not come through would just be devastating for their mental, I feel like.
I mean, we again talk about, you know, tape versus no tape.
Right.
Backside clear,
Didn't work out for GE in the last map.
Spike planted.
Look at how far out Zeta is here towards attacker spawn.
He's far out, man.
Yeah, he's far out, man.
Crow gonna back away. As Aaron trying to play around the back, the drone leading, finds one. Classic over the reload, the push. Coming in, 𝐼𝑍ℎ, however, unable to find the kill. But now, Laz jumping the corner. Goes ahead, gets the headshot. 𝐿𝑍ℎ take it down in the meantime. 10 finding the kill, one yet. Pushing forward, will also be able to finish him off. Tries to go aggro.
Oh, nice!
How does he do it? Triple kills in just about every pistol round. And GE will continue to just absolutely dominate. When there's no economy, when there's barely util, and it's just raw aim and pistols, they continue to excel.
Well,
16-5 now.
The timing here for Aaron to get right up to that box right as the drone comes over top to stall this flank from Zeta is huge. And I mean, 𝘆𝑒𝑡, I mean, just what a monster he is.
Yeah.
That is so huge here for GE. He is just time and time again coming up with these massive rounds recently. And, you know, I guess if you are forever in the future going to be a controller player in Valorant, you need to make sure your name starts with an M.
Yeah.
That is apparently a prerequisite.
I mean, it's been known for a while. Boaster's been considering changing for like a year.
To Moster?
Yeah, to Moster.
I like that.
Remember that tweet from last year? He's like, yeah, you know, all these guys are cracked. They have so many good controllers with names to start with M. So it seems like it's just a matter of time.
I remember everybody was like, Booger Zero? Like,
yeah, I don't think that one's
that one doesn't sound so good. Yeah, it's a little too close to Booger Zero, so.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there's been worse names in esports.
That's true.
We had a top laner in League of Legends who went from being called Dart to Part, and also at one point named himself Fart.
Yeah,
really? He went full.
He name changed 3 times.
See, stuff like that just boggles my mind. But you know what? They're players. They can do what they want. As long as they play good, who am I to?
He didn't.
Particularly
the most impactful. Anyway, we'll focus back in as this creep has come through over towards A. Long, widely abandoned here from the side of Zeta. 𝐿𝑍�h gets himself into hell. Laz, though, with a frenzy at range, finds one. 𝐵𝑎Zy only able to trade back a singular kill. Death, however, as the explosion of death continues, is going to be the last one standing. Gets that headshot across. Aaron tagged down low. Push on the corner, and 𝐷eath gets the 4K for the Thrifty to tie it up.
What an answer! And he's going to grab the Bulldog to boot. What an answer from Zeta. The Frenzy's working a treat here for them. The crossfire good, and 𝐼𝘍𝑒𝑡 cannot find that opener. Had he gotten that, maybe the round goes very differently here for GE, but look at the crunch here. Look at the timing on that swing. 𝘍𝑒𝑝 so fast to react. By the way, 𝘍𝑒𝑝 on Ascent averaging 200 damage a round.
Yeah,
he is feeling it now.
Well, that is just impeccable. They were talking about it widely. Looking like he was not in the game. His head wasn't there. He's awake.
He's here.
He has arrived. Sprays. I mean, yeah. You're just slow walking into the spray. Aaron doing a nice Angel impersonation back at Champs. Or maybe it was Copenhagen.
That's
I don't
the second time we've seen that from 𝘍𝑒𝑡. Yeah.
I do love you, Angels.
I love Angel too, but he's got a bad rap.
Been doing a lot better this time around. 𝘍𝑒𝑡 still looking to hold things down. Dashes into his teammate. Pro is pushing forward. 𝘍𝑐TY will be able to find two, but 𝘍𝑒𝑡 gets a second to finish things out. 𝘍𝑒𝑡 going to be 2-1.
Yeah, good hold. Not much to take home from that round here for GE. Just tried to go for the hard push and
synergy.
Still mostly half armor. 𝘍𝑒𝑡 is going to go for the full armor. Is he? He is going to keep a rifle. I was curious if he's going to go like super eco, just go for the blades, shorty or something. But he is going to drop down to that half armor. So okay. Looks like he's going to be hanging on to it. Laz already sitting on that Hunter's Fury. See if he's going to hang on to it.
𝘍𝑒𝑡 just still fully invested in this half armor strategy.
Yep.
Should have the read here. 𝘍𝑒𝑡's gonna go for the push. They
my
get the reveal. A bit of damage down. Swings on the corner. 𝘍𝑐TY dead. Aaron taken out. Texture counter swings. Finds 𝘍𝑒𝑡. But then for the added punish. And suddenly it's a 4v2. I mean, GE, they knew exactly what was happening as soon as the fault line, as soon as they hear that tail went forward. They know that he's in window, but
didn't matter.
They just don't have the cover.
Well, and Laz here has been phenomenal with his utility on the last couple maps. Finding some great information and then following up with the Hunter's Fury as well to get all the spots onto GE. I love the aggression here from 𝘍𝑒𝑡. I love the tempo they're setting. This is what you want to see. You want to see changes of pace. You want to see adaptation. You want to see different looks, deeper playbooks from 𝘍𝑒𝑡. And that is exactly what we've gotten on the last two maps. Didn't get to see it much on Pearl. You're on Ascent and Haven so far. Looking really good.
𝘼𝑍𝑒𝑡 spotted, thinking about going for the one-way.
Drone है ना? Drone होने वाला.
Smoking. Ooh, I mean, there's a pretty significant gap. Gets himself into the corner. The drone coming forward, and yep, it's been spotted. TP's away. Paranoid to try to buy some time. Fault line not quite going to connect. Nobody watching Heaven for now. 𝘼𝑍𝑒𝑡 again getting himself into a forward spot. He's trying to play this out so sneakily, but eventually the shots will connect. Bronski now having to do just everything, but unfortunately there's just too many targets. Like a dog in a pet store let off the leash, doesn't know what to go for.
A dog in a pet store, like, is it the chew toys and the, like...
Do I want this one? Do I want the tennis ball? Do I want that one?
Got it.
This one swings!
Now I understand. I mean, that's tough, but, I mean, 𝘍𝑒𝑡 here is just on it right now. And the confidence has to be sky high. They knew, 𝘍𝑒𝑡 was going to want to play in his smoke there. They're just spamming it down to get the secured kill. The discipline here from 𝘍𝑒𝑡, so strong.
Congratulations, bro.
And, on the last map, the other thing I really would like to highlight for 𝘍�Ｅ𝑡 is the tremendous amount of assists they had on their initiators and their controller.
I think he saw just as much. Doesn't get stunned, but it doesn't matter. Can only put 𝘍𝑒𝑡 down to 51. Very aggressive updraft just to see if he can spot anybody else over towards A main.
Well, free A side, hey?
Yeah.
There is a nano there. And he's going to get popped, but 𝘍𝑒𝑡 able to play it a little bit more towards sewers. Gonna drop it down, Texture. Angling into the 𝘆𝑒𝑡.
क्या stun आ जाएगा तब तक उसका.
Nano at the door. Let's see what this retake looked like for 𝘍𝑒𝑡. A lot of
Paranoia नहीं बस.
They're in with a shot. Bronski going to be eating a little bit of that damage from the aftershock.
Wait कर रहे हैं ult का.
The pulse coming across. 𝘍𝑒𝑡 out, delaying. Thought about using the Seekers earlier, but Bronski says no. I'll delay with ult, then use Seekers late. Nicely timed util. Texture finding one. Step again. Blades gets Texture. What? The spray comes in. Aaron's going to find three. And that will be global turning the tides around just a bit. Lose out on 2 players, retain 3 rifles. They find a second round, they break the streak.
Yeah, it's great ult staggering here from Global Esports, and it really is that null command that keeps Zeta from being able to really muster any kind of retake. They had a decent amount of utility. The fault line was back online for 𝐼𝑘, but they can never fire it off. And by the time they try to push through, GE is able to line up the crossfires in the utility. I mean, what a tremendous round there for GE to bounce back. It was starting to look like Baby Zeta had a firm grasp on this, especially with 𝐵 coming out there getting that early kill.
I'd love to take a glance at his
garage window
first kills, first deaths in this series, because it feels like 𝐵 has just been stomping in that regard.
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, the look in on that one at the end. 𝐼𝑘0. Oh, his head spotted.
Short
Texture takes it clean off.
Nice one.
There's 2 quick opening kills. Can he get the third? No. 𝐾 will shut him down, but he took a good chunk of damage. And Aaron's there for the alley-oop. A nice quick push through garage. Now the post-plant util is set up. And that's 𝐵 and 𝐿𝑊𝙉 making the call to just go ahead and save.
10-4.
10-4?
Yeah, for 𝐵.
Hot damn. That's pretty good.
he's having a phenomenal series.
Wow. That is going to tie us now as they just wait for the spike. You see, they probably have a decent idea that this is going to be a save, but still ready with a util just in case. 𝐵 will scout. Flash not going to give any audio cues.
Well, 10-4 before Haven. He's gotten a few.
Right. So now he's in an even better situation. But okay, spike goes off. Global finding themselves in a fairly stable position. Texture dead, but 2,500 to the bank. We'll have a full buy. It's just a fantastic opener from him. A glimpse confirms that 𝐼𝑘0's there. Sees the gun barrel, takes down 10.
And the expectation of that paranoia to stay above it, so good to get above that utility coming out from 𝐼𝑘0. Really nice play here. Really nice heads-up play from Texture.
Now though, I mean, you hear that at the end, all quiet on the global front. Not having those big pop-offs, they know that they are still very much in the trenches here.
Yep.
The turret goes up, 𝐵 looking to cheat forward, will be spotted. He still gets bad. He gets Texture as well. And there's another one added to the board. Ronski with a nice return fire, but then 𝐵 anticipating the push. And now he's on for the ace. What is this man on today? 5 HP, he's got to back away, but the damage is dealt. I talk about stability. That just gets shattered. The floor just fell out from underneath Global.
He's out of this world right now. I mean, that is just unbelievable from 𝐵 to use those dashes to get out of there safely with 5 HP at the end of it even. And now it's kind of a double pump here for 𝑉CT.
Last
double
match
back towards the B site.
Last map
being held by 𝐾.
Overtime, 12-14.
See if 𝑉CT can maybe get another kill and get this plant down.
Oh, well. Giving up his position, and 𝐾 wisely not even going to try to challenge this one. Plant comes down. Using the knife does at least confirm that there's nobody else playing from that A-Link side, but for the rest of the team, can at least suspect one from mid given the drone. Or the audio cue 𝐵 still on for that ace, mind you! And he gets it in the end!
Insane. I mean, just insane from 𝐵. Just to take full control over mid here. And just absolutely go bananas. I'm just flabbergasted with the way he's playing here today. I mean, that first one a little bit whiffy, but that's okay. He's right back there for the second. The third is crisp. Oh, that fourth one. Clean on top of the box. The timing, the crosshair placement, immaculate. The fans should be loving that for Zeta.
And this was the 𝐵 that we were promised, the one that we expected since their performance over at Reykjavik.
And that, folks, is why they call him the child of God. He is insane at times.
I mean, we talk all the time about 𝐺𝑒𝑠𝑖 𝐵. Him being able to compete in multiple esports, 𝐵 is very much the same in that regard. Maybe not quite as wide as far as the genres are concerned, as Texture's going to eat a team flash. But as far as FPS goes, he's been ever present.
Just a little bit of kind of fact-finding here for GE. We saw this against DRX, where they put a lot of pressure as they try to set up for a C hit. And there is the lockdown there
लेके
for
बैठा
Aaron.
कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा उनको अगर इसको
They wanna
पीछे नहीं
create
भेजेंगे
some
तो
space, but they don't
Talk
get any
कर रहा है क्या
response out of the Killjoy utility. What they did against DRX was Buzz really likes to play in the garage there with that utility, or well, DRX should, whoever's playing Killjoy for DRX. And they didn't find any of that utility really. So other than the one nano swarm, the turret wasn't there. They weren't able to see the other nano. So now they are going to re-aggress here. Just checking for any lurks. Dep is starting to push space.
Breach.
Okay, fragment in the back. Shots flying for the pop flash through that smoke. Sugar's here going to be taken down. 𝐿-𝐻 swung over towards garage side. Would have been able to get texture, but maybe it doesn't matter too much as they get flushed back. Another elimination. 𝐵AZZY answering. Dep now on the flank. Finds the headshot, strands the spike out into the open.
I got the spike.
Seemingly detain texture. Moving towards Laz. Footsteps.
Time.
Third
10 seconds
noted.
left.
And there's just no time. Again, similar plan. Dep already approaching on this position. One kill gets him a dash. Push out. He's spotted. He's not ready for Dep. The cleanup comes through. And 𝘍𝐸 will stretch the lead now by 2.
This is great patience here from 𝘍𝐸. GE, again, working these garage hits that eventually lead into C to try to clear the utility, get into the site. But Dep in the backside of all of this was able to identify Aaron's alarm bot, throws a smoke down to get around it, has to use a dash to get around it, to make sure he doesn't trigger it. I'm not sure if Aaron would have been close enough anyway at that point, but regardless, Dep's able to get into the flanks unnoted. So even if, I don't know exactly, I think Aaron might have been too far away for that alarm bot to honestly be available. But regardless, Dep's still, kind of doing his homework, right?
Sure.
Like he's making sure that even if Aaron is still lurking or close, that he's able to get through. Regardless, the flank is good for Dep. Gets that big kill. Forces texture to grab the spike and move back over to B. And then Laz just able to kind of bait texture out, set Dep up.
I mean, it's better safe than sorry. Because
yes,
I think we've all had it where you're trying to create past that alarm bot or a trademark. Maybe not trademarks as much these days, but they still exist from time to time in your ranked games. And then you say, okay, it's deactivated, and right when you're about to get out of range, it reactivates, tags you, and suddenly you get headshot. Right. Exactly where you are.
Exactly.
So it's just way better. Oh no, don't leave him hanging.
अरे दे दे भाई उसको fist bump दे दे भाई.
10.
Okay. Oof. That's close.
It's the most dramatic moment of the night.
I can
10 for God's sake!
I can see
fist
some
bump him
people
now!
in the crowd looking at us and laughing for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
No, I appreciate it. They get the humor of the moment as we do. That's what we want here. That's what we want here. Now, we have a double push out A.
I mean, if he doesn't get that fist bump,
right, then
the series is over.
Right.
Everything's going to fall apart. Laz is going to be tilted. Paramount.
No, I fully agree. Dep getting really aggressive here early.
Oh, and what a... Yeah. Oh, my... What?
What?
एक बार मारा था ना texture.
Spotting him. Crow will be able to snipe texture, though.
Umpire.
Answering back.
Flash
Swing on the corner. Even though he's dodged up. 10. Aligns the headshot. Swings in. Finds 𝘍𝐸. Snaps onto Aaron's skull, as well as 𝐵AZZY. And this is the 10 that strikes fear into the hearts of his opponents.
जाग गए क्या?
Dep can do it. 10 can do it too. A blink and you miss it round. It costs 𝘍𝐸 basically nothing.
I mean, I love that 𝘍𝐸's getting aggressive against these ecos. I mean, Dep was pushing space over through A main, like right out the gate, almost. Like him and Laz were kind of working together a little bit just to see if GE would poke. Once they didn't, he was on his horse. He didn't need to be because.
अरे 𝘍𝐸 ने इधर मॉली डाला, इसने 10 ने उधर मॉली डाला, तो उसको मारने जा ही नहीं पाए. उसको टाइम मिल गया. बाकी प्लेयर्स को भी आने के लिए टाइम मिल गया.
Thrown in and oh my god, the spot! Oh my
Oh,
god!
and Dep says, yeah, I'm going for it, and finds one. Can't set him for the other. Laz now looking for the follow-up. Will be able to get 2 before getting taken down. The jump on the corner, and it's 2 back-to-back lightning-fast rounds, pun not intended. As 𝘍𝐸 just storm away with this lead, 7-3. And again, we talk about the strength of both teams on the defending side. The more rounds that 𝘍𝐸 get racked up for themselves here before we swap, the better.
This is crazy. I mean, just the confidence is just flowing through 𝘍𝐸. I mean, just absolutely insane. A lot of ults to play with for both sides. Seekers, again, that null command that proved really powerful for GE here on this A side. It's an ult for 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃. Oh, 10 knows.
And he does, and 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃 now so very low.
Oh!
Somehow wins out the fight. And given the snappiness of the aim of 10 in the last couple of rounds, very damn impressive there from 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃. It's been having the quietest map of the series so far. 𝐵𝐵𝐼 holding pretty much solo behind. Smoke goes out, cutting off connector. Nanoswarm pre-placement in from Aaron. Good timing. Bronski goes ahead, pops the ult. He's looking to nullify everybody on the enemy team. Catching all four, spray through Aaron, finding two. 𝐎𝑎𝑘0 answers back, we'll find one. Texture goes into the smoke. Things are starting to slip away just a bit. 𝐸∞ now in a 1v2, but the time just isn't there. But yet we'll be able to get the final headshot, manages to stay alive through it all. And that is now 4 rounds here for Global, finally breaking the 4-round win streak from Zeta. But they need this 5th to start feeling comfortable.
Yeah, 10 just a step behind to find 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃 as he comes out of his TP. Aaron here doing a nice job working that smoke. Knowing they were coming. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃 good for the final kill once it's all said and done. So the GE fans, after 4 rounds, have something to cheer for again. Yep. Still a lot of ults though for Zeta. And now some tools to work with. Still the Seekers for 𝐵𝐵𝐼.
Oh, yep, again, looking to go aggro. 𝐴𝑟0 as well. Looking to support if necessary from Sewer. In the meantime, the rest of Global turning their sights towards B. Tailwind up over the top. Dog.
It's good, nice.
𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑃. 𝐿𝐴 trying to get into a position to punish. Spots him for a moment. They get a flash dedicated to him, but now 10 just pushes out of the smoke. Off the flank. The lockdown forcing everybody else back. Spike did get planted. Seekers go through. The tap in. They're looking for the clear. They're so close to getting it, but now he manages to hold this to half. Step for the ult, finds Wronski. Suddenly, it's all on 𝐵𝐵𝐼, and he is dead as 𝐵𝐵𝐼 collects a 3rd. We'll ride into the second half with Zeta out in front by a large margin, an 8-4 half for them.
Switching sides.
I mean, I just love this from Zeta. Just the pure confidence to just, you know, I mean, 𝐵𝐵𝐼 early again, pushing space, whether it's an eco or not. That's the game plan here, and 𝐵𝐵𝐼 has been absolutely nuts these last 2 maps.
It's an incredible performance.
Second round
He's just insane.
I don't know. He's feeling it now for the first time in a very long time. Just rushing the lobby, and again, I mean, whatever he's doing with his head in his hands, it is working a treat.
Why not?
As we go into this halftime, and
gun rounds,
he's right back to just meditation.
एक window push किया है, first gun round था अपना GE का, तभी opponent Zeta ने window push किया.
It's just great to see the performance
तभी एरिन ने garage का angle छोड़ा.
But again,
garage से मरा हुआ.
It is. It's just that
awareness नहीं था क्या हो सकता है.
Clearly, it's not like he's actually worried or concerned or anxious.
Default
just what he does. This is just how he
Zeta
focuses. That's fine. If it
और
works,
एक था जिसमें डेप्थ ने एस मारा.
Don't stop doing it. But
उसमें mid control लेने के लिए आ रहे थे, garage pressure करके C बनाना था.
Hopefully,
वो भी important gun round था.
Momentum and this confidence, you know, once
उसमें
Zeta got that second round win, got that
turret activate होने के पहले वो बाहर आ गया box से.
It seemed like that completely changed.
Turret activate होता वो flash करता था. और वो time पे अपना एक भी player window पे क्यों नहीं था मुझे नहीं पता.
Come through on their attacker side because they need.
क्योंकि एरिन खुद turret लगा के खुद window जा रहा है.
Needs to continue breaking down these doors because he has been instrumental in their attacker side when it's gone right for them so far today.
Still, both teams struggling with their attack halves. Zeta, though, looking way more fired up than on either of the previous 2 maps. GE need to rally.
और breach नहीं है, Astra नहीं है, हम लोग.
It makes this pistol that much more
और
important
नहीं
for
है.
Zeta.
तो A पे late control ही लेना पड़ेगा ना. वो लोग को आगे आके बैठने दो lobby के अगल बगल में. शॉट पे तो डॉक करके क्लियर करेंगे. अर्ली राउंड तुम लोग को ए पे देखने को भी जाने का जरूरत नहीं था. मिड विंडो पे ही
as an organization since the start of 2023
स्काई को यूज करना था, फ्लैश और पिक करना था.
They're looking to add a 17th.
God, that's just not even fair.
A पे जाओगे कैसे पास? उनके पास breaches हुआ है, jet है.
Anticipating a hit if they're going to try like a paranoia
Breach stun
flash
करेगा,
and
so
then
recon करेगा.
push
उनको
out with
info मिलने ही
texture.
वाला है.
It's not going to be coming. It's an A hit. 𝐵 gets stalled up for a moment.
और कितने बार उसका recon तोड़ने के लिए aware नहीं थे. ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया है बहुत बार
Quick
recon.
rotations from GE off of that.
Zeta decide to back away from this. GE in a four-man stack scenario with just Aaron operating between B and A.
Stone check करना भाई.
To push up. 𝐵 just around the corner. Flash out, they swing. Nothing spotted, but they'll hear the drone. Down into sewer. 𝐵 finds the first kill. Dashes over to the side, but he's going to be paranoid. Ronski's able to counter swing, finds that kill. Poking and prodding here. 0.
B पे जो 1v1 चल रहा है ना, वो important है बहुत.
Meantime, 10 gets himself here onto the B site, and oh, like ships passing in the night. Aaron does not see him.
Dart gives away a lot of information.
Nice.
Aaron, dude, he's so good with the frenzies.
Finds one, full blind onto 10. Nano swarm to buy a little bit of space. Push out though. They double jump. 𝐼𝑲₃'s got some extra covering fire. And he'll clean up too.
30
Aaron now
seconds left.
left all in his lonesome, and yeah, it's not going to be the 17-5. Zeta will close out the pistol crucially.
This is huge. Huge for Zeta. You know, GE, I like the setup they had in the beginning. The play here at long 8 is a pretty even trade. But with that rotation from Zeta, good mid-rounding here from Zeta, shifts the weight of the map over to the B site, and the heavier part for GE is still over on A. And so therefore, Zeta's able to get there, get that plant down.
Oh, 21-6 and 1 from 𝐵.
He is just unbelievable today. These last two maps, clearly, he's been much more comfortable. And this is a full stack.
Yep, full stack push coming out of C. Alarmbot is there to play spoiler to this. 10, watching, sees nothing. Smoke comes down. Yep, puts it into the ground, and this should tell 10 everything he needs to know. They get the watch, he swings the corner, it's 2 quick kills. But, yeah, very easily cleaned up. 𝐵 now going to be the last one left, trying to approach from behind. Can recover that Spectre, so at least has that in his hands. See if he can get anything, any additional value. Any ult charges. All of it will be great, but the spot is being watched. In, okay, spots one. They know exactly where he is. Quick pop flash, sees him. They break line of sight, the plant now coming through.
किसको बता रहा है गन
He does upgrade. Laz is low, so maybe a chance to take away a little bit more. Step up onto the high ground.
देख ले, इसको पता है.
This, but won't be able to get it. That will finish him off. That's Zeta now locking in their 10th round.
Yeah, it's looking pretty darn good for Zeta.
Mr. Bapu, अभी भी time है दोस्त.
Mishaps towards the end of this round, but yeah,
Wait.
This is red. Obviously, with that smoke there, a pretty dead giveaway. Something's going on. They have a good one. You know, 𝐼𝑲₃, a little bit odd there to not be aware that somebody might be coming from that angle, based on what you had just seen. But you know what? It's okay in the end of the day. Now it's mostly full armor here for GE. Still a couple rifles and a couple bulldogs.
Saying, hey, they're not going to sack C twice in a row.
Nope, and
not
they're
on the buy round.
Certainly not, and they're right.
In fact, they just go ahead and fully back away. Aaron,
nice.
What is that?
Hello?
Just sprays across and takes out 𝐼𝑲₃. I mean, there's your defensive smoke squad now.
That's payback for what happened earlier.
Well, that's payback. In fact, his 𝐵 is just going to be able to take him down. 𝐵 tagged up, 30 HP remaining. Dash in, texture. Leads the charge. Flashes go across. When he able to get one, texture finds a second. Smoke down, now thrown down. As the shock darts start flying through. Puts it out, but he certainly has his work cut out for him. He's just holding for the finish. Texture will be able to get it. And right after the defuse comes through, texture dies. So still, decent damage dealt. Two guns on the floor, 3 going to be retained. Global, they find their first round win here in the second half.
Yeah, huge win. Not super costly for them. Just a few deaths there, so now see how they're going to shift their economy around. Just a bulldog. looks like for Texture, a couple Bulldogs for Zeta.
Careful.
Money's pretty good for Zeta, but they want to cut funds a little bit here to play for the long game. So part of their econ strategy here is to kind of make sure.
Push this.
Yeah, they're going.
Nice pop flash out. He tries to turn away from it. Texture will be able to find one, but Crow again. A monster has the covering fire. Survives to 21 health. Finds 2. 10 now. Creeping forward, alarm bot. Giving things away. Aaron thinking about swinging on it, and 10 just cannot lose these fights, it seems.
Unbelievable.
Just what? Once? One yet? The one time.
What?
It's one yet. I mentioned it. Doesn't win that one. Push out. Gets cut down. The Bulldog at range. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋 just scopes in for the burst fire. And now 𝐵𝐼𝐋. Left all on his lonesome. Zeta. They're taking it to 11. This one goes to 11.
What is with it? The 10 rounds for Zeta. And that's when 10 decides it's time to turn on the Jets sometimes. It's pretty interesting, and Patsy here just kind of left in a position where he has to save.
Yeah, just look for exits.
Yeah, money's not good for GE, and Crow again, dude. A couple of these late round kills that he's found.
Yeah.
So impactful.
I mean, you have to anticipate now, given the economy. I mean, you'll have a couple buys. We'll see what they manage to shake together here on global, but without pulling off an eco victory, it's like a half-buy win.
Right.
You're gonna give Zeta that match point.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm expecting a timeout here from GE, but they're left in a really challenging position.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
It's both timeouts now for the side of GE, with 7 rounds to go to get themselves to 12 to at least guarantee overtime. And if those runbacks do begin, you still got 2 banks for Zeta to make use of. 𝐿𝐼𝑋 probably feeling right as rain at the moment.
Well, it's this weird thing with Zeta. Just like once the confidence gets flowing, once the comfort is there, they start clicking on all gears, and you can see how fast, how clean they are compared to what we saw at the beginning of Pearl. Their aim's kind of all over the place. I don't know, maybe there's a way to practice with them before the matches to get them a little more dialed in, a little bit faster. But once they are dialed in, this is the Zeta that we saw at times last year that can beat anybody, that could go toe-to-toe with anybody in the world. And certainly, it looked great for GE from the rip, from the start. But once Zeta gets to these defender sides, that's when they really start to gain confidence and momentum. And here again, a strong start on the defender side is transferring over to success in the attacker side. Yeah.
And there's so many ults on the way for Zeta. One off the lockdown of the Rolling Thunder. Just Texture with the blades. Popping those now.
Come on.
Spam through, trying to see if there's anybody playing forward in window.
They're waiting this out a little bit, expecting maybe some kind of trap play out of that timeout. Right now, it's just a shift towards A. Drone's going to lead the way, just Batsy spotted.
Yep, now has to run. Line used, depth on the hunt. They don't want to try to rely on the knives to clear out the dog, and Shorty doesn't quite do the job. Double push.
Yeah.
Both flashers just trying to gain some space, but they got to back away.
Full patience का
like heavily occupied.
No recon. Knife को भी आएगा.
Opening picks once this Zek comes through. Maybe they can win this out and deny that match point away. They absolutely need to. Paranoia at the ready from 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑋. Waits to throw it, ducks it in. Depth arriving, oversteps, goes out of the cloudburst for a brief moment. It dissipates, looks for one. 𝘆𝑍𝐼𝑋, however, gunning down 2. Texture going to be able to find a 3rd. Couple traded back, but it's still going to be the man advantage there for the side of global. And yeah, by tailing it out, He's rotating back over towards long, but 13 seconds remaining and 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑍 dead. There's nothing more that 10 can do. 10 HP, just to be extra fitting for him. And Global, they will stay alive.
Patience check कर रहे हैं.
Gonna find the last one. Yeah, indeed. Texture gonna get 10 down with the blades and 6 rounds for GE.
जीत सकते हैं.
And there's some hope.
उनका जब भी
That's a huge round for them to win.
change होने वाला है ना,
Now they
तभी सिर्फ वो round अपने को crucial
really
रहेगा.
stabilize that economy. Great play here from 𝐼𝐿 with that bulldog, finding those headshots. Texture right there to back him up on the other side of the box.
I mean next time
great setup here for
face
GE.
change करके खेलने को देखेंगे.
Just kind of a little bit too.
उसको वो round अगर control कर लिया ना हम लोग ने.
Kind of that early push with that drone. It gives it away, and even though they are patient, they try to wait it out a little bit. GE doesn't move a muscle. Able to get it done. 0 points gonna come out. Catch 𝐿𝐻. He's still going.
Yeah, I mean there's the avoid on that fault line. The push out. 10 dead. Texture looking for the chase, but it's a little bit too much. Cannot stabilize his aim, and 𝐿𝐻 will find 2. Long now opened up. Push in. 𝐼𝐿 trying to hold the line. It's only good for 1 though. 𝐿𝐻 breaks in.
𝐿𝐻.
Lockdown available from Aaron. Might be necessary to try to stave this off, but she's gonna back away or at least try to fake this.
Certainly he can't get the second ace. Like he can't pull the Forsaken, right? Like 𝐿𝐻 has been unbelievable, and he's only down to 85 health.
Breach के ult की वजह से
yeah,
किया
he loses some armor, but he's been winning these fights so fast.
Globally, I think that would give us, what, 6 aces in 2 days, and as the chase comes in, Aaron, it's just a little bit whiffy. He won't be able to get the ace, but he gets the 4K, and 𝐿𝐻 get match point. Global now, economy in shambles, needs 6 consecutive rounds to get themselves into overtime once more.
Yeah, I mean, even though they maybe could have stabilized the economy, it's not going to come through, and it's 𝐿𝐻 again, just absolutely insane today. The man can do no wrong.
अपन ने वो 1 kill लेने के चक्कर में 2 kill दे दिए. 1 kill मिला है, 2 kill गए.
It doesn't matter. Blade Storm operator, he is doing it all.
कैसे वो जेट का space cover करेगा?
क्यों? But a counter lockdown available from 10. And obviously, no hunters
Grim
here.
में होता है, हो रहा था क्या? पता नहीं.
It's going to have to be an exchange if those come into play. And I mean, from Global side, they certainly will. They have to throw everything at this round just to try to stay in it. And it's going to be a nice and early lockdown to try to flush them away from this position. 𝐼𝐿, in the meantime, gets himself tucked in mid, just below the window stairs. But no, he's actually going to push forward. Wants to go for this backstab, and he's being joined by Aaron as well as 𝐼𝐿.
But as 𝐿𝐻, you have to expect this, and they do.
They're watching. 1 player detained. There's the push. A little bit whiffy. 𝐼𝐿 swings the corner, finds another. Aaron bursts through. They find a 3rd. And they're not done yet. 𝐼𝐿 able to find 1. 𝐿𝐻 just updrafting, drifting away. The spike now stuck. The push in. He will not win the fight. And Global, they change up the playbook. And they manage to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty interesting here from GE. Just using that lockdown to force 𝐿𝐻 into that flank that comes through. And it works. I mean,
elimination
10 there, just a little bit off.
0-3 हो जाएंगे अगर हारे तो.
Cost 𝐿𝐻 dearly. The rest of that round just snowballs into Global's favor. Kind of interesting the way that one all shakes out, but now 10. He had his lockdown, but now he's still sitting on it, of course.
कितना time हो गया game आके?
Find a way to get this rolling, and for yet another round in a row here, 𝐿𝐻's going to put early pressure in towards A. A flash confirms something is afoot. Fancy just with the Guardian though. Sinkar's in the back pocket, trying to get info, but they're rotating.
Just praying for that wall bang shot. It's a good read though.
Yes.
As Global make the adjustment, they get 4 players up here over towards C. And looks like again, 𝐿𝐻 gonna be rerouting.
अच्छा. Kill the Geist का sound सुन लिया.
𝐵ZY with the flash out over towards A lobby. Not gonna confirm anything. B wide open. 𝐿𝐻 just decided to go there. Seems like they might have interest in A yet again.
यहाँ पे engage रख के जाने वाले
क्या? Cleared. See too much else. Sinkar's now going to be let loose. See them playing forward. Still at A lobby just to clear these Seekers and kind of bait, and it's working. A double rotate out from Global, shifting back over towards the A site, but C is about to be on a fire. Aaron trying to hold this position. Needs to go huge, but 𝐿𝐻, he gets the read, he gets the headshot. He's up and over the top. The reveal is in from the dart. And 𝐿𝐻 will find a second.
love this. I love this from Zeta.
Hunter's Fury in. Brodsky on the ground. Monyet managing to find one. Gets the second. Cannot get the third. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐿 with the Guardian desperately trying to clear the lockdown. He is able to do it. He goes for the rest. What is that drawdown? 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔. He may have just saved them. Bronski's back into the game. 2 flashes, the pop flash. They double swing the corner. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔 low on HP. Bronski saves them. And 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐔, show me that replay, because what in the hell was that?
That looked over, it looked done. I love the way Zeta plays this. They're back and forth across the map. They cut those Seekers off before they're able to get any real information. They have this red, they check their corners, they clear the angles that have been causing the problems. They get this beautiful spot. 𝘍's got 2 kills, the lockdown's there. It looks like everything is coming up Zeta. And then oh my God. The pull off. Unbelievable.
What a shot.
Unbelievable.
Just nasty. And yeah,
yes.
That's going to force the timeout. It's 𝐾𝐾 seeing enough. It's time to pump the brakes, and I'm sure breathing a sigh of relief, saying, thank God I can talk to my team again.
Yeah, seriously. That was on the precipice. I mean, 𝐿𝐼𝙔, for all intents and purposes, the only one left alive because 𝘆𝑚𝑠ki's on the ground. And he's able to just do it again. You know, we saw it earlier. Yeah, with the Guardian this time. Remember, he did it with the Odin on Ascent versus 𝘍, where he would accept it was with the spike, not a KO on the ground. But still, oh my God. 𝐿𝐼𝙔's had a hell of a day. Definitely one of the better performances we've seen from him so far this season. And it's just absolutely nuts.
How much can go to influence this team?
Crazy for the team here.
Keep it cool.
Zeta,
That's
though,
how you
still
survive.
holding the series in their hands. The ults drained on both sides. Just the omens holding on to them for now. Gee, how deep can you dig?
Well, seems like they've got plenty in the tank. We'll see. I hope. Give me another overtime. This has been just a wonderful series. It looked like maybe it'd be a little one-sided after that Pearl, but Zeta, since stepping up big ways, starting to make his way in towards garage.
उसका inputs उतना valuable नहीं रखता रहेगा players को.
तो
वो लोग influence नहीं होंगे. Simple logic.
Still looking to see if anybody's going to start to push for 𝐺E. I mean, Zeta's being really cautious at the beginning of these rounds, kind of working the long angles of the map, just seeing if anybody's getting out there. You have the alarm bot on to see if anybody really gets aggressive out the other side, but it's a 3-man stack onto the A site. All your flashes in one basket.
0 point, catching 3.
This is a big gamble. If this hold does not work for 𝐺E, they do not have much utility for a retake.
Okay, Dog spots them. They're going to start backing away. Aaron not quite watching out in the B main.
Left.
Oh. This is great for 𝐺E.
There. Nano Swarm just to try to push somebody off the corner. Texture looks away. Peeing in. The paranoia looking good. The push out. Aaron sniping one out of the sky, but 𝑠ugarZero manages to steady. 10 comes up with another one. Now 𝐿𝐼𝙔 fighting back. It's he and 𝘆𝑚𝑠ki again. The duo that needs to keep them in this game. 𝘆𝑚𝑠ki this time. No res. Not at full HP. The Aftershock buys some time. A flash. A shock.
Oh, fuck.
That's the post-plant utility right now from Zeta.
Flash
the damage comes in. 𝐿𝐼𝙔 trying to take down Crow. Can't quite get it. 𝘆𝑚𝑠ki pushes up. Finds him. Flashbacks away. 𝑠ugarZero, however, playing from the back. Goes ahead. Finishes him off. Now, again, 𝐿𝐼𝙔 in a position to try to clutch. Taps it. Knows where he's at. And �ugarZero has the headshot. A triple kill from him. And Zeta will take the series with 13-8 in the last map of Haven. A second match win for the Japanese squad. Yet again, denying Global from getting themselves onto the leaderboard.
There is depth to this squad, for sure. And they are absolutely starting to get their form back. This Zeta that we have been wanting to see again since the beginning of 2021. This Zeta we have been missing so dearly is beginning to find its form. And to beat 𝐺E on Haven here, a map that 𝐺E has looked insanely good on so far in the Pacific. What a statement here from Zeta. shaky start once again. But they're able to recover, and it's depth all day long.
I mean, I'd have to check the final figures. But going into that last round, he had 29 kills. Might have been able to drop 30. If this had gone to overtime, I think we would have seen the Newland record set. Just stealing it away from Monyet 1 week later. Either way, we cannot say enough praises about depth in his performance here today. What impact, the likes of which have not been seen from him, from realistically anybody on this team, because this outdoes 10's impact in their last set versus 𝑎𝑟𝑞. We haven't seen this in months. This will be a heartbreaker, unfortunately, for the side of Global. Just got the last few pieces of their roster here into Korea. Decide not to play with them this week, say, you know what, we need some time. And I agree with that.
Yeah, I do
need to reacclimate.
I do too.
And given what we saw from them versus DRX, this seemed to be the right decision. But unfortunately, Zeta showed up in a way that we have not seen from them in so very long.
This is tremendous for Zeta, heartbreaking for GE. I mean, again, I talked about it earlier, but to be so close so many times here and still not find a win, to consistently push teams on every map they play. I mean, they rarely have a miss. You know, it feels like they're always in it. And to come up short once again, it's brutal, it's heartbreaking for GE. Still, you know, gutsy performances, they never look out of sorts, they never look unprepared, they always look so strong. But going up against some of these titans here in the Pacific is just proving too much so far. By the way, Depp, I got the stats for you. 391 ACS, 29 kills, plus 17, an average damage per round of 241.
That's just insane.
Bonkers.
I mean, what more can be said? Depp,
good.
I mean, just showing why he has been called the child of God, as you mentioned. What an incredible series from him. The last map, obviously, under the microscope by itself, insane, but the whole way throughout, Depp was finding impact. I want to look at his first kills, first deaths. You got that for me?
First kills, first deaths, yes, sir. Just 5 and 3 on that map, actually.
Okay. So,
but overall, he had 15, and he was like plus a lot.
I think it might have been like 15 and 7 or something.
I think that's about right.
Yeah, so nuts. Absolutely nutty performance there from Depp, and we will have an interview with him in a moment down on the floor. We're just getting things prepped, and then we'll get to hear from him. But man, I got to tell you, again, I think no one really anticipated this. William was the one person on talent that did go for the vote, so
I was just so bought into the way GE played against DRX.
Yes.
I was so sold on that. I'm like, okay, this team now has kind of figured it out. If they can push DRX like that, certainly.
Again, I don't think anybody can fault.
No.
You know, the predictions.
I wanted
there.
to pick Zeta, but I was too confident in what I've seen from GE, if I'm being honest.
It's one of those moments where it's like, you know what? As usual, perfectly happy to be correct in the prediction.
I don't care. I'm 0-3 on my predictions. I'm having a great time.
That much more competition. Zeta looking clean. They get themselves a second win, and if they can continue on this road, playoffs on the horizon, and perhaps maybe even Tokyo.
That's the real goal, right?
That's what it's all about.
That's what we want to see. I mean, you know, you would love to have a Japanese team at Tokyo. No doubt about it. I mean, I'm so tickled. I mean, I've had the pleasure of being able to cast Depp across multiple different esports, and to see him perform like this once again is truly a treat.
That it is. Well, we are ready for the interview, so we'll go ahead and throw it down to the stage where Depp is standing by.
The whole team has been stepping up the game. Zeta is on fire. I'm here with Devo Zeta. Okay, congratulations. It's your second victory of VCT. I mean, you guys managed to stay focused even in the late game. How do you do that?
まず初勝利おめでとうございます。最後まで集中を保つコツを教えてください。
画面を見すぎないようにすることかなです。
I try to not stay at the screen too much.
Oh, okay. And to the next question, like after last week's match with 𝑎𝑟𝑞, I mean, what did you guys discuss with your team, and do you think that led to today's victory?
先週の RRQ 戦から、まあチームの中でどんな議論があって、まあそのおかげで今週の勝ちにつながったとかありますか？
まあ少人数制のところで、まあ、ちょっと修正を加えました。
We fixed up our skirmishes with the low number player fights, like 3v3s.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you said that you get many lucky moments while playing the game at the interview before. Like, what would be today's lucky moment for you?
以前インタビューで、まあ、結構ラッキーなショットを当てるって言ってたんですけど、今日のラッキーショットはどこでしょうか？
今日はちょっと思い当たらないですね。
I can't think of one today.
Okay, maybe right at this moment in the interview.
まあ今このインタビューの瞬間でしょうか。
でも敵の球をエースのシーンで平分の敵の球すごい避けれたんで、まあそれラッキーだなって思いました。
My ace in Haven, I dodged a lot of the enemy's bullets, so I guess that was a lucky moment for me.
Okay, thank you. And the fans are really thrilled for you. Any words to fans?
まあファンに一言お願いします。
またギリギリなんとか勝つてよかったです。いつも応援ありがとうございます。これからも頑張ります。
It was a tough fight, but we won at the end. So thank you all for your support, and then keep supporting us in future.
Okay, thank you for the interview. I wish the best of luck. And that was 𝐿𝙊𝐿𝐼𝙔. We'll have TLN and DRX matches coming up, so hang in there. I'll toss it back to William.
Well, Zeta division, they do it. They stay in the running. They're keeping the hope alive for all of the Japanese fans that have been cheering for them, I mean, since the beginning, right, of Zeta division's kind of birth in Valorant. And now they're delivering once again 2-1 victory over Global Esports.
It's freaking amazing. I'm not even mad that our predictions are wrong. Like, Will is super...
No, I wasn't going to bring it up, but, you know...
You did it.
You did it.
You're the man.
You did
listen,
it. Wow.
Listen. I got to give a shout out to Victoria. There's something in this seat, all right? We just get super brain power, the prophecy.
I'm going to move that chair over here when this
it's
show
all about
shuts
the
down.
hosts here for VCT Pacific. We've been getting our predictions right, but I mean, Zeta, they talked about it in the interview as well, right? It was about keeping that focus. 𝐵 kind of explaining why he keeps putting his head in his hands. It's just to keep his eyes kind of not focused on the screen, but rather kind of resting whenever he gets a chance.
Whatever you need to do, like if that helps with your eyes not feeling so strained, do it more, because whatever it's doing, he's performing so well right now. Look at that, 29 kills, 12 deaths, 390 ACS, and a lot of first kills. Not only that, I mean, he had some crazy performances. Clinton was saying that he had an average damage of 241 per round. That means you killed at least 2 players every round. Maybe 2.5.
Yeah. I mean, depending on the armor situation, right? You're always good for 1+, maybe 2+.
I mean, he just played so brilliantly. I like the fact that we kind of learned what, you know, the reasoning was behind him, like, looking like this.
Thank you, production. Can we just, everyone screenshot this? Yeah, leave it. Leave it on Twitter. Once again, @𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿. All right, thank you very much. Go ahead.
But seeing that he needed to rest his eyes, and then that gives him the ability to then kind of zero in more when it's actually time, that's kind of cool. I wonder if this is a pattern we might see from other players and try to pick up on habits of success here in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, listen, endurance is a very real thing when you're playing a best-of-3, sometimes a best-of-5 if you get to that point of any type of tournament right here in Valorant. So great to see that 𝐵's figured out what's working for him. But let's be honest, it wasn't just about keeping the focus like all the way to the very end. He was just popping off at the beginning of this map on Haven.
Yeah, in fact, we have a great highlight if we could throw that on screen here. This moment where, I mean, just the instinct here. Watch how this starts out. He's pushing right down into mid. He takes the turret out, gets the kill. That cues the second player, sees the spikes down, and backs away. Immediately turns to window, and knowing that the spike is probably going to be attempted to be retrieved, he gets it right over there. And then he actually gets the ace just a little bit later on here. Shortly after this was all said and done, we see the push coming.
Absolutely right. His teammates just trying to distract him for as long as possible after the spike's been planted. And I mean, 𝐵, but you called it, right? The instincts, right? He knows even if the turret spots me, that's right when they're going to swing. He's kind of used to what are the usual setups that players do here. And 𝐵's able to carry that round. Now, to be fair, I mean, he had such an insane scoreline that he kind of stands out. But the other players were performing just as well at Haven.
Exactly, and that's the other highlight that we have. I mean, so many crazy performances, but also it's these sorts of things that inspire everyone else on the team to kind of step up. And it's going to be 10 in the next one where he actually anchors down a site perfectly, because you can hear and you know the utility's coming your way. But 10 instantly doesn't run away. He throws out a nanoswarm just to cut off the site in half, gets the first one, of course, with the help of Crow. But look at the way he actually maneuvers around this one box, the way that he stays on the site with the Phantom at close range just to swing and really block off Global Esports. It's rounds like these that really give Zeta the momentum to find that big 8-4 at the end of the first half. And by the way, at the end of the first half, 𝐵 had 20 kills, 5 deaths only. He has come alive. He's awakened. This is 𝐵's server, and we're just watching him pop off.
Yeah, I mean, we're just living in it, right? I mean, 20 kills in the half. That means he only needed 9 more in the second half to round out Haven and finish the map. He carried them so hard in the first half, and of course, he was our key player on Haven once again, you know, continuing off of that Ascent play. The stats, we keep mentioning it, but on top of that, I mean, First Bloods, the pure number of it wasn't, like, insane, but it's good enough. And on top of that, if your KDA is 2.6, I mean, you're doing your job.
Yeah, I mean, not just the number of kills, but the way he got him. And this is, again, giving hope to the Japanese fans. Perhaps we are going to have Zeta playing over here in Tokyo. I mean, it's been a rough first 2 weeks here. We've had some rocky games from the Japanese teams, but they're starting to pull together. And one of my takeaways so far is that overall, it does seem like all these teams are pretty strong. They can all handle, or hang, I should say, even with the very best of the best. They're producing great games.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. I've seen, you know, some of the fans that were watching this game as well just talk about, okay, like Zeta, your mechanics are there. Like, it's so good to see this potential. Now, just, you know, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and we can actually have full faith that this team might show up at Tokyo.
We want that full faith. Of course we do. But yeah, there are always these little things that need to be fixed, and I think that's kind of what has to be said for Global as well. They did have a really good performance. They still managed to find some rounds in this map, but you can see that there's just that little gap that has yet to be closed. Whether it's going to be closed because of the Indian players coming in, SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, maybe. Sure. But there is something to be said there, because you really do need to win all of these maps, all these rounds, all these games even, because I'm sorry, but the score is not so good. It's 0 wins and 3 losses for Global so far. They've had some tough opponents. They've had some tough showings, but they are still improving. We just need to see that a little bit more. And meanwhile for Zeta, incredible, because that's the thing, right? Analysts, we can only talk off of stats and performances that we've seen so far, but when you have players like 𝐵 who can step up and really just evolve mid-game, it really creates this whole paradigm shift that no one else can really predict.
Right, yeah, I mean, again, the explosiveness coming in handy. Now, 𝐺E, sure, close games, but they're going to need just a bit more. Now, let's kind of wrap up the whole best of 3 then. I mean, our MVP, surely, it's got to be 𝐵, right? I mean, he was a key player for both of the map wins coming out from Zeta, and there's his overall score. Again, this is across 3 maps. If he's keeping up numbers that you see for, like, single map carries, right?
They couldn't have done this without him, but yeah, he really delivered. I think I like what you were saying earlier, Quack, that he's developing and changing kind of in the games there. And you're right, we can only, analysts can only make predictions off of some numbers, but when you see somebody evolve and grow in front of your eyes, like I think we saw 𝐵 do here in this series, it's really something incredible. And I think it just shows so much promise in the weeks to come of Valorant matches that we're going to have.
You know, all I'm hearing is these analysts and casters making up excuses for their predictions. We can only predict based on numbers.
Don't trust these analysts.
Yeah,
you go with the hosts.
I'm over here predicting with full faith that Zeta will be able to make it potentially to Masters Tokyo.
There's a theory. It's the magic chair.
It's gotta be.
Yeah,
it's gotta be. I'm taking this chair home. I'm taking this chair home. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's only our first best of 3. We still have another full best of 3. It's going to be TLN going up against DRX. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, let's figure out who's going to play for the starting 5 on TLN.
Player on the back, the drone is leading. Fire. In the meantime, 10 finds the kill. Tries to go aggro, gets right up again. In the hell. Lasso with a frenzy and range fight. Push up. Pro. A bit of damage down. Swing and taken out. Texture connect. Bronski now having the 2. Just as much. Doesn't get nice in time to the end. 𝐿𝙊𝐼𝙋𝙀. Oh, his head spot. G-board will be spotted.
5 इम्पोर्ट से एक यूथ नहीं जीता जा रहा। आप लोग ने लैन पे बूम ब्लेड को हराया है तो इतना गंदा भी नहीं हारेंगे। क्या पता जीत सकते थे।
Red Bull gives you wings.
สวัสดีเหล่าทารอนซุปเปอร์ฟลายขอต้อนรับสู่ล็อกอินซีถ้าพวกคุณอยากออกจากพื้นที่แห่งนี้คุณต้องทำภารกิจจับสัตว์หายากให้ได้ทั้ง3ชนิด
แต่คุณใครเนี่ย
สัตว์หายากตัวที่1 ทูแคนเบิร์ดเจ้าถิ่นแห่งผืนป่านี้
โอ้เท่งานนี้พี่มาแบบเท่มาสิน้องๆคนเท่จ้องจะเล่นคุณกวาดไปไหมแบบคนเท่ๆเชื่อไหมถ้าตกใจแบบคนเท่ๆแต่คนเท่ๆโดนล้อมคนเท่โดนล้อมอยู่เพื่อความชัวร์ขอให้ไปดูอีกสักครั้งว่าไงน้องชายซูชิบอยจัดการเลยโอ้ไม่นะอย่าทำคนเท่หมายตายรู้เก่งจีหัว
क्या करते हैं
นิ่งสนิทสลบคาตีนเขาบอกคนล้มอย่าข้ามแต่กูข้ามได้มึงเป็นนกสภาพไม่เหลือความเท่
สัตว์หายากตัวที่2ต้องระวังให้ดีนะตัวนี้มันเจ้าเล่ห์มากมันคือเจ้า 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐿𝐼𝑗𝑔𝑒𝑠 Raccoon
อย่าเข้ามานั่นที่เข้ามาเลยหน้าตางงๆอย่าเข้ามากูมาเลยนกตัวที่แล้วอย่าดูเยี่ยงหมาสุดท้ายหายซ่าอยู่ในกล่องล็อกเรียบร้อยส่งกลับบ้านครับง่ายงั้นเลยเดี๋ยวผมว่ามีอะไรแปลกๆนะเฮ้ยขี้เหมือนกันแล้วเหรอนี่พี่ฟ็อกไงฟลุกปั้นไปไหนอะเอ้าคนละเรื่องฮัลโหลทุกคนอยู่ไหนกันหมดเนี่ยฮัลโหล
สัตว์หายากตัวสุดท้ายนั้นจะมาหาพวกคุณเองเมื่อพวกคุณพร้อม
ขอดูอีกสักทีกูว่าไม่ใช่ให้แบบเป็นมิตรก็ตัวอะไรยืนจังก้าอยู่ตรงนั้นน่ะตัวนั้นแหละโอ้โหกล้ามเป็นมัดจะกลัวหรือขำดีเนี่ยกระดิกนมได้ด้วยขอนับ
अपना टीम जीत सकता है गेम
นิดเดียวไม่รอดแน่เฮ้ยชุบเจ็บเข่าไหมนะเจ็บมาก
लेकिन हर अपोनेंट के सामने सेम
แล้วโพสท่าแบบซิ่ง
एजेंट्स लेके उतना इलिमिटेड प्लेस रखेंगे तो नहीं जीत पाएंगे क्योंकि यहाँ पे सब लोग मेहनत करते हैं उतने हार्डकोर
การต่อสู้ในครั้งนี้
और अपना हेवन में बहुत अवेयरनेस कम था
รวมให้
उनके
กำลัง
प्लेस
ใจ
के
และ
लिए
ติดตาม
एसेंट
เหล่า
में
ทา
भी
รอ
एक
น
दो
ซุป
राउंड
ไลน์ใน
अवेयरनेस
ศึก
नहीं था
VCT ที่เกาหลีนะคะ
जीतेंगे
ไม่ต้องห่วงพี่มาแล้วนี่ Come on let's go
बहुत खर्चा Be right back guys नेक्स्ट मैच है DRX वर्सेस 𝘆𝘆𝑘𝐾
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for match number 2 for tonight here at VCT Pacific 2023. It's going to be a rematch between TLN and DRX. These two teams did meet at Lock-In in Sao Paulo, and that time, DRX does win out 2-1. But there has been a lot of changes for both teams. Let's start with TLN. Of course, Pat now reunited with the team.
Now reunited, but you know, I don't know if it's that good. I don't know, because the team has been kind of just not performing to our expectations from the way that we saw them play during lock-in. They were so good. They were taking maps off of other teams, even pushing DRX at some point, taking one map off of DRX. But now, Pat coming back in and with the whole team just kind of, I don't know, not able to coordinate somehow.
I mean, there's some question marks here.
Yeah, look, I mean, we already had a great story develop here with 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙗 actually playing well. We were worried about them. I think we have some of the same concerns coming into this here with TLN is how are they going to perform? They are one of these teams that's been, at least in the start of a downward spiral, with some losses coming into here. Obviously, we're very early on. There's still plenty of time to recover that. This is going to be a very tough match. There's no denying it going up against DRX.
Yeah, absolutely, and we just saw there, of course, in the graphic that the starting 5, at least for TLN on the first map, is going to be Pat in along with 𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑗 and Sushi Boys, means Garnets will actually be sitting out here for map 1, so curious to see what that means for the maps and, of course, the Asian picks as well. But on the other side, also, lots of questions of, does DRX continue to field 𝐼𝐼𝐿𝐼𝑗? We'll have to wait and find out.
I think they do, right? Because he's been working out so well. I mean, yeah, he's still in the roster. He's still able to perform. He debuted his 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 pick first time ever on Split last week, and he was still putting up those big numbers. He was still making crazy reads and coming up with big plays with the showstopper that one time.
Yeah, 𝐼𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼, the newest, the youngest player on the team. He's kind of been in incubation, if you want to call it that, for a little bit here. And they're just now starting to bring him out, and we can kind of see why this was the player they picked. You know, DRX, they have kind of an all-star lineup. They've got like the Avengers of Valorant players over here. And so when they're going to pick up another player and start to develop them and try to turn them into a superstar and one that can hang with the very best of the best, it's interesting to see which one they take. And as we're seeing 𝐼𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼 debut his skill, we're seeing why he is such a threat. And, you know, a lot of these players are saying that he's not even fully developed yet, but they think he still has even more potential to come in here and crush.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? And that was kind of the big question that the DRX coaching staff continue to bring up is we think he's good, but can he get better? You know, are we ready to put him on the big stage yet? Well, they took their chances in VCT Pacific, and so far, it's been working out.
It really has. I mean, it's just those plays again. Whether it's those aggressive op picks on Haven, or whether it's just the 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼, the utility satchels, the showstoppers on Split, he is putting up those numbers. He is putting up those performances, and teams have to watch out for him, because if not, you're going to get punished. You're going to lose at least one player really early on in the rounds, and that's something that's really detrimental.
Yeah, you're going to have to start on that back foot, and nobody wants to do that. Well, let's take a look at the journey so far for these two teams, because something I want to point out is TLN was one of those teams that a lot of people thought could get into the top 3 here at VCT Pacific, and they're starting off with 0 wins.
Yeah, it's funny. We've had a couple plot twists come out here as we've let the weeks and weeks pass on here. And yeah, TLN, all of us were saying that they look very strong. There's a lot of potential. Very exciting to have a team, you know, from Thailand coming in here and trying their very best. But so far, it's not been so good, right? You know, we're talking about 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼 and how they're trying to develop him into a good player, and I think letting him play as many weeks here as possible is good, but it doesn't seem like TLN has gotten in their comfort zone in this studio and in this environment, at least not yet.
Yeah, not so much, but on the other hand, on the flip side of that coin, DRX are basically impeccable. They're unstoppable. They haven't lost a single map. Their statistics are off the charts with post-plant wins, pistol wins also. It's a very crazy performance that we're seeing from this team still, and we expect them to continue to put up those numbers. Meanwhile, that's the story that we have. TLN versus DRX, the Power Rangers Superfly team versus the buff white tiger.
Yeah, yeah, which I love that content coming over TLN. It's just so off the wall. You love to see it. But I mean, we saw it in the stats right there as well. I mean, DRX, I think the biggest thing is they're ranked #1 in both the attacking win rate and defending win rate. Yes, they're undefeated on maps so far, but the fact that they're so dominant on both sides of all these maps that they've shown so far does say a lot about kind of the power level of this team, and we keep bringing up the name Foxy9. If he continues to perform today, I mean, we'll see how far he can get, because it's the big question is Foxy9 versus Pat, the two players that didn't play at Lock-In, now they're here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, both these guys eager to continue to prove themselves here. And, you know, as you were saying earlier, William, it doesn't seem like there's any obvious weakness here for DRX. I mean, if there was, maybe it would be a lack of good performance here from Foxy9, but so far he's been very bulletproof.
He really has, and again, it's the way that he plays. It's really aggressive, it's really sharp, it's crisp, it's clean, and it's able to really dismember teams at times. Talon, on the other hand, I think they're trying some interesting things. That's the thing about Pat, is that although he was the newest kind of addition to the team, not having seen him at Lock-In due to his wrist injury and whatnot, he's here, and he's able to play. He actually was the team MVP from last week. It's just that when you're picking interesting agents such as 𝐿𝐾𝐘 sometimes,
yeah.
you need to see better usage of utility. He won that just 1v1 moment against Munchkin, and that was it. We didn't really see much innovation outside of that. Maybe Fox did on Haven with the Killjoy plus 𝐿𝐾𝐾 kind of combo, but again, we need so much more, especially if we're going to play against a team like DRX.
Yeah, I mean, again, the fragging power, sure, we've seen that from Pat time and time again, and the other members of Talon, but against a team that's so disciplined like DRX, fragging itself will not get you very far.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big issues, is that DRX, they're so clean in every engagement. And, you know, when it comes to Pat, I feel like he does leave us with more questions than answers. I think we're going to get some of those answers as we go into this match, but he's a bit of a wild card, right? I mean, this guy has had an injury. He's been in Valorant. He's been out of Valorant. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, again, he hasn't proven himself that much just yet on the return. Now, I'd love to talk a little bit more, but before that, let's pull up our predictions just so we all know where we're going with this, okay? Listen, I'm not throwing anyone anywhere.
Of course,
okay?
of course.
Oh, we're so brave.
It says
we're so brave.
That's right.
And I don't think this is anything against Talon. It's simply, I mean, DRX just looks too strong.
Again, that's exactly it. We're talking about it. We can only predict off of what we've seen so far, and what we've seen so far is Talon kind of deflated, right?
Yes.
DRX, on the other hand, are like just buff white tiger. Like, what more can I say?
Yeah, but let's not forget, it did hurt its knee when it fell.
The tiger.
There was a little bit of poetry.
True, that's true.
Okay,
they did hurt themselves on Split last week against Global.
They did. It went to overtime, right? And we just saw Global. They couldn't really clean out the best of 3 against Zeta. So, and that's one of the, I think, more exciting things about VCT Pacific. A lot of people are saying, like, there seems to be this weird rock, paper, scissors thing going on. Now, DRX, are you exempt from that or not? We're waiting to find out today against Talon.
I think there is that slight chance. If anything, I just want to see at least one map, maybe one map taken off of DRX, and then they can lose that streak that they've got so far, because they're clean right now. They're 4-0 on all maps that they've played. And I mean, if anything, yeah, our predictions kind of say this, but Pat did have a little tweet, I think, a few days ago. It was Fox's birthday yesterday, by the way. So
happy birthday.
Yes. now we all sound very, very rude. We're like, oh yeah, we forgot about that. But yes, happy birthday to Fox.
Pat tweeted, believe in yourself when no one else believes in you. Like, it's kind of one of those things where you have that feeling. You want to inspire that confidence in yourself, because while we might all predict DRX, everyone kind of knows DRX probably takes this.
Sure.
If Pat can really show us that strength and find that innovation, it might just be able to upset DRX just even by a bit. I think that's a win.
Look, if they can win here, I would be very happy to be proven wrong in my prediction.
Sure.
I mean, you know, some of these predictions are more easily made than others, right? I mean, this one, it's hard. Even if you really want Talon to win, it's just hard to imagine a moment where they're going to take out DRX. But that would be like one of the biggest stories coming out of probably the first 3-4 weeks of our entire event, is if we did have an upset. I think we're going to have a really good idea as the first map starts out here. How exactly is Talon going to play? Again, I expect them to lose, but if they can bring some originality, if they can maybe even just hang with DRX, take a map, that would be so cool to see.
That's exactly it, and I think it's possible because of that little roster change, right? Garnett's being taken out. You got Jinbo Sushi back in, Cruz, not 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝙔. This time it's Fox.
Yeah, we just got that info as well, right? I mean, they had Cruz 𝐼𝐿ing at Lock-In. Now they've returned to Fox IGLing here at VCT Pacific. So what does that mean for them? I mean, Fox has carried them to some great victories in the past. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final seconds of the countdown before we go in to figure out what do the maps look like, and then what do the ages look like. The roster is already very interesting. Let's remember, Talon did take a map off of DRX back at lock-in. Can they do it again? And maybe just a bit more. We're going to have to find out. Talon versus DRX is match number 2 here for day number 2 of week 3 at VCT Pacific. Let's head over to the stage.
Face.
DRX versus Talon. Cruz continuing his dance entrances. Harvey has no interest in following suit with that.
That's already 1-0 as far as entrances go, as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, so stoic.
I had a great storyline opening set up there, and then just Cruz threw an absolute curveball at me on the stage. But I mean, let's talk about that too. It is good to see Talon still in good spirits despite having an 0-2 record.
Yeah, I think that's very important. You know, are you comfortable? And weirdly enough, are you having fun? Yeah, they seem to be enjoying this. They seem to be relaxed coming out here. And look, this is, anytime you play DRX, that's the hardest day for this phase of the tournament, right? And they're coming out here, they're looking in good spirits.
If anything, you know, get that out of the way. You just finish off DRX, whether you win or you lose, you have more opponents next, and maybe there's where you can find the win in your sails. But apart from that, again, Sushi Boys in, Jit Boys in as well. I think that might free up Pat to play Duelist again?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big hope, right? I mean, Garnett has been playing. Pat's like, oh, okay, is that our Pat? He's like, oh, okay. I see you got some moves. All right, Pat a little thrown off by the rookie Foxy9 looking so confident, but this is also going to be a good test for Foxy9 if Pat does go back to playing Duelist. He used to be such a superstar on that jet.
And yeah, that's the thing. When they face off against each other, that could be interesting as well, but Foxy9 does not seem to care. Meanwhile, the coach is there facing off.
Oh, don't miss it.
Right,
okay.
We're going to get it.
We've had some close calls today with the fist bumps, by the way.
But good sportsmanship all around. Now, I like that you mentioned the coaches, right? Zeus and, of course, Termi on the side of DRX. These two guys have been with their team for so long. They've really seen them grow, and they've helped bring these rosters to the international spotlight. So they've gone through a lot of hardships to now bring these teams and the Pacific region into the spotlight of global Valorant.
Let's remember, coming in here with DRX, these are guys that winning is not even enough. They want perfection, they want domination, they want to crush, they want to remind the world that really they are the focal point of the Asia region. And so they're not going to let up, even though this is a match. And look, they had a great series, these two teams before, but that's even more motivation for a team like DRX to not give them an inch.
Field-tested, combat-ready DRX. They are the ones who kind of innovate and set forth that meta, if anything. They were the first ones who did the Viper Harbor combo on maps like Pearl, maps like Icebox, and then teams started to follow suit. Maybe Talon could do the same thing here, but we'll have to see in this map pick because DRX did show a little bit of weakness on Split last week, and it is open. Split will be that first pick.
Okay, Talon doesn't miss a beat, right? They go through the first man's DRX, still prioritizing keeping that load as hidden. Maybe they're still cooking something up, but that means Talon able to pick Split to try to identify this weakness in DRX's armor.
And that means we're going to go to Pearl here for map number 2. It's going to be fun, though, as we go into map number 1 to find out what exactly they've got planned on Split here. I think DRX is always a threat on a map like that. And then next is going to be Fracture and an Icebox ban.
Yeah, but back to Pearl, though. That's, again, where DRX really kind of switch things up, and if anything, Talon might be the ones who kind of need to struggle. That's why I think it's so important that they win out on their first map, and then the decider on Ascent. This is another scary thing to me, honestly.
Right, I mean, you're saying that because of Talon's record so far, right? Yeah, I mean, they've played it in both weeks 1 and 2, and I mean, 5-13, 8-13, not the greatest of score lines, but they do leave it open, so surely something has changed. But well, first, we got to figure out if we even get to Ascent, because that's map 3. We're kicking things off on Split for map 1.
Split's going to be a really fun one. I want to see what the agent selection is going to be. Talon has already shown a lot of very fun and creative moments here coming into this.
Oh
my
baby,
God, it's
the
happening.
Fox Yoru is back, and it's triple duelist.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
wait,
so
what? Okay, yeah, break it down.
That's a little thing that I'm worried about, right? Okay, we've been seeing teams pick Split. They've been playing double controllers. What we haven't seen so far is quite literally triple duelist.
Wow. Okay,
triple?
So we all thought Paper Rex, by bringing in something, was going to play triple duelist. Well, lo and behold, it's actually Talon who's been preparing this the whole time. Now, I just want to give a little throwback. Fox did play the Euro very well last year when he pulled it out a couple times, especially on that Icebox.
Icebox, yes.
Yes, on Icebox. We'll see how it's used on Split now with triple duelist. I mean, we at the desk, we're throwing our hands up in the air. Achilles and Paper Thin, what have you guys got for us with these Asian comps?
Got nothing.
I am.
What the hell do I say?
I'm excited. I'm just here for the ride now.
Yeah, strap in, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Yeah, a brand new roller coaster has opened at the Pacific Theme Park, and oh boy,
this one's got some loops on it.
That it does. Triple duelist debut by Talon, and again, this is a change-up in every regard, because you think, okay, they're going to go heavy on the duelist. Garnet's going to be playing. Nope. Sushi Boy's playing Jen. What in the hell is happening? Fox is going to be the IGL moving forward. He's playing Yoru. So the IGL is going to be the guy who's looking to dive into the back line and catch people off guard. This, I don't know what Talon has been cooking, but I am very curious to see whether or not this turns out to be scrumptious or absolutely revolting.
This is either going to be like one of those episodes of Hell's Kitchen where Gordon Ramsay is just losing his marbles at the staff, or he's just going to be in awe of what we see. So, I mean, it is sort of a initiator kind of with Yoru, so you can kind of think of it that way. I mean, Sushi Boy technically has smokes, so there's that, you know, like, since he's a controller typically. Like, I don't know.
Already good contact damage here on a Mako, down to 63. Pat lingering back. Worth mentioning, Pat also playing Astra.
Yeah, I thought Pat would be the one that's playing Jet here.
No, it's Sushi Boys.
Yeah, and I thought maybe you'd stick Sushi on Viper or something. I don't know, man. Like, this is some serious cooking.
Yeah. And what is that boy doing? Comes in to assist the coach and just, you know what? I think triple duelist is really good here. But yet to be proven wrong or correct.
I'm excited. I'm all about it. I mean, this will be fun one way or another.
All right, looking for the retake. Pat is on the deepest flank as he now makes his way across the A site through screens. The rest of DRX getting ready to make their way here into the site, but do get forced back. Good aftershock. Some good tag damage. Foxy 9 up over the top. He might have been midair while he got that kill. Either way, finds it. The trade backs start coming through, and Pat needs to arrive now. Still creeping his way up around the top. And I mean, yeah, you can shoot at him. You need to shoot the guy defusing, and unfortunately, Foxy 9 cuts him down before he can make it happen. DRX go ahead, and they take the first pistol.
I mean, the entry here is free for Talon, so the retake, you know, well thought about, well set up here for DRX, but it's just, you know, them shooting right as he's deciding to go down, and then the crossfires are great, able to avoid the initial Astra utility. There was a Nova Pulse in there as Pat was making his way all the way around, but yeah, so DRX here kind of able to dodge whatever Yoru shenanigans. Now it's all stingers for Talon, couple full armors. So they're going in. I mean, there is no brakes on this train, and if you're going triple duelist, you might as well go big or go home.
Screw it, full send. It's a gamble. It's waiting it out. Gate crash that's making its way through. RB noticing it. Says, you know what? Not going to try. Goes for the gravity well. Foxy9 up here in heaven, managing to find one. SushiBoy trades it back. A stinger of his own. RP finds one, and it is a bloodbath here on the B site, but it's one that DRX are winning out. Blink and you miss it. Round, they move up 2-0.
Well, it didn't go so good with those stingers, so now Economy is going to be in a shaky place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm holding my breath a little bit here with TLN to really start trying to dissect what they're going to be attempting with this comp. I mean, you still have some of the normal tools in a way. With
doubting
that 𝘆𝙊𝙉𝐼𝙬 in there,
their plays.
That's kind of really
they start overthinking
the biggest question mark for me. Like, how are they going to implement it? You know,
some
how
players
are they
feel
going
slow,
to
I think.
kind of combo off of it? How are they going to be able to try to use it to throw DRX off balance? And, you know, right now it's hard to say for sure, but oh my God, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙬.
I mean, all right, great headshot.
Recovering it.
Sheriff purchases across the board, come up with a nice kill. Or sorry, Fox actually did double back to get a frenzy.
Hello guys, welcome to the stream. जो भी नया है, like, subscribe कर दो.
Lurking across, trying to see if anyone goes for this push. Granted, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙬 did take quite a nasty bit of damage as well, down to 10 HP. So RB shoots a bullet in his direction. The stiff breeze from the shot will go ahead and finish him off. Dive into the back, Foxy9, he's covering RB. And then finds another. As Foxy tries to get a third, can't quite make it happen. Push coming in, RB drops the spike, still just utilizing that stinger. Pulls back away. And now it's all on Sushi. Kill leader at the moment, spotting one. Great headshot. Takes down Stacks, goes rushing right into the open and welcoming arms of Buzz. 3-0 start. DRX continuing to dominate on the defending side, but do lose out on a couple people, but given the weapons they had in hand, they're not going to be too phased by it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, this is just a great crosshair placement from 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙬. Mako there trying to do to, you know, Talon what a lot of teams do to DRX, and that's throw shotguns at them to disrupt kind of everything, the flow, cover those angles on split. But
पकड़ने का try कर रहे हैं RB को ये लोग.
DRX behind the scenes, it really annoys
हुआ
the
नहीं.
heck out of them to go up against those shotguns.
RB ने इस बार एक extra star भी रखा था.
Stacks with the judge, Mako with the
fullback कर
judge.
लिया था. Recall कर.
Up over the top.
Oh my God.
Tracking him. Sends out a couple shots. I'll take a little bit of damage in response, but also chunks out Fox. Dog spotting. Backs away, is trying to see if anybody sat behind this ramp box. Creeping forward, and Mako again, judge in hand.
Double judge.
True Viper player. Fake, okay. Takes the bait, gets blinded, backs away, but there's no counter swing. As Showstopper comes out, Foxy finds Pat. Does trade. Crucially, though, in mid.
Just trying to see if they can get it. Buzz on the backside finds the TPing Fox.
Yep. Just reading that one like a book. Sushi just having to eat that suppress. Two players left. Buzz jiggling. Oh, sees the gun barrel. Screw's dead. Stacks as well. Swings out. Spots into heaven. SushiBoy's taken down. A 4-0 start for DRX.
Yeah.
Defend क्या ही करेंगे? Fight ही लेंगे वो लोग को fight ही करना पड़ेगा. और option नहीं.
Back on the back foot with the economy. This is just, again, Stacks just shutting this early entry down. Moving 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙬 from the equation. They still have other options. Nice trade.
Yeah.
Buzz again, not fooled at all. That TP makes quite a bit of noise.
I mean, they knew exactly where it was going.
Yes,
I believe it, you know, spotted by Mako when they had sent it across. 90% certain about that. They're like, okay, well, if the TP happens,
yeah, we know where he's at.
He's just gonna be back there by the spawn.
You gotta start playing with information here as the 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑖𝑙. You gotta start setting the fake TPs. You gotta start using those fake outs to try to bait other utility, to try to bait information. So far, they've just kind of gotten free entries with those 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝑖𝑙 TPs onto B site into the back.
Looks like they were expecting Mako to once again be using this judge. They need to go ahead and clear that front box at top mid. Fault line across. Onto both in male, but there's no one going for the push, so no way to actually swing in, find any eliminations off that.
Yeah, that 0 point, well placed by Buzz to kind of cut off any possible attack there with Mako under so much utility pressure. So really nice response there.
They're trying to info bait here. They actually make a splash in sewer. Now they're going to turn their sights back over towards mid. Mako just spots one. bite at the ready. We'll see if he wants to send that into mail to try to slow up this push, but now it looks like he's just pulling back towards stairs. He can have a quick retreat. Ooh, jump peeking.
30 seconds left.
He likely saw him. Fight does come down. SushiBoy's now going to be disconnected from a couple of the others here. Does manage to get in, finds Foxy 9, but not before 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑋 gets traded. RB with another, just sat within his smoke. The frenzy comes in, takes Mako down to 46. Gonna find the kill. The push from Cruz. A decent attempt, gets RB.
Nice Mako.
Download a one tap.
Knife आने के पहले और gun उठाने के पहले उसने duel ले लिया उससे.
Damage from behind. Just getting torn apart. Whips the shot. RB finds another. DRX at 5-0.
A couple great 0 points here from Buzz. One to kind of bail Mako out, and then another there to shut down the Blade Storm. So it's just unreal. Unreal coordination here from DRX, and Talon trying to throw something very, very unusual at DRX, and it does not phase them one bit to start.
Yeah.
You can see here, he gets a good one onto Fox. Fox couldn't quite track with the Vandal. So that Frenzy not able to do nearly enough damage, and yeah, DRX is in firm control of this one. A rifle round, almost a must-win. You know what, it is a must-win if they're going to have any hope on this.
Yeah.
So certainly a timeout is in order.
I know this is pretty far into the future.
Oh, God.
Well, maybe not.
Okay.
Just given the pace of the game.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious what this looks like on defense.
I don't know.
Is it just nothing but just playing contacts and just rushing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in theory, like, you can kind of get your flanks and your lurks a little bit faster with the Yoru, maybe, like, while DRX is, push pretty deep into sites or something like that, or put yourself in unique TP positions while things are going on. But, without a lot of ability to cut sound, I mean, to nullify DRX's sound, it makes it tough for the Yoru because he makes so much noise.
Yeah.
So, like, the one thing I really liked with Yoru was running Fade Omen, because that gives you a lot of ability to kind of mask what the Yoru is doing with his utility.
Okay, Dog spots one. There's the suppress out onto 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑋 and Sushi. A lot of which already, both of them actually gotten themselves here into ramp. It's going to be watched by Mako, just lingering on the rope, and Foxy, well, he finds the spike, spots Patty. Last pack pushes him away. Mako just swung back through the opposite side of fence, got himself towards mid, finds the kill. Sushi does find one. Buzz going to be taken down. He's going to try to cheat his way out over towards the spawn. Stack still back elbow. Sight now, make his way forward. And does win out the fight. Fox dead at the same time. Spike still stranded. Flash will confirm. Stacks just drifts his way back in. See if 𝐿𝐼𝑋 can get any damage done.
Yeah, but losing that spike early in mid makes it all too easy for DRX.
Talon
had gained some space. They had Stacks isolated on A, but they're not able to make anything of it.
He's not going to read his positioning.
He knows he's back here somewhere.
They're playing ring around the rosy now. Yeah, checks the corner. Gun
30
out.
seconds left.
𝐿𝐼𝑋, I mean, it seems like he's almost perfectly aware where Stacks is at, but for now he's just trying to tuck into this corner and hold on to this weapon. And okay, he will be able to get one. Uh-oh. Jumps up into heaven.
Ooh. And
Mako's there. A triple for Mako. 6 rounds now on the board for DRX.
Well,
what do you want to do after this?
Oh no.
Go grab a drink or something.
Yeah,
I might need one.
Yeah, this
अच्छा इधर से करना पड़ता है वो all.
Certainly, I don't want to go to any restaurants that Talon owns. I'm avoiding anything they're cooking today, I guess. But I mean, I don't mind the ideas here, trying to throw odd stuff at DRX. It can work from time to time. I mean, I remember it, a long time ago. Sometimes, you'd see like Han from WGS, right? Throw something out this, and it actually did give DRX some issues.
Well,
Arena from time to time.
I thought maybe we'd see the dimensional drift come into this round, despite it being an eco. RB again, so elusive. Foxy 9 continues to cover for him. Drop down. Foxy will get a second before getting traded. Overall, it's decent kill value found. But
Sushi's
all the way up the stairs.
Pat dead, and yeah, Sushi's needing to have one of the craziest transitions here, but now Buzz will just go ahead and finish him off. 7-0. the golf claps from the audience. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's like we sold out here today again. And it's almost like you really hope that, well, they're getting a show if you're a DRX fan, certainly, but you wanted to see Talon come out here and have some really good stuff for this comp.
तो भाविन का बहुत super sharp है क्या?
Hasn't faced DRX in the slightest. Doesn't seem to. I haven't seen any really, again, good coordinated, Yoru plays here. It's all about kind of the best thing you can do is try to set him up with great utility. That's not good.
Last pack to push him to the side. Cruz does cover, and Stacks readjusts. Kills them both through the corners of the walls. One day he will dimensional drift.
Well, you'd like to use it against Mako's, pit, but
sure.
Now Mako can just.
Mako just doesn't have any reason to use it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to yet. I mean, Mako could just plop it in the mid here and then just be like, all right, well,
taking that back.
You guys watch the angles, but this is certainly not going so good here. RB expecting a push.
Grab wall in case they go for the aggro shove here. Oh, looking for the spray through, and okay, does take more damage than he pushes out.
But with the KO here as well, it shuts down a lot of what Talon wants to do with the triple duelist. It's like so useful to have those 0 points, have that null command to eliminate like what the duelists want to do.
Okay, RB gets him eventually as this buzz with Pat. Sushi now looking to hightail it over towards A, but this is going to be heard, and Stacks with the shorty. Whoop! A little bit of a whiff! Still takes him to 15 HP though. And it looks like he feels the need that he's got a challenge there, but in the end, just have to go for the plant. Quick flash out, he's running out of time, has to stick it now. The rush coming in, Stacks and Shorty at the ready, jump on the corner. He's dead! 8-0. How about, Ramen?
क्या changes?
Yeah, for some reason I'm not in the mood for like. I was thinking sushi, but I'm not in the mood for that.
Nah, not feeling that today. Yeah.
Maybe not Thai food.
Yeah.
It's obviously same comps क्यों खेल रहे पता नहीं मुझे.
Yeah, if he's not playing Killjoy, then it is weird. It's just everything's so odd to me with what I'm seeing from Talon. Just what DRX is going to run with their comp, and I don't really see much kind of utility to sort of throw it off balance. And again, it is. I really think a key component of this is, the buzz with his utility. I mean, that hasn't mattered as much. It's frankly just DRX is doing a great job just kind of holding their angles, not really giving up much space. But
Hulu Rossi को भी देख सकते शायद chance.
Tough for I think Talon to kind of do what they want to do. And
okay,
that's a good one.
Okay, finally, Sax maybe overheating a bit, feeling quite confident. I thought he put the mask on. Fox, okay.
Now he is.
Now he's gonna put the mask on.
Time to jump.
Nice 2 kills. Foxeon and Stacks both dead. Just checking out the side. He's gonna say, okay, yeah, it's completely clear here, guys. Buzz as well, gonna get knocked down low. Again, get picked off. Just trying to go for these really deep lurks. Punish comes through. Got the plant down. 2 on site, 2 disconnected. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, all available. Mako finds 1. Getting the read. Jumps Fox back. How deep does he want to try to go to challenge this, though? Okay, deep enough. Just gets line of sight. Seems like that's good enough. Rolling Thunder now. Cutting across. Running out of time here. Oh, it's just into the follow-up headshot. RB takes him down first zone, but they're going to have to try to stick onto this instantly. Mako's got the covering fire. Hold the half, and RB knows he's got to stick it, and Cruz will be good for the 3 final kills. So with a clutch, we'll go ahead and get Talon on the board at long last. Unfortunately, can't hold on to his weapon.
Look, if they can get
बहुत space दिया. बोला ना एसेंट में तो मैंने बोला.
about their chances
अगर
potentially.
देखा रहेगा तूने stream तो.
But I would like to see.
कहीं कौन से भी मैप के एरिया में कंटेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे. अगर वैसे कंटेस्ट नहीं कर रहे तो साइट एंकर अच्छा होना चाहिए एकदम पूरा. कि जो भी साइट पे खेल रहे हैं उनको टीम पे साइट पे आने के बाद मारना ही है.
So yes, they win the round, but
I mean, they win it, but there's no celebration.
No.
Because, of course, there's not really any reasons.
And their economy's not doing so hot.
Yeah. Hey, they picked up 1.5 so far.
Yeah.
Chance for more.
I mean, you have the Blade Storm and
𝐿𝐿𝑃𝐿 just eating a team flash.
So why not?
Get out of my way.
Okay, Blades popped. Pat again.
कॉम्स और मेटा अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना प्रॉब्लम क्या है
Just get cleared out.
के मोनेट अच्छा फ्लेक्स कर रहा है मतलब फ्लेक्स भी क्या वो तो कंट्रोलर से खेल रहा है सब एरिन इनिशिएटर बोल सेंटिनल खेल रहा है वो भी किलजॉय ही खेलते रहता है और क्या वाइपर खेला है बस
Just watching to see if there's any push outs from the side of DRX and none are going to happen. So back towards the B site they go, and it looks like it's going to be just a coordinated 5-man hit. RB has to be quick here. Yeah, as soon as that TP came through, he's like, rip.
Shifts across. Looks like Sushi was able to track this. Foxy again with decent covering fire, but the Boombot comes in from the flank. Let's take him down. So in the end, a 3v3. Fox down to 8 HP.
पता नहीं initiators
divide at the ready. Here's to see if Pat decides to go ahead and commit this one to the fight.
खिलाया है बस क्यों sky breach. So अभी अच्छा नहीं लगता शायद players को.
You go for it. You feel the need. It's gonna be that close bite. Oh boy. It's gonna flush him out. Fox take it down. Pat does swing off the fight. Finds Mako, then dies to it. Cruz again, last man standing. But this time, Stacks will go ahead and finish him off. 9-1.
Yeah, I really feel like, honestly, Buzz and Pat could have invested their ults there. Pat for sure. Buzz, I'm not as
sure.
You know, it doesn't matter as much.
They had a 7-round lead.
Yeah, they've got all their ults. Are they going for some, like, you know, only Foxy uses his ults? Like, I'm sure Stacks has used his too. But.
Cruz has gotten his out there.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean for DRX. Like
oh,
this,
I see.
They're not really super worried about, you know, using those.
When you say Foxy 9? I thought you just said Fox.
Oh, I should have said Foxy 9, yeah.
See?
This is where we are. Oh,
this is where the confusion comes in.
Oh, no.
It's not confusing enough with triple duelists.
I was worried we were going to get King versus King at Lock-In. It may potentially, like, if Gen.G had played well, but...
I mean, that would have been hype.
It would have been hype. I would have hated it if I had to cast it.
Okay, Showstopper. 𝐿𝐿𝑃𝐿 is getting slowed up. Sends out the rocket. Buzz going to get... Okay, taken down, knocked onto the floor. Showstopper can just go back corner. They get the res. It's all on Cruz. As an 8 at his feet, doesn't matter. RB cleans up 3. 10-1.
Well,
you done your taxes yet?
Obviously, homework करके आएंगे ना सब teams. Same comms खेलोगे. कुछ तो changes करने पड़ेंगे.
Yeah, I gotta submit mine.
And then we got our Korean taxes next month.
या तो फिर इतना strong खेलना पड़ेगा कि कुछ भी mistake नहीं करना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, it is.
I don't actually mind doing them too much. It's not super hard for me.
I just use an account.
I actually do my own.
Game plan में थोड़ा सा तो tweak करना पड़ेगा. थोड़ा सा changes.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
My dad always takes my forms over.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh, hey,
क्या पता किए भी होंगे लेकिन काम नहीं किए.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, well, 0 point does spot out 𝐿𝐿𝑃𝐿, so you know that gives you some indication that potentially it's the direction they want to lean. But a shift towards mid here.
Foxy with an off her first time. Here's the gate crash go by.
He's gonna keep pushing, and he's got a bit of space. I mean, unless he goes mid through Ramen, you might run into Pat there. Indeed, that is gonna be the direction he's leaning. Dog gets quite a bit of info.
Yeah. Pat, thinking about making his way through mid. He really do be liking these lurks.
Yes.
Oh dear, it's not fast enough. I mean, this game, has forced Stacks of all people to buy an Odin. I don't know if I've ever seen it. The flash comes across. The spray does not connect. 11-1 on the half.
Well, I mean, I was hoping for a bit more.
W का counter judge और Odin.
But it doesn't seem like
triple duelist.
They turned the heat up enough when they were cooking this, or maybe they turned it up too much. One or the other.
It's like the
pick your poison.
It feels like it's like complete inverse Carmine, where it's just like, oh, well, Carmine's not running duelists. Let's run so many duelists.
It's anti-Carmine.
And we'll also get almost no rounds on split in the first half.
I love that.
Hey, at least they're buying utility.
True.
They don't get to use it often.
No, I mean,
पैसे नहीं आ रहे थे ना.
I don't hate the idea.
राउंड बनाने का था ना
In a lot of
इकोनॉमी के लिए.
ways, it's just, I think if you're going to cook
वो तो था दूसरा राउंड हारे. उसकी वजह से इकोनॉमी नहीं बनी. अटैक हाफ में. उसके बाद अटैक में हम लोग दो इम्पोर्टेंट गन राउंड में वो लोग ने पुश करके अपना सीधा डिफॉल्ट ब्रेक ही कर दिया पूरा. एक तो ग्रास वाला और एक विंडो पुश जेट का, दोनों राउंड में जेट ने मारा, तो इकोनॉमी बिल्ड ही नहीं हुआ कभी.
Set things up a bit more. Fair point. Again, to cut off, like what impressed me, like watching Na'Vi, right, use Yoru, was that they ran the fade over. And again, that's so impactful because the Nightfall
कर
can
सकता था
cut
विराज.
off so much of what's important to countering a Yoru, and that's hearing it. And we can see it here with those gate crashes flying by DRX, and that allows players like RB to be like, all right, I'm gonna use my util, like, cool story, like, I know you're coming. Like, we know that gate crash comes out into B, we know it's coming here, especially with the clock ticking down the way it was. And things like that, like, it's... I will never fault a team if they, like, stuff has been working for them in practice, and they try to bring it out on the stage. That's fine. I don't know if it has or not. I don't mind play. I like to see teams try new things, to try different things, to try to throw other teams off balance. In that regard, I don't particularly hate what Carmine Corp does in the fact that they're like shunning duelists. That's fine to me, but only if it has, you know, enough baked into the cake that it's actually a cake and not just.
उसका होप impactful नहीं था, हाँ.
Also the,
I guess a type of
the economy is the biggest issue there.
Yeah.
But all right, getting some cheers out from the audience here.
The Creekcast.
Second map में close करना था, yes.
Fans are
trying to help them get a little energy.
Give DRX strategy, guys. They need it. Going to the second half. See what Talon have for us now. Okay, Foxy9 jumping over the top. Cruz answering back. Takes quite a bit of damage. Fault line will slow, as does the Aftershock. Good delay tactics in Mako.
Stun गाया था रे, क्या बोल रहे हैं Mako?
Maybe thought he could get through it.
Oh, I think he was, okay. He was up front, and he was in front of it, and then the paint shells landed.
Oh, and he
it
had to
forced
back
him
up
back into it. Took too much damage, and he died.
Yes.
A nice combo.
That is good. Yeah, I mean, look. This could be a defender-sided comp.
Oh,
I don't know.
The shoulder? Yeah. Buzz noticed. Fox with a good kill, though. Takes out stacks, and that's a 4-2 advantage. Talon looking pretty well poised to go ahead and pick up this pistol.
This is a good gate crash. DRX isn't going to be able to hear it. So they, you know, this could potentially work for Fox. He can find one. That's good.
Got him. Oh, yeah, into the back. And whoa! All right.
There's
something to get excited about. Very clean from Fox. As Talon will go ahead and find themselves with a second round win.
Yeah, even though Buzz is somewhat prepared for it, it still works. So that's a really nice satchel from Foxy9. I really like the maneuverability, but it's just a good, better reaction from Cruz.
I think it was a little bit off because he kind of bonked his head
a little
right on the wall, so he didn't get in there as quickly. Gave that much more time for Cruz to adjust. So.
You know, every landing you make, even if it's not the best, as long as it's.
Is this a saying or something?
Well, it's like, you know. It's like an airplane thing. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're writing a Hallmark card. With every landing.
With every landing.
I'm like, what the, where the hell
new
is this going?
Opportunities to die.
Okay.
पता नहीं बातिवान को क्यों नहीं दिया?
Creep around though, Pat has not read
सोचा रहेगा कुछ.
Stacks. Okay, well, he's not quite going to go for the knife. Wouldn't have had time to get it either way, but RB just swings at double tap headshots. Take out Jit Boys. Fox again, spotting. Throws a flash up behind him. He's just pretty damn crisp with the headshots on the Ghost. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's.
नहीं bro, उनका कुछ प्लान रहेगा. मुझे कैसे आइडिया रहेगा? क्यों खेल रहे ट्रिपल ड्यूलिस्ट?
Utilization of some of that Yoru utility. Just doing a good job holding the line here so far. Again, it's a little bit easier for him on this defender side in a way to use his utility because he doesn't have to send it right through, you know, DRX. Well, I'm glad they're excited, and I hope that we have more to be excited for as this map goes along, certainly. All right, this satchel is going in deep.
Foxy, covering fires great. Somehow actually gets Sushi Boys as well. That like fade away last bullet. Cruz now dead. tucked back as Fox is out on ramp. Buzz will strike him down. And DRX say, okay, enough shenanigans. As Mako spotted during the mid-reload, the rush comes in. Pat is trying to get something done with the judge. To be a 3K for Mako, as DRX go ahead and take this to map point.
Yeah, just a great little setup here from DRX. Foxy go in, cover his entry.
यूरो का सरप्राइज एलिमेंट
The exit of A
कुछ तो होना चाहिए ना.
And they do. And that's, DRX very disciplined, very coordinated with these hits. If they're going to do a fast one like that, you know it's going to be pretty much every possibility is accounted for. So certainly you can tell that that is the case. Everybody knows it. We talked about it earlier, right? Like DRX, everybody steals their strats, their executes.
Oh,
ऐसा क्या through?
It's fine, it's fine. He got there in the end. There's no one to greet him. It's going to be a double push into mid.
मुझे जाना पड़ेगा लगता है.
Goes Astral. This timing, he could be everything. Flash in, the jump pass. He gets one, he almost gets the other. Oh man. That was way closer than it should have been.
Spike planted.
Oh my.
Spike planted, however. Foxy looking to hold the line.
हाँ खिलाएंगे रॉसी को.
The dimensional drift. We'll see what Fox has got cooked up for us. Bot goes out, paint chills as well, just bouncing that over towards the vent. Knows that there's still this Yoru presence.
डर लेंगे अभी योरू को.
And right as he exits, finds Mako, gets traded by Buzz. Bam coming through, Cruz dead. Sushi with a nice headshot. Now needs to clutch versus 2.
एक ही smoke करे.
Oh, and that's just right onto the nade. The timing could not have been better. Stack swings around the back. And it's going to be a 13-3 victory from DRX.
Well, didn't work for Talon. DRX definitely having some fun with it there for a while. With stacks with the Odin. A lot of judge shenanigans from DRX. It certainly did not frazzle them, did not frighten them, did not confuse them really at any point in this match.
Confused me.
Warm up के लिए खेलेगा ऐसा, पता नहीं.
Sure you were the intended target.
Probably not, but boy did I get flashbanged by this one.
I am certainly stunned up after that. No doubt. I think I want to TP off the stage.
Well,
कौन से views खींच
we're going
रहा
to go to a break pretty soon, so we will be able to do that.
क्या करके?
True, we can.
You know what's actually very funny? Is that the desk has to break this down over the course of about 10 to 10
I was doing my best to
so.
try to make something of this, but it just wasn't there yet.
I mean, hey, at least the viewing party got a couple of rounds to get excited about. Hopefully the next map will give them a lot more to cheer for.
We know Talent's capable of it. We saw it at Lock-In.
Yeah.
We know that they can put up a fight against DRX. We know that they can take maps off them. We know they can push them on maps. Now we want to see it in Pro. Okay, you tried the split thing. You really, saw that split is a tough map for DRX. Historically, it has been a tough map for DRX. But
in the last couple
whatever,
of years,
yeah. For the last couple of years. But whatever you're thinking here, today did not come through, so wipe the slate clean. Let's go into Pearl. Let's see if we can rebound and have a good performance here. Take a map. Get us to map 3, please. I'd love to see an Ascent, but
it's just to lure them to a false sense of security. I don't know. I really don't have the answers. Hopefully the desk does. They're going to be breaking down the action here for map number 1 on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere, because if there's more of this to come, then oh boy, let's dive right in. Don't go anywhere.
ये कैसे change करते हैं मैं भूल गया रे.
Either way, fights for the gravity well. Foxy 9 up here and managing to find one. Sushi Boy traces back. Stinger of his own, and it is a bloodbath. Dive into the back. Foxy 9, he's covering RB. And then finds another. Can't quite make it happen. Push coming in at the moment, spotting one. Up over the top. Sees the gun barrel. Gonna be disconnected from a couple of the others. He's 6. Gonna find the kill. The push off the rope. Okay, can use the cover for him. Drops down all the way up the stairs. Side Cruz does cover. And stacks. Stacks before he gets ready. Jump on the corner. Clock running out of time here. Oh no, but they're gonna have to try to stick onto this instantly. Rocco's got the covering fire. Hold the half and now able to track this. Foxy again with bite, finds Mako, then dies to it. It's all on Cruz, isn't it? This game. This game.
Essentially worked for Foxy. Find one. That's good.
Got him. Oh, yeah, in the back. Okay, well.
बताओ जवाब बताओ क्या लगता है आपको क्या होगा अगला मैच किसके अगेंस्ट है जी का पता है देख वीएलआर पे सब कुछ दिया हुआ है
Everyone, 𝐿-𝐏𝐾𝐿 here at the desk alongside 𝐷𝐾𝐿 and Tasteless, and we are back here much quicker than we thought we would be once match 2 started here.
What just happened?
Yeah, blink of an eye and you miss it. That was a very, very one-sided map of split here from TLN and DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. We talked earlier about the fact that DRX, it's important to them that they assert once again that they are the best, and they want to do so in a dominant fashion, in a boot-on-your-neck fashion, and they did it here in the first map. Talon was crushed, and I am hoping we do not have a game that short there for game 2. I feel like I barely had time
better
to
in my
process
opinion.
that.
We flex our pecs. Dude,
we flex our pecs.
Like the DRX white tiger. Yeah.
I got confused for a second.
I was like, well, I haven't been doing any push-ups lately. What are we talking about?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the duelist not doing too much, right? I mean, the triple duelist. Listen, there's something going on here with threes. There's 3 people at the desk. Talon picked 3 duelists, and they only got 3 rounds. Okay, so there's something going on in threes here at the VCT Pacific. It didn't look good, and we were trying to figure out, like, what do we even highlight here? And we were kind of grasping at straws, and one thing that struck us was, I mean, it was so hard for Talon to even just get their first round win here on the first half.
Well, they did win that first.
Actually, just 1 round, in the first half.
It was round 9, so good, but geez, man, like, it's just so much. I don't know what to say. Stacks kind of overheated, so he kind of peaked out. We see this little bit of interesting utility with the Yoru. You send out that fake out, the decoy, to just push past and allows uses the dimensional drift to gain info, basically open up space for the site. But you can see DRX just set up for the retake, and they know how to go in decisively. The way that they take it from heaven, from screens, they do it together as a team. When it came down to it, though, you just have that 1 player left, and that's going to be Cruz, because he was kind of just chilling towards backside around 𝐿, Everyone else was already there. They were falling apart. I think even, who was it RB, who just peeked straight out, instant dig onto 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝐿. So fast, so good, but Cruz still shows that he has that sharpshooting mentality, that sharpshooting skill to be able to find this 3K at the end that gives them their first win, but I don't know why.
I mean, it wasn't anywhere close to what they needed, right? And something we should note is the reason we picked this round is because, I mean, it took so many things working out in their favor, so many just close duels being won by individual mechanics for them to barely get one round win. Now, on the flip side, yes, we can joke all we want about triple duelist comp and all that, but DRX finally adjusting to what you need to do to win split cleanly and not go to overtime.
Yeah, we had a fun highlight that I wanted to show in general about, you know, the usage of the judges here, some crazy stuff coming out from these plays, popping out, and, you know, these were some incredible punishes here.
I mean, yeah, stacks with a judge, you don't see that every day, right?
No, it's unusual to see this. I mean, there were some just fantastic moments back here. Look, every single round, if we wanted to highlight for DRX, we could have done it because they dominated so hard, right? They played an almost perfect game. They lagged a little bit in some of the early, you know, rounds in the second half, but very quickly after that, DRX tied it up.
I think you were saying, Nick, that this is like DRX needing to assert their dominance and show them who's boss. This is like taking it to the next level. Like, bro, like 13-3. You're playing with a judge. I guess that's the key to winning split now.
I mean, hey,
judge on split.
Listen, you got to do what it takes, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we know that a lot of these teams that play very strategically, not just DRX, all around the world. They like to avoid split because it's like, well, we could play the best execute, and then there's like two judges on the other side. What are you gonna do? Well, DRX now finally learning. If you can't beat them, join them, right? Just pick up those judges and win a couple easy rounds, stack up your econ, and then you can buy the ops.
I guess they learned that from Monyettes, but still, like
that too.
Talent. Okay, I don't know what it is. Maybe this is something that worked out in their scrims, kind of like what Clinton was saying on the cast, but I don't know. It also kind of looks like maybe they're just saving strats, possibly, just because this is DRX.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know that it's that, but it is possible. I mean, this is kind of the one. If they're going to lose a series early on, this is the one that I guess you can forgive losing. The problem is that they're already down 0-2 before they came into this, right? The numbers are starting to add up.
There's that.
I mean, listen, I'll save you guys some trouble. I'll tell the viewers exactly what's going on.
Okay.
We're grasping at straws here, okay? We have no idea why Talon did this. Surely there is a reason, right? And this is something we should all remember is no matter how one-sided a game looks or whatever, whenever a pro team makes a decision, there surely is a reason. Now, the execution could be poor and everything else. There's a lot of other factors, but surely there's a reason. We won't know until we get some extra interviews, right? You know, whether it's on stage or whatever.
Yeah, it came, like, composition-wise, it still looked interesting. They had some ideas that maybe they wanted to explore, especially with the gate crash at times. But when you have a player like Foxy9 on the other side, when you have all DRX just kind of anticipating and expecting you to make such plays, they know that you're going to have to find some ways to take the site, and DRX lets you have it. You have Foxy9 playing off of areas like Heaven just to snipe you down from across, and I'm not even talking about literally sniping. He was using the Phantom most times, if anything. And DRX just knew exactly how to retake in a lot of these scenarios. Talon, again, yeah, they had some ideas, I think, that they wanted to try, but when it came down to it, it just almost felt like there isn't that much cover when you're trying to push in. You're relying a lot on Gate Crash to take up space. You're relying on I guess 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔 was playing Raze, Sushi was Jett.
That's another thing,
everyone's swapping roles.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I mean, they're not only swapping their roster, but that's also forcing them to swap these roles pretty much every single map they play so far at VCT Pacific, which, again, experimentation, all that, great. Love to see it, but at a certain point, you have to solidify what you're going to do for the rest of this, tournament.
You know, it could be one of these situations where, like, if your crazy idea works, you look like a genius, but if it doesn't work, you look like a fool, right? I mean,
well, there's always the two sides to a mad scientist. One is mad and one is scientist. And today it was just mad. It was not the scientist going out for Talon.
I can appreciate the science still. I think that we can all agree that the science is scientific. It's interesting.
It's interesting. But it was also only interesting for what, 25 minutes? That's all we had.
It was such a short series. It was weird. Like, by the time we got to, I think it was 7-0, we were suddenly looking at each other like, oh, we're going to have to go back on the desk, like, right away. You know, this is not going to have the time to pan out like any kind of normal Valorant match.
And I just want to put this out there. I know I was the one who's been asking for triple duelists. Let me apologize, okay? All Valorant fans around the world, I'm sorry I wish this to fruition.
No.
I no longer want to see triple duelists from anybody. You know, I'll go back. I'll be a good little boy and play Sova and Fade and Sky. I'll get info for everyone in my solo queue games. I will stop spamming Yoru, all right? I didn't, you know, I might still, you'll never find out. But
Do we have I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run over you there. I was wondering, do we have another weird comp coming up here again?
Oh,
or are we going to see them? Yeah.
So, here's the thing.
Okay.
We have never seen Talon play Pearl. Not yet. Not with this team, not with this roster. They didn't play it during lock-in. They haven't played it in Pacific. So, if anything, like, DRX has, and we kind of know how DRX does it. Maybe Talon can come up with some kind of anti-strat. Maybe they can debut some interesting composition, or maybe not even that. Just play what works.
Yeah, I mean, surely if you're leaving it open, right, you know, in favor of banning out, you know, the maps like Haven, where we know DRX is very strong, but, I mean, Talon, they played okay on Haven before as well. It's just that DRX is way over the top, so they banned that. They leave the Pearl open. Surely you have something prepared, but yeah, now... yeah, I am curious. What does this look like? I mean, who's even playing, right? Do they swap out players? Does Garnett's come back on stage?
I don't know. You know, it was such a weird game with a, you know, a weird comp that it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what to. I feel like that game was so odd. It's hard to know really what to make.
Same here.
Of this.
अरे first map जाने दो, second map के बारे में बात करो यार.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're about to lose our jobs just because of Talon. I mean,
all right, guys.
I do want to remind everybody, these guys did have a close match against DRX.
कोई है stream
In
पे?
the past, it's easy to forget when you see a game as weird as that. Whatever they do, I hope it is really their best coming here against DRX, because I do believe, even though DRX should win this, probably in a 2-0, it should be possible for Talon to play a better map overall.
We know this team to be able to perform. If anything, especially on split, maybe not with a triple duelist, but they did play a double controller, and they beat EG. It's possible. They have shown us they can do it before, but just, I don't know, they're playing against Giants this time, and maybe they want to experiment a little bit. Maybe they want to just stretch their limbs and try out different ideas. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Look, they're happy about this. They're here just to kind of cook up something different. Maybe they find something
Members आए नहीं क्या कोई आज?
idea or not, but at the very least, they're showing us that they can still play, because they did take that pistol round away from DRX at the start of the second half. So
yeah, again, I mean, the mechanics, all that, we've known time and time again this team has potential, right? The core squad of Talon, they've always shown up at these international tournaments throughout the history of Valorant Esports so far since the beginning. We've seen that things are doable with this squad. They're going to stick with the same 5 going into Pearl. Okay, we're seeing something much more regular than triple duelists. We are going to see the Reyna out of 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝑃, and then Sushi Boys continuing to play the main jet here.
That's, again, interesting role swaps. Reyna, of all things, it's, you know, largely known as this agent that doesn't really have that much utility to help the whole team unless you frag out.
Sure.
Yeah, you have to win. You've got to snowball it.
And then the other thing, playing solo Harbor.
Yeah.
For controller, we haven't seen that. I mean, a lot of the weaknesses people talked about Harbor was, you know, it's very telegraphed. You have to have someone else to be able to play with these fakes. I mean, Talon, let me tell you, they're definitely still cooking. But the question is, who let them cook? 𝐿𝐼𝑃 and Paper Thin, give us the answer.
I don't have that answer, but whoever it is, they need to be brought to justice. We need to drag them into the light.
I want to touch on something the desk is talking about. Because,
Sure.
Yeah, no, you're right. Whoever gave those cooking licenses out needs to have them revoked. But look, the science here. Okay, I am an actual scientist. Well, sort of. Okay, I have an actual bachelor's degree in science. Whoever let that PhD thesis there for Talon get through the referee phase failed as a referee. All right, that ain't it.
Yeah.
But that's okay. New map. Now we have Reyna.
This means that I believe that the only agent we haven't seen in Pacific so far is Chamber. So
That's right.
He's the lone outlier. Everybody else has had some play time.
True. Yeah, we've seen Phoenix. Yeah.
But I'm just, you know, the thing that hurts the most, because I think obviously this still has a lot of question marks around it. You know, the solo controller, they're highlighting that. But this is, at least compared to what we just saw on Split, a bit more standard, a bit more acceptable with the double duelist.
और क्या करेंगे? आर्ट लेंगे?
Sushi Boys on Jet.
Yeah, why not on Killjoy? Right. I mean, I said it. You know, normally he plays controller on Split, he plays Astra or Viper or whatever, but now he's like pure duelist.
मारो इधर ही रुक के मारो. अरे वही उड़ गया पहला.
Going to be getting another dash away from Foxy9. They'll just go ahead and pull back. Say, okay, we got a positive trade. Let's leave.
I mean, the confidence is flowing for DRX. For them to make a push out like that on a pistol round, you know, they had a pretty good read here. I think that this was initially potentially going to be an A.
क्या है कि एंगल पकड़ ले रहे हो लोग ने?
Not too far off the mark.
क्यों ने एक पकड़ा जेट ने एक पकड़ा?
छोड़
क्यों रहा है जेट?
Thought for a moment there they might go through water.
Hello, Foxy. अच्छा, वो deep के लिए.
Their way into the link and Foxy didn't spot it. The timing.
Yeah, timing just slightly off there to be able to catch, but you can see they're still anticipating this. Now they go ahead and confirm it. Ball going to be thrown out. Wide swing attack. Spike stranded. Fox going to go ahead and do a pop flash to the smoke. Then Foxy9 gets himself tucked away, and rbey will have the finish. DRX.
आप कब से खेल रहे हो Valo और CS को?
I mean, when DRX starts to get confident,
CS 1.6,
they start to play like this,
1.5,
it gets scary.
1.6.
You know, when you can put DRX on the back foot, like
Condition
mentally,
0.
you know, you can kind of start to expect them to play a little bit safer, default a little bit more.
Valorant.
But when they have confidence to make a push out like that, and then, you know, you try to wrap in or wrap behind them potentially or whatever, but it's, this is when DRX gets really scary. This is when they start to snowball games.
2005 से खेल रहा हूँ.
Because they are just feeling it. And they are outrageously good shots.
Flash out. 𝐼𝐿 just going to be backing away as the Bulldog, but isn't interested in swinging around. And I mean, granted, given what happened on Split, they're probably anticipating force firing on the opposite side.
Sure.
So don't want to overextend, potentially give that Bulldog over, as we can see. Just two Sheriffs, Sushi and Jit boys going for it. Standard stuff as far as your duelists, especially when you have Arena in the mix.
And no Lears this time, though, for Jit. So Buzz is just going to watch this angle here. You do have the pinch with rbey on the harbor, letting that knife go into outer space. Yeah, they're going to have to back up.
rbey, perfect presence. Flash goes out. He's going to play up close. Here's the push. And oh my God, he mows him down. The classic is out. He's got a 4K. It's a flawless DRX move up 2-0.
Great reaction there from rbey. Just again, throwing his utility. Wasn't quite prepared in the way they wanted to be, with Buzz kind of letting loose with some utility. And he as well. You know, utility in hand when that flash comes through. He has to back up, and well, no problem. A little bit of an opportunity there for Cruz, but not able to connect. And things looking dire potentially for TLN. TLN going with half armors due to the funds. Only a full armor there for Fox.
They said due to the funds. Like,
the funds.
Yes, that's what they've all been infected with, is the funds.
The funds.
Going for the fun comp. All right, quick.
Isn't that what they had in The Last of Us? Like
dash in, nade comes down. I mean, Pat is just dead. No. I mean, it was bite plus fragment.
Okay.
Sushi pushing over to Art, finds one. Great turn away though from Buzz. Points getting flashed. Will get traded, but 𝐼𝐿 still holding things down. Two people left.
मेरे को लगा मर गया.
Tagged up. 𝐼𝐿, quite a bit of damage. Cannot steady the aim, and suddenly Foxy now just with a Marshall to try to bring this one back in and deny the round win away. They're not certain where he's at.
TLN doing some experiment.
Dash at the
ready. A lot of experiment.
Wants to try to grab the gun, and if he broke line of sight just a little bit more, probably would have been fine.
round था TLN के लिए.
But TLN will go ahead and close that out. So get themselves on the board right here in the first three. Already a clear improvement.
Certainly, but the economy damage here is brutal for TLN. I mean, they lose 4 guns out of that round. The good news is if my eyes did not deceive me there in the brief look we had at the buy, I think they might be going like half armors. Yeah, two fulls, 3 halves for TLN. So still able to scrape together enough funds for a very respectable round. But now you've got the op, Foxy9, and trying to get some work done in mid, but there was a flash to check that. Fox, so playing Pokemon with Fox for Fox here, you know.
Okay. Heavy presence spotted. Like, Pat just gonna go ahead and look to exit. Prowler will find one. Still hanging around for now. Snakebite will clear that right side up the arch. And hey, surprise, Foxy, he's got an op.
Ooh.
And he's got 2 kills.
Yeah, he's pretty good with this. We've seen time and time again here in Pacific.
I mean, debut game, an ace with it. Continuing to push up. There's a third. Sushi just gotta back away. Burns both of those cloudbursts just to get the hell out. Now they're gonna start shifting over towards B site. Still 2 players in the immediate vicinity there, RB as well as Buzz. Try to shut this down. Buzz just sat in back hall,
30 seconds
jiggling
left.
around.
I mean, the concern here for me is for Talon is there isn't much response to Foxy with that operator in terms of utility. They try to, you know, double peek on him when he's pushing up. Doesn't really work.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
RB.
Mar.
Whippy. Hope's not in.
Spike planted.
किधर जाते रे?
He had started that spray a little bit sooner. Probably could have denied plant. Either way, doesn't get it done. Sushi now pushing. Spots him. Buzz gonna back. It's at the pop flash. The wall now coming down. Jiggles looks for the spot. Foxy again on for an ace, but will not be able to find it. Mako will go ahead and get the last kill. The fuse will come in. That's gonna be 3-1 DRX.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal piece of the puzzle here for DRX in terms of adding layers to what we know they're capable of and having a tremendous operator. As good as Buzz was, you know, when he was opping for them on the jet, Foxy, in my mind, even with the limited amount of, you know, performance we've seen from him, is better. And he's so confident, he's so aggressive, he's so fast, and he's so clean with it. And he's got the Blaze Storm to back things up as well.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered,
क्या बताऊं?
with how the series is going so far, those are still really crisp.
Oh, ready है?
Yeah.
And Foxy, I mean, has a little bit of a message to send, given what something said yesterday.
Get out of my way.
Exactly.
मार ले अब,
Oh,
तरफ
yeah.
मारना.
I mean, Foxy was,
Please.
he was tweeting about it. He
देखना है
saw
उधर
it.
जेट को
He
कटते हुए.
knows. You know, he's a big fan of something, and you know, he wants to put on a show. You know, especially since this was the map we got to see something on here on Pearl. He wants to say, you know, okay, I saw you. Now it's my turn. Now, what I want to see here from DRX is Foxy opping on the attacker side.
Very well could happen. Well, there's the opening kill. Cruz is going to be taken down. Your solo controller dead.
Okay.
Pat with a great response. Fantastic headshot, but here's the push in.
Spike down.
Clear on the Lear, and Stax is just playing it to absolute beautiful perfection. I mean, yeah, they've got sheriffs. They're outgunned, but that was still damn clean.
When he doesn't have to think about it, when he can just be in the moment, we know Stax is good.
Yeah.
He's so clean. He's been using the Vandal today, which is kind of interesting.
Classic Stax.
Yeah. You know, I've seen him kind of, as well as in their match against GE last week, I saw him sometimes pulling out the Vandal. His classic Stax. He's been often opting for the Phantom, but I've been seeing some kind of playing around with different rifles for DRX. They're allowed to pick whatever rifles they want now. There's no more forced choice. This time he is going to go for the Phantom, so
okay.
Interesting stuff here. I mean, mostly full armors this time.
I just want that
Talon.
That guaranteed like headshot kill when he knows that he's dealing with sheriffs.
Speaking of headshots.
Yeah, Sushi boys. It's just, I mean, his head's just taken off. Back into the corner. Nearly has it dialed in on Pat. Now shifts over towards screen to see if somebody's going to peek. Confirms presence. Lear goes out wide. They push to the wall. Not quite yet. Reckoning going to be invested. Cruz trying to open things up. And Foxy 9 will go down. Pat finding 2. Huge kills. A third now for Pat. Continues to move up. Walks in. RB finding him.
I've got your trail.
Notice. Okay, now he does. Jib Boy is going to be spotted. Mako arriving from behind. He's looking to disrupt. RB tries to go bouncing in with his shorty. Won't be able to get much done. And it should be Talon locking in a second round. Yeah, everybody just swinging out. No grab it.
Yeah, very good job here by Pat. Just W-keying his way through. Getting some big kills. Time around. A little bit of damage done early from Fox. This time they're able to get that op out of his hand. Maybe a little bit of a wishful thinking shot from Fox towards 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐿 when he kind of saw him, and then the smoke wall came up, but they're able to clean it out, get the job done. So okay, TLN here. Let's see if they can string some rounds together, make this respectable. There's nobody really here on B except Mako.
I mean, the rotations are already starting. Mako's sounding the alarm.
Well,
there's the lockdown.
So this is okay. I mean, DRX, since they're playing pretty far back, the lockdown would have likely slowed things up anyway.
First available, but not popped. Might see that if they start losing out players early. And speaking of which, Pat dead. Cruz taken down as well, just trying to get that spike planted. He does so, but ends up losing his life. And yeah, Empress is in. Just backing away. How they try to pull this one off. 𝐿 going to be the answer. That goes out. Foxy looking to try to clear, but Sushi Boys with a nice angle hold. Brings his sights up to heaven. We'll be able to knock Buzz to the ground, but are they gonna res him? Is anyone gonna? Guys? Anyone at all? It looks like a slight delay on the defuse.
Buzz.
Oh no! Do they have time?
I got you, bro.
No, they got him. Okay, they got him right at the very last second.
Did they? Oh, okay. Yeah. They're just toying with him.
I had to check our other screen.
Messing with Buzz a little bit there. Oh, Mako.
Yeah.
Oh, Mako. Oh, no. Hello?
Hello? Oh, boy.
I mean, DRX here, when they have their time, when they're able to comfortably set up for those retakes, we see it time and time again that they're able to just, slam on through, and especially with that null command to back it up to eliminate any of the utility that could counter them. Sure, they lose Foxy on the push-in, but, apparently DRX saying, please spike plant, hello?
Yeah, the full quote.
But, DRX, if they have the time and the planning, there's few that do it better.
Okay, Buzz sending down the fragment. Buying some time, and they're going for the pinch, and the pinch is good. Great pressure, 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐿 finding stacks. Spike is planted, so there you go, DRX.
This
Getting
time
what you wanted.
Yeah. This one might be a save.
Yep. I think it might just be, which is, in and of itself, an incredible victory given the circumstances that we've been under in the series.
No doubt. This is, a good execute here from Talon. Not really able to give Buzz any comfort there. Just smothering him from a couple different angles. So that's how you draw it up. Certainly, especially when you're not fully invested in the round with your guns.
Yeah, okay, well, a third round found. Gun picked up.
Thrifty.
Has to run away, does Cruz.
Got it.
Makes it out, and yep, we'll be able to retain it. A thrifty win. Not bad here from the side of Talon.
No, this is starting to look pretty good. Starting to kind of put their heads on straight. Just a fast hit onto B.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with aggression, which is something that was sort of attempted on Split, but not really.
They tried it early, and it didn't go so good. Well, Foxy now going to be the one to hold down B with that op. Still sitting on that Blade Storm. Mako has his pit over on A. See if he just pops it earlier, if he's going to wait things out a little bit.
Okay, a fake flash. No, not going to find anyone. There's the pop flash. And they're still thinking about it. Oh, the turn blocking against the collat! And there's a third one! What a shot! Oh, it's just gorgeous. I'll tell you what, the last time he got a collat kill, it led to an ace. Let's see if it happens again.
If he had hit that last shot there, oh boy.
Oh. I mean, even the third one was just disgusting. Okay, they confirm. No ace this time. From the Fox is forward, stacks exits Hall. Find the kill, and okay. 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐿 getting a nice read. Takes him down. See if he can do any more damage.
I was worried for a moment, and it is going to be Mako as they swing in from B made, but I was worried there for a moment that Foxy had overcooked a little bit there with that operator. Nope. I should know better. Nope. That was absolutely insane. I mean, just the way he sees the elbow and he's like, okay, hold on, I want to find your head. Oh God, that third shot was so good.
Yeah. Hey, again, good shot by 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔. It was solid, but paling in comparison to that triple right there from Foxy.
Just devastating.
Yeah.
Just winning rounds by himself. I mean, that's...
And he's getting pretty good reads. Turret out, and Pat swings right into it. Oh, the trap is set. The bait gets nibbled, and the prey gets caught.
Unbelievable how clean he is with those shots. That one wasn't the easiest.
Okay. Aware that Sushi's in this position. RB, quick little drag across.
Away from keyboard.
Catches him in the head. Buzz just trying to stay tucked here alongside screens.
Kya ho raha hai?
Another one from RB. Fox will finally flush Buzz out, but now he's the last man standing. And Foxy says, hey, you know what? I'll use the blade.
मजा नहीं आ रहा यार ये गेम में.
Might as well.
One side हो रहा है मैच.
Yeah, it's
एक तो अपना टीम हार गया, ऊपर से दूसरा मैच में वन साइड चल रहा है. तालुन क्या मजाक कर रहा है क्या इधर?
That fast hit, but since then it's been shut
लॉक इन में इतना अच्छा खेले थे. ये पातिबान आया तब से अच्छा ही नहीं खेल रहे. क्या हो गया इनको? सुपरस्टार को लाके नहीं हो रहा है क्या? रोल सेट नहीं हुआ क्या अभी तक? कोई भी कुछ भी एजेंट ले रहा है.
They're buying down. Only Sushi left with over $1,000.
Foxy 9 ने खत्म कर दिया. आज सब जेट चमक रहे क्या?
I mean, look, Foxy's anticipating it. He's thinking that it's going to be that double updraft out of shops. It's not. Oh, the wall. Gets it right in front. He drifts down right as Sushi Boys updrafts once more. Pushes out, tries to go for the shot. Not going to get the connection. Now they'll look to rush. Reckoning coming through from the side of Talon. Stack's going to be taken out. RB as well falling. Looks like they might be able to pull it off once again as Pat finds two.
Chaos में मारते हैं लोग तालन वाले. पता नहीं कैसे लेकिन chaos में मार देते हैं.
In a 1v4 scenario with weapons snatched up by everybody on Talon. Okay, Turret finally spots him.
Slope हाँ कर सकते हैं. लेकिन अपने टीम से स्ट्रैट छुपाने का क्या जरूरत है?
Mako. Okay, rare to see. Pat goes ahead, gets another triple. They lock down a fourth round win. So in with a shout to make it a 7-5 now that they get some more weapons back in their possession.
बाकी टीम से छुपा तरीके से.
Yeah, that's a huge win here for Talon. Like you're talking about. Just doing a great job here on the point. Our 𝐿𝐼𝙔 and Pat combining there for some big kills. You know, DRX just trying to play through the reckoning. And it didn't go. Maybe DRX just kind of getting a little bit overconfident on that one. But again, this keeps the economy somewhat respectable for Talon that they're able to.
Kusi flash.
Just hitting everybody with a team flash. They catch one on the jiggle as Foxy catches Sushi over at A. Everybody else now stomping their way up towards B. The wall's preset. Orb is grabbed. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put extra effort into trying to have the lockdown for the side X.
मारामारी कर. किधर रुक रहा है?
I mean, on this lurk, if he's able to
अभी क्रॉस करेगा?
Obviously.
नहीं फ्री खाएगा इधर. फ्री खाएगा.
खाएगा.
बोला ना फ्री खाएगा.
Right down. RB says, yeah, you just keep playing screens.
And you know, Pat isn't over here with the spike or anything, so we can't even get the extra orb off that. They're just really taking their time on this. They're not sure how to get through. Still have a little bit of utility here from Cruz to make this potential execute happen. Still got flash from the Trailblazer for Foxy.
Mako, I guess,
yeah,
mostly
why
for
not?
funds. Like, I guess I'll just dump this and make sure they go to B for everybody else.
Yeah, now we can really slide towards B. Okay.
Cruz finding one. This is how things can fall apart, but now it's going to be RB starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
सही है man.
3 gorgeous kills from him with a now very far forward lurk from
हेमन फिर अपने टीम पे जीतने के लिए लगा ना. ऐसा कुछ तो मजा आएगा.
Spawn. Fox, I mean, he's got this wall blocking him off. Fox look at the challenge. Mako reacts just a little bit faster. Dash in. Foxy 9 dead. The lockdown about to be used. Mako knowing that he's got to play for it. Otherwise, the 7-5 going to be coming in. And Cruz will pick up 4 kills in the round to go ahead and make
Yeah, this is as one-sided as this looked at times. Talon is able to find some really impactful rounds with some low buys, some bad economy. And this round
मैं स्ट्रीम पे नहीं था तो 40 लोग देख रहे थे. मैं स्ट्रीम पे 28 लोग देख रहे हैं. ये क्या सीन है? मैं चले जाऊँ क्या? कैमरा बंद करके चले जाता हूँ.
From DRX, and that's huge. The 4K gives Talon signs of life here on Pearl. As we switch over to the attacker side now for DRX, and generally,
Hello,
very
little
good
boy.
attacker side of team.
क्या हाल चाल?
Again, I mean, the biggest question
क्या
is
rank हुआ
what
अभी
does
तेरा?
this look like on the attack or on the defense for the side of Talon? How do they operate this? Obviously, we can take a good guess. It's pretty much what is the Reyna doing?
Right.
Where is 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿 going to be prioritizing his attention? How much space can he gain? And can he go off in the fashion that he needs to? This is a very feast or famine agent.
I mean, my guess would be that they stick him in mid, either at double doors or arts or something like that to try to control that space, try to gain space in the mid. You'll see a lot of Reynas when they play this map.
नहीं रे वो चेयर टूट गई जो फेमस थी वो.
And try to work that area right into the plaza, and that can happen. You can control art pretty well with those layers and things like that. So
अच्छा.
then you got some space to kind of maneuver around.
क्यों रे रैंक क्यों खेलना क्यों बंद कर दिया? एग्जाम था क्या?
We'll see. I mean, again, it doesn't happen much, but every once in a great while, I haven't seen it in a long time, Reynas do give DRX a little bit of
पहले
trouble.
कौन सी टीम में
That's
था?
a long
पता
time.
नहीं मुझे.
I haven't felt that pressure. Other teams have tried it at various stages, various levels of competition. We've seen it internationally even. Aliens?
And he's biting the post. He's holding it with his mouth.
हाँ पता है मुझे.
Yep. I mean,
वेजीमॉन्क्स उसका ही जवाब दिया रे मैं. लेकिन वो ज़्यादा फेमस वाली चेयर थी वो टूट गई. ये दूसरी चेयर है.
That's how I feel too.
If you don't give in to the silliness, if you don't join it, you're gonna let it defeat you. So
Reignite.
Better to
Reignite.
Come here and have some fun.
Dive on.
क्या कैसा pronounce?
Enjoy the matches as much as you can.
Well, all right. First round now on the attack, looking like very heavy. I mean, full 5-man stack here from DRX, getting ready to push out towards B, but a 4-man stack waiting from Talon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is well read here by Talon. It looks like DRX usually on these pistols just kind of is sometimes really aggressive.
Go for the cross, Prowler to chase. Checks close. Nobody behind the pillar. They keep moving forward. And already, the last member starting to rotate across. Flashing into the back. Turn though, Sushi Boys was ready for it. Has managed to find one, but Buzz going to answer back with 2 of his own. Didn't quite read that Pat's in this position. And suddenly, he does find himself in a potentially winnable situation. 𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐿 still chasing forward. Trying to get into a spot to support.
Shoulder नहीं देखा क्या? मुझे लगा देखा.
Stranded, Pat with 3.
Stacks.
𝐿𝐼𝙋𝐿 can pick up a ghost. Doesn't want to make noise.
नहीं करेगा change.
Himself crept across.
Sound क्यों देगा मार्को?
Back here into the hall. Push coming in, and Pat with a 4K.
Nice round,
brings Talon
individual.
within touching distance of tying this up.
Yeah, this looked really good there for DRX.
Game sense अच्छा करने के लिए ना
got a second kill.
matches देख सकते हो.
No way. Dude, he killed him blind.
मतलब एक बार देख के छोड़ना नहीं है. वो राउंड वापस रिपीट करके देखना है कि क्यों किया, क्या हुआ रहेगा. वो देखना है. और फिर गेम खेलते हो ना आप, तभी राउंड में वो सोचना है.
Playing a dangerous game, having Pat's voice comms on.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember hearing
एक गेम 2-3 बार देखो. पहले सीधा देखो, फिर रेडार देखो. फिर देखो एबिलिटीज क्या यूज किया किसने, कौन से टाइम पे. कैसा रिपोजिशन किया, रिपोजिशन करके किधर फाइट लिया या फिर पैसिव खेला. क्या एंगल होल्ड करते हैं, ऑफ एंगल होल्ड करते हैं, कौन से एजेंट्स डायरेक्ट एम रखते हैं, वो देखो.
Vandal in hand. Really looking to have some impact and stop any type of Thrifty from coming through here, let alone just, a couple kills being found. We'll push up all the way through B as well.
Yeah, they're trying to just collapse on this DRX hit wherever it happens.
Next match.
Fast as possible.
Jinne Singh.
Boys, yeah, not really finding much there.
अभी जो agents खेल रहे हैं ना, वही agents इतना level तक खेलने के लिए time लग गया है. अभी और agents क्या change करेंगे मुझे नहीं पता.
Pushes towards Art.
और हो पाएगा क्या उतना
Suddenly the man advantage is there.
Just
Weapons recovered. Stacks with the Spectre.
मर गया
Reading that this could be from behind, but ends up getting timing. And now suddenly, despite the weapons being recovered, yep, it's got to go pick it up. It'll be a Bulldog in the hand of Buzz. Try to get this done, but he can't make it happen.
Nice, 7-7.
Talon, they're going to tie it up at 7-7.
All right. This is what we wanted to see. Talon
Starting
here.
में कौन सा initiator सीखना better है?
Really starting to play well. Really starting to get their
Sky
senses
खेल
about
सकते हो.
them. You know, Pat coming up big in the
KO
first
खेल
round.
सकते हो.
Foxy, they're able to grab
Sova
that
भी खेल
vandal.
सकते हो.
And all of a sudden, I thought, oh boy, here we go.
Breach थोड़ा difficult है
This is gonna
क्योंकि
be DRX baby getting that
Bugs में
thrifty.
अगर teammates उतने अच्छे नहीं रहेंगे
Talon
ना,
not having
मतलब
any of it.
comms नहीं करने वाले
knock him
रहेंगे
out
या
in
फिर
the
breach
cubby
का
in the
util
dugout.
use करके kill लेने को try नहीं करने वाले होंगे, तो breach सीखना
job
बहुत
done.
मुश्किल है.
Now Talon has to cut funds a little bit here. Half armor.
Sova Sky
KO
KO fade
general
सीख
sort of
सकते
idea.
हो.
I do see a few
Bugs
more
में.
full
Breach
full
थोड़ा
armors
difficult
out
है,
of
कोई
them
तो
every
duo
once in a
लगेगा
while,
उसके लिए.
but trying to mimic what we saw with Zeta earlier. Of course, you know, this year Fnatic is the team that sort of did it at NRG long ago in NA.
I mean, they don't know it, but if they just stormed the A site, they'd have a whale of a time. Nobody there. Fox just rotating off, goes through water. Everybody else in link at the moment. Just RB.
Yes, Jenny Singh.
leading the charge. The rest of the team drifting
डेटा तो
towards
रहेगा
it.
जी का
As they
opponents के
send out
पास,
the wall, trying to
लेकिन
cut off
अगर वही same agents
shot
खेलना है ना,
Buzz.
तो
Top mid.
mini plays बढ़ाने पड़ेंगे.
Flashes in. Nano. Tickles away.
छोटे छोटे plays दो agents के, तीन agents के.
Find out the site is
और
back clear.
round starting का approach थोड़ा सा change करना पड़ेगा. Timing change करके खेलना पड़ेगा.
DRX loves to play deep post plants, and Mako is out in Narnia right now, so.
That he is.
और sometimes जो एकदम strongest plays है वो तो रखने पड़ेंगे.
One going to be found. Sushi and Cruz looking like they want to
और ults के साथ जो play बनाने वाले हैं ना, वो भी change करने पड़ेंगे, क्योंकि अभी जैसे पता था उनको कि कौन सा ulti रहेगा तो heaven में कहाँ आते हैं, क्या करते हैं, वो हिसाब से.
Jitboy's gonna fall. Onto the spike they go. Looking to hold it to half. They will be able to get it. The snake bite. Was it blocked? Did it miss? Okay, no. Eventually, the kill comes through. They were trying to just stick to get the defuse off. Can't make it happen, and DRX will go ahead and snatch the round away.
I feel like I'm watching Mako on Breeze here, where he just stands way outside of anybody's threat range and just let the mollies fly, let those snake bites go. They have quite the range. He's putting them to great use, and they land just in the
पता नहीं
nick
great
of
खली.
RB and Stacks as well.
अभी भी सोच रहा हूँ क्या करना चाहिए.
Corpses just flopping onto the ground. One after the other, like dominoes.
It's like one of those scenes in a movie where there's like bad guys behind the wall and they spray through it, and then you see their bodies fall.
That or like just a bunch of like an army of robots getting deactivated.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, this time DRX flirting with some A pressure, but this time Talon has stacked their forces this side of the map. Now you leave Sushi Boys over on an island with that op. Yep. Cruz in mid. See, DRX is actually thinking about challenging this. Some information there is going to keep Talon planted.
आपकी ज़रूरत है.
Frenzy and then a Phantom rather.
है ना यार.
Hold this. Pat not far
क्या
away.
firepower वाले players हैं ना.
And your favorite gun.
Recon के पहले W दबाने वाले.
He's over at mid doors. Mako again looking like he just wants to take space.
जाते हैं वो लोग. Recon से fast.
Nanos buy a little bit of extra time. But Foxy found Pat. Gives him the lockdown for the next round, but won't be able to see it here. Push in. Bucky sends out a warning shot, let's say. Is okay. Jitboys will get Buzz. Sushi finds RB.
Whoa.
Cruz gets Mako. And suddenly, this round might be stolen away. The push in, the weapons recovered. Foxy barely managing to find one. Stacks will take another out before he dies. Blades not gonna connect, and Talon are gonna tie it up again.
Great retake here for Talon. You know, able to find some value out of those cheap guns. And that's huge. You keep the op. This is a great round from Sushi with the op. You know, Foxy doing pretty good here, but it's not good enough. Great shot from Sushi. Nice. Didn't even give Foxy an opportunity.
All right.
So, all right, this is
Hit
One
all.
heck of a map.
Let's go.
Very clean.
अब आ रहा ना
DRX
मजा
is not a
मैच
bad
में.
buy. They're shuffling guns around, trying to figure out how they can do this. Couple stingers, couple sheriffs, a ghost.
Mind you, this entire time, we've not had a timeout from Jeremy.
No. We've
had exactly
अगर वो better combo होता तो आज मैं वो league team में होता.
After round 5 on split.
It's been pretty fast paced.
Okay, here comes the push. Foxy. Oh, dashes in the first shot. Going wide, and that's quite a bit of damage down. Sushi at 80. Push on the corner.
होना चाहिए था ना.
More 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐾𝐿 was tagged down. Pat arriving around the back, and Buzz will be able to get the punish just moments before he can draw it down. Tries to grab the weapon though. Fox manages to strike. Ball goes up.
Great play here. Grab that gun by RB.
Reckoning now. Invested. Oh. Finding one. The cove up will be broken pretty quickly. Swing out. Fox comes
nice.
to the rescue. Takes down Cruz. Now it's all on Sushi and Fox. Seeker's going. They know that this guy is behind. Swing out. Sushi Boys finds the kill. Could be the round win. RB though finds it.
निकाल लिया रे round.
For the hills. The clutch coming through. RB will go down to the spike, but DRX will take away the round and retake the lead once again.
This is a great little set play to get around the corner.
एक ही बार हम लोग इंटरनेशनल टीम के साथ लैंड पे खेले. एक सेकंड ना.
They're able to get up and above it and really not given much opportunity.
और उसमें 3 में से 2 मैचेस जीते.
That means a lot in this round. The timing not going to be enough for Sushi to try to challenge at the end against RB. So a nice 0 point again from Buzz. Gives a great opportunity here for DRX. They're able to convert. Really nicely set up and dialed up by DRX. It's been really back and forth. Now 𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐿 has got that off.
Just pass the operator around like it's hot potato. Great opening kill. Foxy out of the fray. Everybody else just shifting.
They should change. Jenny Singh.
Open side for now, but footsteps about to be heard. Pat is in position. The question is, does he want to go ahead and commit the lockdown to this?
Yeah, a lot of ults here, including the Blade Storm. That's why they passed the op over.
And the Reckoning.
Yep, and the Reckoning.
I mean, it's a full disconnect from the site. There you go. Reckoning comes out, but it's not on this post-plant setup. On flying. Walls going at one another. First bite comes in off the tap. RB finding 2, but he's going to be detained. Trying to remain safe behind the pillar. The push coming in. Pat getting up into the cubby. Manages to find him. Now the Nightfall cutting across one spotted Buzz. Takes out Sushi Boys. They gun down Fox.
Nice.
And Pat, the last man standing. And won't be able to do too much else. DRX now more firmly in the lead, back up by 2 rounds. But if you look at that graph there, the round wins. Talon
analyst में मजा आ रहा.
Yeah, I mean, I respect that Talon went for this. You know, probably feeling like if they can sneak another Thrifty out from DRX, they can very likely win this map. So they commit their ults to it. But DRX is too smart, too aware, able to play far enough back. RB, you know, you see this a lot on this map with those lockdowns, that players are willing to stand by that pillar to get locked down because they can just hide behind it while their team covers.
Sushi. No money. I bought down, but just a sheriff in his hand.
Yeah, the economy here has been very unique. Talon. This is very strange. Yeah, because you're right. I mean, it will be a thrifty or a go next round. But why not bank a little extra cash? I don't know if the full armor is really. We'll see. Hopefully, he proves me wrong.
Okay, well, they're gonna start going on a collective 5-man push through Art, checking to mid. Don't work. Just gonna have a 5v5 retake. Reckoning gonna be used. In hindsight, I think DRX will look back on this and be like, oh, we should have saved it for the post plant. But that's 2020.
Oh my.
Trying to be the hero, but ooh, no. Just takes Cruz down to 8, but cannot find the kill. Buzz, however, playing forward, gonna be good for 1. The Lear blocking, fragment down, push comes in. Sushi Boys finding 1. Now RB gonna be dead. Suddenly it's only Foxy9 who's left alive. Fox himself pretty close by. And as he swings out, he puts himself in danger.
Oh!
2 kills. Oh, dashes away. 30 HP. Onto the spike. Does he just hold for this? He is. He's just holding for it. Foxy, he can't take him off of it. The defuse comes through and Fox gets the follow-up kill.
Fox. Dono Fox.
Oh my god. What is going on? What a spray from Foxy there.
I mean, it was nasty, but he just didn't believe in the stick.
Yeah, pros don't fake. Certainly Foxy just got his pros don't fake moment here. But that spray right there is one of the nastiest things I have seen. That is ridiculous.
Must round nikala re.
Just taking a sip.
He said something about Foxy 9. I can't claim to
Yeah,
understand,
well,
but the smack talk flying. Foxy gonna move forward, grab the orb, spray a little
मुझे
bit.
रॉसी को देखना है जेट पे ये स्टेज पे कैसे खेलता है
So looking pretty strong here.
And again, it's just a really heavy A stack.
Yeah, well, you do have the null command now for DRX to nullify a lot of this utility on the way in.
But again, if this hit comes through,
no,
I'll
it's
let you
gonna
know.
be- yeah.
Send somebody to mid, because Mako's going to be there, just lunging these snake bites across the map.
I think Pat is on that duty. I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, flash over the top, counter wall coming through. Foxy just dead. 𝐿𝐼𝐹𝐿𝐼𝑗𝑡boy's just headshotting him through the cloud burst, and that's going to be the retreat sounded. Everybody backing away, other than RB, who looks like he's going to stick around a little bit to try to draw some extra attention, keep some interest there.
Oh, the Harbors.
Yep, Cruz pushing forward. RB, plenty of noise. Does he look back? He's about to clear out, and yep, makes it around the corner just in time to not get tagged up. Mako in the meantime, he's got himself in a link, but no one's going to be pushing him. It's going to be a triple approach from behind once again, which currently nobody.
जेट तो चारों लोग खेल लेते हैं टीम में
That's a good kill.
चारों अच्छे ही खेलते हैं
He can pit for this.
लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ स्पेशली
Might want to, yep.
राशि को एक बार
Out.
चांस
Oh my
मिले
god.
Buzz dead as well. 𝐿𝐼𝐹𝐿𝐼's catching a stray shot. A 2v3. Rifles recovered. Stacks and Mako. Guys who've been the most clutch here for this squad in the past. Now looking to hold this out, but Mako pushes out of the smoke. And the pit is now dropped. Stacks can't get it. Talon will defuse. We're tied at 10 to 10.
This has been exciting, for sure. And it's great to see Talon continue to push here. That Lear there kind of messed with Stacks' vision just enough. I made that last one a little tricky.
फर्स्ट मैप पे तो अच्छा ही खेल रहा हाँ खेला ना मैंने कहा मना किया खेल रहा है अच्छा
This is
जो सवाल था उसका जवाब दिया मैंने मैं चाहता हूँ
Foxy as well.
What in the hell is going on?
Yep, this is chaos for sure, but the APAC fans wouldn't have it any other way. This is their region in a nutshell.
Well, again, radio silence from the coaching staff. Neither of them offering up any words of encouragement or warning.
Turby's just letting this ride.
Sometimes I wish he wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have minded a timeout at some point just to cool the Jets of Talon a little bit.
Okay, Wall's coming in. Foxy dashing through, but look how perfectly read it is. They just know where he's going to go. Cruz shuts it down. And now they go ahead, they exit the site. The Seeker's going to be coming through. That's going to reveal Mako's lurk
इसको
position.
spam मारो रे
The rest of the Seekers wrapping all the way back around through B, so that's not going to tell
All
them
good.
too much.
बढ़िया
Yeah, that's actually not too much info, you're right. It
And one more
doesn't
thing is
reveal a ton of what DRX is currently doing now. We've got a little bit of presence here in mid, but it's only one on each side of the coin here for Talon. So Fox, if he can win another duel, it'll be huge. Oh, Stacks gets Cruz.
He does. Fox playing forward, trying
थोड़ा
to get that
डिसिप्लिन
second
चाहिए
one.
अपने टीम में
It's RB low. Cannot get the kill. Reckoning comes out, drifting towards the site, but for now, Sushi is able to play on the outskirts here. Doesn't have the ability now to use that dash. Has it primed and ready. Nanoswarm, however, buys some time. Stops him from getting in. Buzz taken down. RB able to find one. The Cove is up, and Sushi's going to go for the push. Makes his way in. RB can't get off the spike fast enough, but Stacks will clutch it out.
क्या पका
Didn't
रहा
see
है
it coming. But 3 kills very swiftly as DRX will go ahead, trade it back, retake the lead, and now just 1 away from locking it overtime.
I mean, Stacks.
नहीं रे, कुछ भी एजेंट खेल के ऑफ करे तो नहीं चलेगा, मतलब नहीं है उसके ऑफ का फिर, क्योंकि उसको ऐसा ऑफ करने का आदत है ना, ऑफ एंगल्स लेके कि वहाँ से एग्जिट लेने के लिए उसको जेट चाहिए या फिर चेंबर चाहिए, नहीं तो रॉसी जैसा ऑफ करता है वो दूसरे एजेंट पे करेगा तो पनिश ही होगा, वो हमेशा पनिश करेंगे उसको.
A couple half armors in the mix, but you know, obviously, as we've seen time and time again, that it's becoming more and more legitimate.
इसके लिए वो जेट पे चाहिए. चेंबर तो ऑप्शन बहुत कम है. वो अगर दूसरे एजेंट पे ऑफ करेगा ना तो नहीं मतलब बनता. क्योंकि उसका प्ले स्टाइल है ही नहीं वैसा. और वो नेचुरल चीज है, वो बहुत मेहनत लगेगा उसको चेंज करने के लिए, दूसरे एजेंट पे वैसा ऑफ करने के लिए. और दूसरा एजेंट खेलेगा तो फिर एबिलिटीज यूज नहीं कर पाएगा टीम के लिए. फिर क्या ही मतलब.
When we're casting.
Yeah, fair point.
I like the response.
हाँ, दूसरे एजेंट के हाथ में ऑपरेटर दे दिया तो स्लो हो जाता है
somewhat aware
जेट के अलावा.
Potential push out does get caught, but then
moving into the stack.
Yeah.
There's 2 here.
This is tough.
Oh, ooh, a little whiffy. Cruz now needing to go big. Do they suspect this position? Oh my God! He had all the time in the world. He was trying to be disciplined.
Stacks saw him out of the corner of his eye.
Yep. Oh, and now the haunt reveals as well. 𝐿-𝐿𝐼𝙔𝐻, however, does get 1. It's the heal coming through. Sees connects. No, it doesn't. A near miss. And now the Empress is
Flap नहीं है ना यार फ्लैश.
Needs to do what all good Reynas can do.
और वो आ गया लग पे माको.
Absolutely nuclear here. There's 1. This misses forward.
पता है इसको.
The wrap from behind pushes out, but Mako says nay. Mako keeping him in this. 12 to 10. TLN now.
हम लोग नहीं दे रहे
The worst
कुछ
possible
भी.
timing.
हम लोग को पूछा ही नहीं है तो.
However, they've done well with those, at least on this map.
Well, I mean,
हम लोग को नहीं पूछा है और हम लोग ने नहीं दिया इनपुट.
Got to go for it for sure, and you know you've got the lockdown here from Pat. Got the reckoning from Cruz. You got some good post play here. I wouldn't mind.
मैंने अब तक अपने टीम का एक भी स्क्रीम का गेम नहीं देखा.
Let DRX kind of, you know, burn a lot of that utility on those execs like they like to, and then try to play for the retake.
क्योंकि वो डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर में हम लोग को कभी इनवाइट ही नहीं किया.
Best ults for that. Put them to good use.
क्योंकि हम लोग फ्रैंचाइज टीम का पार्ट नहीं है ना.
See, they're drifting in towards mid. They're trying to give DRX a space, but look at DRX's counter. They're the ones who want to push through mid. They've kind of sniffed this out.
For it. Oh, just spraying down. They get the read. Foxy9 coming up with 2, and it seems like that should just about do it. Reckoning invested, but Cruz dead. Foxy9 gets 3. Mako gets the last one, catching Pat in mid. And I mean, it was a good back and forth for a while, but those last 3 rounds.
उसमें हो तो सकते हैं ज़्यादा, लेकिन हम लोग को
hell no.
नहीं दिया है, पता नहीं क्या रीजन से, लेकिन
map 3. We're finishing this now.
नहीं हुआ है कभी.
I really enjoyed that map. I'm just gonna pretend that Split.
This was the best of 1.
It was the best of 1.
Best of 1.
Yeah, exactly. Best of 1.
Split was banned.
And talent, you can see there's tons of talent.
Normal interaction भी नहीं हुआ हमारा.
When they're gelling, when they're playing together, things go very well.
नहीं, मैंने अभी कैसा सामने से कुछ ट्राई भी नहीं किया मैंने.
And truly, this last round, I thought they had the right idea. It's just DRX read it.
And you know,
और उनको क्या ही जरूरत है बाकी प्लेयर्स को हम लोग से
when was the last time we had at least triple duelists being played here in this stadium? It was on Slayers.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Know what they were doing?
It was on Split too, wasn't it?
Yeah. And you know what they were doing during that game? So they claimed at least hiding strategies.
Yes.
And that was obviously a loss versus 𝐿-𝐼𝙔𝐻, which is a much more embarrassing opponent to lose to compared to losing to DRX. But that's what they were doing. And now I very much question, is Talon doing the same? Have they just said, you know what? We're probably not going to beat DRX either way. Let's focus on the team that we can beat. Hide some strats.
You got to save stuff for DRX if you're going to run into him again in the playoffs, if you can get there.
Well, be curious to see what the team says you know, because I'm sure the media outlets are very much going to be interested in sitting them down, questioning what was going on. But time will have to just wait and tell. For now, though, the road that we took to get here was a road never traveled before. But it was 2-0, as a lot of people may have anticipated for DRX.
Yeah, certainly.
ऐसा कुछ गलत समझने का
road
जरूरत
less
नहीं है,
traveled
लेकिन
is,
जो भी है.
as poets would claim, the more interesting one. I'm not so sure, but we're here. But you can see the raw talent that is available on Talon. That, you know, when they're feeling themselves, they're extremely difficult to deal with because they are so fast, so accurate. You know, they're playing off of each other pretty well for the most part in that one, even with the Reyna. I saw some good stuff out of 𝐿𝐿𝐼𝙗.
कोई रैंकिंग या पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे इस मैचेस के लिए? Yes, obviously, bro. VLR पे सब कुछ मिलेगा points.
Late in the second half, I thought, okay, he's snowballing a little bit. We're starting to see that Reyna kind of effect where he's all over the map.
चलो guys, GG.
He's dismissing, you know, he's
Next stream पे मिलते हैं.
he's leering, he's making it
Bye bye.
difficult.
Thank you for tuning in.
Game situations,
ऐसे
you know, that
support
one
करते
leer,
रहना,
he
like,
kinda catch
subscribe
Stacks a little
करो,
bit off
हो
guard,
सके तो share
threw
करते
off
जाओ.
his aim a little bit, but overall, you know, DRX just pound for pound better. Foxy kicking things off with
जितना भी 58-54 का knowledge है, share कर सकते
Yeah,
हैं.
I mean, some great highlight moments
फिर
in there,
मिलेंगे
but
अगले
this
stream
is
पे.
one of the weirdest days
Bye bye.
of work
See you
that I've
guys.
never had. But still, entertaining all the same. I mean, the split, hopefully something that experimentation, something that
Bye bye.
we never see again unless it's really workshopped.